I've time traveled, landing in the year 1955, in a northern village called Dongtuan, inside the body of a man named He Night Sao, a village idiot. The original owner of this body wasn't actually stupid, he'd been beaten senseless. His father and younger sister cared for him deeply, sharing food with him even when there wasn't much to go around. His family had even traded some of their sparse grain to arrange a marriage for him, which only happened yesterday. But the original He Night Sao didn't know the first thing about consummating the marriage. His new wife, a stunning widow sitting close to me now, sure seemed to know plenty though. Her name was Hu Xiuchuan, and she was said to be the most beautiful and virtuous widow in Dongtuan. At this moment, her cheek rubbed against my shoulder as she looked up at me with seductive, half-lidded eyes and whispered, "Silly Night Sao, big sister wants." My mind was in complete chaos. Was this real? Had I really time traveled? If I had, then 3 years down the line would bring the start of the Great Famine, a calamity where people would die in droves. Should I flee to the city, find a job, and work my way towards becoming a highly skilled 6th-level worker? Before I could sort out my thoughts, Hu Xiuchuan leaned in and kissed me. I was wide-eyed and frozen. Wasn't she supposed to be the paragon of chastity in the 10 surrounding villages? What was this behavior? After what felt like an eternity, she pulled away, her cheeks flushed. "Silly Night Sao, you mustn't go blabbing about us to the villagers, okay? If you do, I won't let you have any next time." She seemed genuinely concerned that I, a village idiot, might spill the beans. But then again, what evil intentions could a fool possibly harbor? Seeing her pouty, rosy cheeks, I found myself powerless to resist. Whatever, I thought. I'll drink to that. "Big sister, you're so pretty," I said with a foolish grin. "Am I really?" she replied, surprised by my unexpected sweetness. "Silly Night Sao won't tell. Not even if I'm beaten," I exclaimed before eagerly leaning in to kiss her again. Around us, the forest was alive with birdsong, perfumed with blooming flowers. Suddenly, I froze, tilting my head like a startled deer. I could have sworn I heard a ding just now. Hu Xiuchuan was draped on me like a decorative charm. "Silly Night Sao, what's gotten into you this time?" I ignored her words, certain I had just heard something in my mind. But now the sound was gone. Maybe I had been too. Focus. Ding. A mechanical chime echoed in my brain unexpectedly. Then a prompt followed. Detected prey within a 100-meter radius. Activate tracking system. System. Haha. The staple of every time travel story. I was so exhilarated, I accidentally startled Hu Xiuchuan. "Activate tracking," I announced instinctively. No sooner had I spoken than exhaustion struck me like a ton of bricks. My once robust, 6-foot, 2 frame suddenly felt weak and out of breath. What was going on? In my mind, a radar-like compass appeared, showing a cluster of dense red dots. Each represented an animal, I realized. 3 particularly large dots were rapidly moving in this direction, clearly coming from the foot of the mountain where our village lay. They had to be people from Dongtuan. If they saw me and Hu Xiuchuan together like this, our reputations would be ruined for good. I turned off the tracking system, instantly feeling my strength return. Got it. The system must use up physical energy while in use. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it now? A starter pack? After just getting the tracking system, I already feel like the luckiest guy alive. With this, I can hunt as much as I'd like to stay fed. But now there's extra? What kind of generous deal is this? I could only hope the package included a storage space or something. Still, this wasn't the time to explore it. Later. No, I declined, then turned to scoop Hu Xiuchuan up into my arms. "Night Sao, let me down," she squealed, her face bright red. "Big sister is light. Night Sao's not tired." I chuckled dumbly. She was about 5 feet 7 inches and maybe 100 pounds soaking wet. I darted forward with her, checking the tracking compass occasionally to make sure those 3 large red dots weren't following directly behind us. Turns out, they were here to hunt. In this era, hunting in the mountains was a way to put food on the table. You could find mushrooms, wild vegetables, herbs, and game out in the forest. But it was also dangerous. People got maimed or even killed on these same slopes. "Slow down, Night Sao," Hu Xiuchuan huffed helplessly. I suddenly skidded to an abrupt halt, startling her enough to make her scream. "Night Sao, do that again, and I'm never playing with you again." "Play." "Night Sao wants to play," I said with a foolish grin. Night began to fall. It was mid-May, and the northern farming season had kept everyone busy. The earthen brick house I called home stood ahead, its chimney puffing out faint trails of smoke. In the small fenced yard, my younger sister, Xiaowei, was speaking to my father. Xiaowei was 14, 5 years younger than me. "Dad, big brother's been out all day. Do you think something happened to him?" she asked, her voice tinged with worry. "Nah, your brother's built like an ox. Where could he possibly get lost?" Dad replied dismissively, though his furrowed brow gave away his real concern. What if his son had been lured by one of the village widows into the woods? Well, if big brother doesn't come back, sister-in-law will become a widow too, shall we teased. Watch your mouth, kid. Can't you say something nice for once? Father and daughter turned their attention to the figure of a young woman cooking in the front yard. That was my wife, Liao Xiaoman, an industrious soul whose tireless work ethic made you want to pinch her cheeks in sympathy. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps outside caught their attention. Shall we spun around? Big brother, where have you been all day? I stood frozen at the gate, unsure of how to navigate this domestic scene. That girl was supposed to be my sister, and that middle-aged man, my father. Hey, Dad, look. Big brother's neck got bitten by bugs. Shall we tilted her head, studying me. Ah, nothing to worry about. Dad sighed in relief. Big brother, why aren't you talking? You're usually grinning like a fool. Are you muted today, or what? She pressed. I heaved a mental sigh. I had no idea how to handle these relationships. From what I remembered, the original He Night Cao would call his father Daddy and his sister, repeating words like a toddler. Meals were din din, and baths were bath. The whole shtick was ridiculous. As much as I knew they cared deeply for He Night Cao, it was impossible to fully embody someone I'd never even met. For now, I decided to try something in between, a half-idiot act, while cautiously figuring out a middle ground. After all, I had nowhere else to go. Sister, I smiled awkwardly, the expression stiff. Shall we visibly relaxed? Oh good, you can talk. You had me worried there for a minute. Dad, shall we? Night Cao. Time to eat, came a soft, timid voice from the kitchen. That was my wife, Liao Xiaoman. Tall at 5 feet 7 inches, she had long hair and a face that had probably been pretty before malnutrition dulled her complexion. Wife, time to eat. According to the original's personality, I should have grabbed her hand boorishly and chuckled stupidly. But even shouting like that already made me cringe, let alone acting so mindlessly affectionate. When I approached her, she instinctively took a step back. Then, as if reminding herself what was expected of her, she froze in place. Married life wasn't exactly optional now. But instead of grabbing her hand, I walked past with an awkward smile, seating myself at the table, ready to eat. Dinner tonight was simple: a bowl of lumpy soup, a plate of dandelion greens, and a thin slice of meat known as frog legs. I grabbed a fist-sized yellow bun, biting into it. To my surprise, it had meat filling. Huh, not bad. Considering the era, this meal was practically gourmet. But it wouldn't last long. This was special treatment for my new marriage. You're being so generous now. When have you ever been this lenient before? Ever since we planted the seeds, there's barely been enough food in the house. In a few days, we'll probably need to borrow grain and live on wild vegetables. Times are tough, really tough. Brother, hurry and put this on. He Shao Wei tried to hang a bib around my neck, but before she could, Liao Xiaoman reached out to take it. I'll do it, little sister. Wife, there's no need to. At home, they called me a chow. Outside, others called me a silly. Father and daughter both froze. Over the past year, I had always worn a bib without objection. So, they were surprised when I refused. Old Gotzi, let me put this on you, his father insisted, worried I'd make a mess while eating. But I was dead set against it. Come on, I'm a grown man. Not a chance I'd wear that. They had no choice but to let me be. Off to the side, Liao Xiaoman watched me act up with growing disappointment. She really thought I was a fool. Before coming here, she'd held a glimmer of hope, just wishing I wasn't too silly. But now, turns out, I couldn't even take care of myself. She sighed deeply, resigning herself to the situation. But at the dinner table, groundbreaking news. It turns out I didn't spill a grain or drop a morsel on the table, floor, or myself. Hey Chow, did you remember who hurt you? His dad stood up, visibly shaken. For the past 3 years, he'd thought about it endlessly. Who left his son in this state? He'd been praying for me to regain my memories and return to normal. I was taken aback, not expecting such a reaction. Of course, I know who did this to me. It was Lu Ermi, who I caught cheating with a man. She even tried to kill me, and only stopped because someone walked in. I survived, but ended up like this. I can't tell his dad the truth, not even act dumb and blurt out her name. If he finds out, he might act impulsively, get into trouble, or worse, be sent to the labor camp, and that would bring even bigger problems. Chow wants a bath, I said abruptly. His dad looked disappointed as he slowly sat back down. Dad will help you in a bit. I want my wife to help. There was no way I was letting another man bathe me. What's the point of having a wife then? Isn't she better suited for this? Clatter, the sound of chopsticks slipping from Liao Xiaoman's grip onto the table. Liao Xiaoman fetched water to give me a bath. She wasn't prepared for this scene. I was lying in the water, muscles rippling, exuding raw masculinity. Her cheeks flushed red, and her ears heated up. But what baffled her was how obedient and quiet I was. She told me to turn, and I turned. She told me to lift my leg, and I lifted it. There was no trace of any silliness. Could it be that this fool only behaved normally during a bath? Wife, are you staring? I noticed she had been stealing glances and thought to myself, what's up with this woman? Just like Hu Shouchuan, she's mesmerized by my 8-pack abs. I mean, who could blame them? What? I, flustered, her face turned redder by the second, and she stuttered, struggling for words. Wife, help me scrub. She was practically steaming from embarrassment, but eventually, she clumsily set about helping me. I chuckled. This wife of mine, a free prize, turned out to be kind of adorable. Would you like to open the special gift package? Yes. I had been too busy dealing with Hu Shouchuan, so I hadn't had a chance to check out the system until now. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You've acquired the sharpshooter skill. Accurate hit within 60 meters. My spirits soared. This system just gets me. It knew I already had a tracking skill for hunting, and now it gifted me this sharpshooting ability. System, you're better than my own dad. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You've unlocked a 1,000 cubic meter storage space. Holy crap. I leaped up, splashing water all around and startling my poor wife out of her skin. Frozen with a towel in hand, she stared at me in fear, worrying she'd somehow angered the fool. Breathing heavily, I mentally examined the storage space. 200 square meters in area, 5 meters high. This was insane. I started wondering if it could store living things too. Imagine getting into trouble one day, just hide inside. What a perfect escape. I was itching to test it, but since someone was around, I decided to wait for another time. Turning my head, I noticed Liao Xiaoman's red-rimmed eyes, terrified like a cornered rabbit. Wife, she hesitantly asked, is the bath done? I realized my answer was too serious, so I quickly played dumb. Chow done. Wife's turn, wife wash. Then, stumbling around, I dressed and headed to the room. Bang. Once the door was shut, I immediately activated the storage space. Sadly, it could only store inanimate objects, not even plants or fresh produce. Eager to test further, I rushed outside to find He Xiaowei. Brother, what are you doing? Oh, stop. Wow. Dad, brother took my flowers. Let him take them. It's not like you'll lose a limb or anything. His dad grumbled from a chair in the courtyard, fiddling with his cigarette pipe. But it's my precious flowers. Oh yeah? You want to fight to get it back? Think you can beat him? His dad teased, half-heartedly. He Xiaowei squatted near the garden fence, crying in frustration. People need to eat, but they also need to sleep. And now, it was bedtime. In the past, the whole family shared one Kong bed. Later, when Xiaowei grew older and their mother passed away, they divided a room for her. And now that I was married, his dad built another room for me and my wife. As the lamplight flickered out, darkness enveloped the room. I slowly climbed onto the warm Kong. Although it was May, temperatures still hovered around 8 to 18 degrees Celsius, cool enough to skip heating the bed. The room filled with the sound of heavy breathing, nervous and hurried. That would be Xiaoman, scared out of her wits, pressed as far to the wall as she could get. I sighed softly. Last night, the old me tried to follow his dad's instructions about holding onto her leg, and, well, it went south. Ended up just hugging her foot while sleeping. At some point, I accidentally rolled over on top of her, leaving her bruised and in pain. Poor Xiaoman. She had it rough. Brought up in the Liao family as an adopted girl, she was treated like an outsider. Always stuck with the hardest chores, the worst food, and hand-me-down clothes from her sister. Physical abuse and scolding were also a daily occurrence. Originally, her elder sister Liao Xiaofang was supposed to marry me, but Xiaofang refused, dismissing me despite my good looks. She didn't want a poor fool as a husband. So their mother and Xiaofang pushed Xiaoman into the marriage instead. And his dad didn't care much. After all, few people wanted to marry his son anyway. Skinny as she was, Xiaoman still had curvy hips and a full chest. He figured if she gained a bit of weight, she'd bear him a healthy grandson one day. Maybe because, due to her difficult upbringing, Liao Xiaoman felt especially tense in the He family. She was afraid of being criticized for not doing well enough and being labeled as lazy, and she was equally worried that the He family might treat her poorly and eventually kick her out. I climbed onto the brick bed and casually said, "Wife, let's sleep." I shut my eyes after speaking. Today, I had been busy with Hu Shouchuan for nearly 3 hours, completely exhausted. After finishing, I even had to carry her back home because her legs gave out and she couldn't walk. Additionally, I had to act clueless the entire way, which was truly draining. Next to me, Liao Xiaoman was facing me, her cautious eyes watching me in the dark. Suddenly, it dawned on her. She had no other home now. This might actually be her home going forward. If she didn't give this simpleton a child, would the He family kick her out? She felt like they might. So, she made up her mind to take the initiative. After all, the guy was just a simpleton. He didn't know anything. Waiting for him to take action to have children might take forever. Still, she was inexperienced herself and could only move forward cautiously, feeling her way step by step. Drip, drip. It was the sound of her standing up, button by button, unclasping her clothes, down to her patched-up linen undergarments. She then lay down next to me, slowly moving closer. Just as I was on the verge of falling asleep, a soft warmth crept in. I was briefly startled before realizing her intentions. I stretched out my hand and wrapped her into my arms. Her body trembled, her heart sinking. Even though she had decided to do this, fear and helplessness still lingered. Seconds ticked away. What she had envisioned didn't come to pass. The simpleton merely held her tightly in his arms and didn't move an inch. Curious, she looked up, but it was pitch dark. There was nothing to see. Still, based on my breathing and heartbeat, she figured I must have fallen asleep. To her, the simpleton's mind was pretty straightforward. He wasn't making moves, which meant he was either up to no good or truly asleep. At that moment, she heaved a strange sigh of relief, as if she had narrowly avoided a crisis tonight. Her eyes slowly closed, and the tension she'd carried all day began to unravel. She drifted off into sleep. The next morning, Liao Xiaoman was the first to wake up. She was still nestled in my arms. For a fleeting moment, she thought it wasn't so bad. Then she remembered I was a simpleton and couldn't help but sigh. Being married to someone like me wasn't exactly ideal. She gently lifted my arm, which, to her, was carelessly draped in a way that embarrassed her, and got herself dressed before stepping out of the room. Once she left, I quietly opened my eyes. I'd actually been awake for a while, but didn't want to make her feel awkward. Sitting up, I summoned a flower pot stored in my mental space. In reality, it wasn't a flower pot. It was a small woven pouch made from wheat straw by He Xiaowei. Since she was young, she'd loved plants and flowers. Making little pots and planting things were among the few hobbies that brought her joy. No wonder she cried so bitterly when it went missing. I examined the pot of flowers carefully. It didn't seem to have changed much. Maybe the time was too short? I wanted to try its effect on a piece of meat, but we didn't have any in the house. There was hot water, though. Perhaps that would work. Speaking of which, our family was running low on food. I need to go out and gather some, or else the entire household might go hungry. With my sharpshooting skills, getting meat wasn't going to be an issue. The issue was, where could I find a hunting rifle? There were 1 or 2 families in Dongtuan who owned rifles, but obviously, those kinds of things weren't easy to borrow. Never mind. For now, I'll head into the mountains to dig up some food to get by. I'll deal with the gun situation later. I threw on some clothes and shuffled outside, my outfit completely mismatched. Liao Xiaoman sighed when she saw me like that, and personally helped straighten it out. Here, eat this. She handed me the biggest cornbread bun, keeping the smallest one for herself. Brother, where's my flower pot? Where did you hide it? My little sister He Xiaowei came out of her room, pouting as she frantically searched for her cherished pot. She was too adorable. I couldn't resist pinching her cheek. Little sister, so much baby fat on your face. I hate you, brother. She swatted my hand away and ran off to complain to our dad. Dad, make my brother give my flower pot back. Dad's busy. He's got work to do, he replied. Then I'll go help with the work. If you go, who's staying with your sister-in-law? But there's no food left in the house. Relax, I'll talk to someone tomorrow to get us some. Don't worry, there'll be enough. Dad chuckled. He never let troubles show on his face. Before heading out with his farming tools, he gave us a string of reminders. Don't cause trouble, don't run up the mountains, and don't let a widow trick you into her house. Only then did he leave with peace of mind. In these times, the introduction of cooperatives meant that Dongtuan had one as well, and everyone worked collectively. Our family depended entirely on Dad's efforts to survive. My little sister had been sickly since childhood, so Dad rarely let her out into the field. As for me, the original me, I used to be a top farmhand, one who was worth 2 workers on my own. Unfortunately, someone beat me into the simpleton I am now. Sis-in-law Xiaowei, I'm heading out. I grabbed a burlap sack and made my way outside. Brother, where are you going this time? Don't forget to come back and eat if you get hungry, and don't wander off. Got it. Ugh, brother is always running around. What if he gets into trouble? My sister muttered under her breath, then turned to ask Liao Xiaoman. Sister-in-law, have you seen my little flower pot anywhere? At the base of Damu Mountain. Damu Mountain was one of several hills around Dongtuan. My last encounter with Hu Xiuquan took place here. It was May now, the perfect season for wild vegetables to grow. Wild celery, young scallions, cat's paw greens, and mugwort shoots. They were all over the place. Unfortunately, the area at the foot of the mountain had already been picked clean by the early risers. I decided to venture deeper, where resources were abundant, but others dared not go because of the wild animals. About an hour in. My hunting radar picked up a signal. It was a big red dot, and it was pretty close by. I didn't leave the radar on continuously since it drained my energy. I only turned it on periodically to ensure safety. Shutting off the radar, I tracked the location and stumbled upon a rocky riverbed. As I approached, I realized it wasn't an animal. It was a woman taking a bath. It's still chilly in May, and she was bathing in the water? Then I recognized her. It was Sister Honglian. She was a hunter from Dongtuan, 22 years old, gorgeous, confident, with an athletic figure. She was also my childhood friend. Who's there? She immediately ducked into the water, leaving only her head above it, scanning the surroundings with alert eyes. As a hunter, her instincts told her someone was watching. Ah, Chow. She relaxed upon seeing it was me. If it had been anyone else, she'd have taken them down with a rifle by now. But we were childhood friends. After getting dressed and slinging her rifle, she walked over. Ah, Chow, what are you doing up here in the mountains? Picking wild vegetables. It's dangerous here. You should head back. But as she spoke, she peeked into my burlap sack and froze. Half the bag was filled with a rare and treasured wild vegetable. You picked these? She asked. Wow, how can a fool have such good luck? And it's all the same thing too? Yeah, picked it up for my wife to eat. I replied, carrying the wild veggies I dug up along the way. Wife? When did you get a wife? I technically married Liao Xiaoman, but we hadn't had any big celebration or even officially registered, so most of the villagers didn't know. Old man found her for me. He wanted me to call him Dad, but I just couldn't do it. You used to be so bright, Chow. How did you end up like this? She sighed. Hurry on back. Be safe on the road, okay? Slinging her rifle over her shoulder, she walked deeper into the woods. I watched her back as she walked away. From what I remember, this woman had quite a bit of affection for the original me. Back in the day, if someone bullied her, I apparently stood up for her. Sometimes when she had extra game after a hunt, she'd even share the meat. I told you to go back. This place is dangerous. After some time, she realized I was following her. I just smiled and didn't say a word. After all, she had a gun, and I was in the mood to test my radar. I adjusted the sack on my back and walked as lightly as I could. Despite repeated attempts to get me to turn back, she gave up in the end, probably reasoning that it was useless to try to reason with a fool. Honestly, who else would even bother reasoning with someone like me? Just her, I guess. Then don't make any noise. Stick close to me. Okay. And that's how this hunter ended up dragging along a so-called fool with a sack slung over their shoulder. As we moved around, she checked several traps. Some had been triggered only to catch nothing, and most hadn't even been set off. Truth be told, she hadn't been hunting all that long. Her dad used to do it, but ever since he passed, she'd had to learn everything on her own. For hours, we skulked around the edge of the deep woods. There were tracks, but no animals in sight. Come on, let's try over there. She took a step in a certain direction, but I grabbed her arm to stop her. What is it, Chow? Anyone else, and she probably would have just left them behind at this point. There's a wild boar that way, I muttered, flipping on my radar for a quick check. A bunch of red dots had popped up within a 100-meter radius, and the biggest one was in the exact opposite direction from where she was headed. Wild boar. She looked down the path my finger pointed to and saw nothing. There's noise, I mumbled casually, pulling her along by the hand. She didn't really have a choice but to follow me, not because she wanted to, but because I was physically dragging her, and there wasn't a thing she could do about it. Shoo, I motioned for quiet, carefully leading her closer to the largest red dot. Once we were about 30 meters away, I let go, suddenly finding a spot to harvest some wild greens. She sighed in disbelief. Was this fool seriously out here just to go foraging? The ridiculousness of it all left her speechless. But it wasn't long before she noticed something up ahead, movement, about 30 meters away. Chow, stay still, she ordered in a low voice as she raised her double-barreled shotgun. Her sharp eyes locked on to what was hidden in the sparse brush ahead. There, under the canopy of leaves, stood two completely oblivious roe deer with their white heart-shaped rumps. They grazed casually, occasionally looking around nervously, but ultimately unfazed as they flicked their ears back and continued eating. She took a deep breath, adjusted her aim slightly, pressed the stock tightly against her shoulder, and curled her finger around the trigger. Bang! Her body jerked slightly from the recoil, and the deer that had been calmly munching suddenly panicked. One of them staggered, kicking wildly to escape, but the bullet had hit it square in the neck. It collapsed after only a few clumsy steps, twitching violently as it fell to the ground. Got it, she exclaimed, beaming as she looked over at me. Chow, you're seriously my lucky charm. She happily draped an arm around my shoulder, and we quickly headed over to the downed deer. Her excitement seemed genuine, enough to make her nearly bump right into me. Not that I minded. Her marksmanship was worth the potential bruising. The first thing she did was whip out a knife to bleed the deer. When you hunt, you have to drain the blood right away, or else the meat will taste rank. She didn't even care if I was really listening. She just kept talking and smiling as she worked. After draining the blood, she gutted it cleanly, making a neat incision from just below what's called the third eye down to its jawline. She then removed the internal organs. The liver and heart were prime cuts, often called heart and soul. She cleaned out the stomach contents to save it, discarded the intestines, and even took the lungs, which weren't worth much but could be used if someone back in the village wanted them. Waste not, want not. Chow, go find some dry grass. Okay. Dry grass was used to clean out the remaining blood in the body cavity since it wasn't always convenient to rinse it out. Then came the final step, skinning. The pelt could be sold, but it was much easier to do while the animal was still warm. I helped her process the deer while taking mental notes on everything she explained. Who knew there was so much to hunting? Even butchering was a skill all its own. Sure, you could always just haul the whole carcass back, but that didn't make the meat taste better and only made it harder to work with later. This roe deer was a big one, weighing just over 50 pounds. For the time period, 1955, it was quite valuable. Selling it to the local collective supply and marketing cooperative could fetch a decent price or trade it for goods. Chow, you're actually pretty handy. Red Lotus looked at me in surprise. She hadn't expected this fool, me, to be of any use, let alone helpful. And to top it off, I'd essentially led her to this kill by accident. I guess that meant it was partly my accomplishment too. Hee, Sister Red Lotus is so pretty. I blurted out something random. She froze for a second, then placed a bloody hand on my shoulder. Chow, if only you weren't so slow. A trace of regret flashed in her eyes before she quickly pushed it aside, standing up with renewed determination. Come on, let's head back. Lingering too long at the scene of a kill wasn't safe. The mountains were full of predators, often drawn in by the scent of blood. She skewered the deer through with a sturdy stick. With her carrying the front and me the back, the two of us set off together. To be honest, she could have managed on her own, but involving me seemed to make everything more enjoyable. As we started down the mountain, I walked behind her, unable to help but admire her figure. She had a nice, curvy build. Her skin wasn't the fairest, but other than that, she was pretty amazing. We chatted along the way, and I had her laughing nonstop. She probably wondered when this fool had become so good at banter. It almost felt like I wasn't that foolish anymore. When we were about halfway down, we ran into the Zhao brothers, Deshawn and Ershan. Well, Red Lotus and the fool. You two actually managed to bag some game. Deshawn blocked the narrow mountain path, his large frame nearly as tall and sturdy as mine. It was clear they weren't up to anything good. What are you two doing? Red Lotus's gaze turned icy. Ershan chuckled darkly. Red Lotus, how about you trade us some of that meat? 2 pounds of deer for a few pounds of mountain celery. It's a fair deal, don't you think? These brothers rarely tended to fields, relying instead on setting snares or using bows to hunt. But they hadn't ventured deep into the forest today, which left them with little more than wild vegetables to show for their efforts. No deal. Move aside. Red Lotus's voice dropped to a razor-sharp tone. The brothers exchanged a glance, a sinister gleam flashing in their eyes. Deshawn stared longingly at the skinned deer, swallowing hard before tossing his celery to the ground. 3 pounds of mountain celery, 2 pounds of deer. Take it or leave it. Don't make us do anything drastic. Hey, Red Lotus, I called out. She turned her head to me and froze, visibly startled. I looked somber, far removed from my usual silly demeanor. Hey Chow, she said softly, shaking her head slightly, signaling me not to act rashly. It's just 2 pounds of meat. Let's not make a scene. I mustered a goofy smile, though it looked awkward and out of place. The Zhao brothers had been bullying me nonstop since I started pretending to be a fool. If only we weren't out here in the open, or if Red Lotus weren't nearby, I'd have no problem dealing with them. 2 pounds of meat. They wouldn't have even had the chance to complain. I'd bury them or feed them to the wild animals. Red Lotus began slicing the meat. Zhao Dashan chimed in again. Red Lotus, it's just you and your mom at home. How could you possibly finish all this? Give us half. It's way too hot, and you don't have any salt to preserve it. It'll just go to waste. Yeah, half. Zhao Ershan echoed, leaning forward, reaching out as though to snatch the knife from Red Lotus's hand. Next time I catch something, I'll share half with you too. Red Lotus instantly turned the blade sideways, her tone sharp. Don't push your luck. The brothers clicked their tongues in frustration, but stayed wary. While Red Lotus's hunting rifle wasn't in use, its presence was a clear advantage. Fine then, a leg of the deer at least. Before he could finish, I lunged towards him headfirst like a bull, sending him tumbling down into the ravine below. The sound of crashing branches and rustling leaves echoed in the canyon. I'd already held back once, and it left a sour taste in my mouth. Continuing to suppress the urge to retaliate felt unbearable. I'd turn into a coward at this rate. Screw that. The only thing stopping me from going all out on these guys was Red Lotus being here. Otherwise, they'd be dealt with by now. Zhao Ershan, startled by my sudden move, reached behind him to grab his knife. What the hell are you trying to pull, you idiot? Click. The sound of the hunting rifle's safety disengaging cut through the tension. Red Lotus raised the gun, her tone calm and steady. Try moving again, she said, with a slight tilt of her head, and we'll see what happens. Visibly scared now, Zhao Erzhan slowly withdrew his hand, raising both in surrender. All right, all right, no weapons here, he stammered, inching backward. Below the ridge, Zhao Dashan's shout could be heard loud and clear as he yelled, "Damn idiot! Just wait until I climb back up there. You're dead meat." All right, 2 pounds is fine. No problem. Zhao Erzhan didn't get to finish. I grabbed him by his shirt and hurled him down to join his brother in the ravine. Ah, just you wait, idiot. You're finished. Their angry cries echoed up the mountainside. Try me. I yelled back down toward them. Hey Chow. Red Lotus growled, exasperated, immediately lowering the gun and rushing over. Why'd you have to act so recklessly? That was dangerous. She patted my shoulder, her voice softening. Next time, don't act on impulse. They had knives. They could have hurt you. You'd bleed and it would hurt, okay? She explained patiently, worried I wouldn't grasp the severity of the situation. All right, I'll listen to Red Lotus, big sis. She sighed with relief. Good to hear. Let's go home. Okay, I replied, cheerful once more. We slung the meat over our shoulders, heading down the mountain. Before leaving, I glanced back at the ravine gloomily, my mood becoming darker. Those 2 pounds of meat. Definitely not worth it. Tomorrow, I'll make sure they never get the chance to bother us again. Time to bury them for good. At the family's household in the eastern village. Dad, you're back. Have you seen my brother? He Xiaowei called out anxiously from the entrance. Her father, covered in dirt from work in the fields, sighed heavily. He hasn't come home yet, he asked, frowning. Xiaowei shook her head. That blockhead is always running around like a stray mutt. Who knows where he's gone off to now? He muttered irritably. Sighing, he looked towards the sky. It'd be dark within half an hour. I'll go look for him. Stay put. He grabbed his lantern and left without hesitation. Inside, my wife, Liao Xiaoman, stood near the doorway with worry etched on her face. If something happened to her full husband, what could she possibly do? Xiaowei, you stay here. I'm going to help look, she said hastily, heading out without so much as grabbing her own lantern. Wait, sister-in-law. Xiaowei stomped her foot in frustration as she watched Xiaoman disappear into the night. There wasn't much she could do now, so she resigned herself to preparing dinner for when they returned. Half an hour later, at the entrance, Xiaowei perked up when she saw me, her brother, returning with Red Lotus by my side. Big bro? Red Lotus sis? She called out with relief. Hey, little sister. I grinned, although my usual airheadedness seemed less intense than before. Xiaowei, what are you sitting out here for? Red Lotus asked, puzzled. She hadn't planned to come all the way to my house, but had tagged along just to make sure I didn't get lost. Plus, curiosity about my wife prompted her to stay for a glimpse. I was waiting for you, big brother. Ugh. Why are you so late tonight? Xiaowei complained. Looky here. I held up the deer we'd carried down the mountain. Xiaowei's eyes widened, lighting up in surprise. Red Lotus sis, you caught another one? What an awesome hunt. Red Lotus chuckled softly. This time, I have your brother to thank. I wouldn't have gotten it without him. What? My brother? Xiaowei gave me a skeptical look. Once we'd brought the deer into the courtyard, Red Lotus carved out 4 equal portions with a few calculated slices. As per tradition, 1/2 stays here and 1 goes to my house. But honestly, there wasn't much of a rule. Red Lotus was just that generous. Xiaowei seemed hesitant to agree with the arrangement, but before she could object, I grabbed one of the front legs and thrust it back toward Red Lotus. 1 leg, enough. I insisted. Then, handing her a bag of freshly foraged mountain vegetables, I added, for Red Lotus sis. Eat. No need. Keep them for your family. There's more of you. She replied kindly. Ignoring her, I started ushering her toward the gate. Hey, Chow, don't push me. I still want to. She started protesting, but was already too far outside. Red Lotus hadn't gotten her chance to sneak a peek at my wife. Once she was out of sight, I turned back. Xiaowei, where's my wife? Oh no. Xiaowei exclaimed, slapping a hand to her forehead. Brother, Dad and Xiaoman went out to look for you since you were so late returning. It suddenly made sense why my tracking radar hadn't picked up any signals. Brother, don't go. You deal with the deer, sis. I'm going to find them. Grabbing a torch, I left quickly, cutting off her attempts to stop me. Xiaowei stomped her foot again in frustration. That fool. He doesn't even realize how reckless he is. What's he going to do if he can't even find himself in a straight line? Ugh, never mind. With a huff, she started prepping the venison. Using the flickering flame of my torch to light the way, I navigated through the dark terrain with help from my radar. Every signal deserved to be checked, even if it meant combing through these desolate hills. My wife wasn't native to this area. Every path was unfamiliar to her, and the dangers from wild animals were far worse at night. Her thoughtlessness in heading out without so much as a light wasn't just reckless, it was borderline suicidal. As I neared a small overhang, someone called out from the shadows, Hey, Xiao. I looked up to see a woman standing there, her eyes glinting with a strange light. Before I could react, she reached up, clasping my arm with an enthusiastic smile. I might really lose control with this crazy mind of mine. Another day, I grabbed the torch, bolted without looking back. The woman, gnashing her teeth in anger, was just one step away from pulling the cow into the waterlogged field. But the cow had run off. Meanwhile, across the other end of the field, a woman's voice echoed through the darkness. "Ah Chow, where are you?" Xiaomin Liao's foot slipped. She tumbled straight into a small ditch. The night was pitch dark, and she groped in the mud, trying to get up, surrounded by impenetrable blackness and directionless. "Ah Chow, where are you?" Her voice quivered, on the brink of tears. This place was engulfed in darkness, accompanied by eerie bird calls every now and then. She hadn't gone far when, splash, she tripped again. This time, she didn't stand back up. She let the icy water soak through her body. Lying there, she stared with tearful eyes into the starry sky, gazing, remembering so many moments from the past. In that instant, it all seemed meaningless. Family, her husband, survival, none of it mattered anymore. She slowly closed her eyes as the water crept over her ears, its chills seeping through every inch of her. For once, it felt as though the entire world had disappeared, leaving only her behind. Her world had never been so silent. Whoosh, she exhaled a long breath. It felt liberating. Wife. She wasn't sure how long had passed. It seemed like she was hearing things. Someone was calling wife. The voice was getting closer, yet it sounded so far away. Light? In the endless dark, she suddenly saw a beam of light. Curious as to why, she squinted to open her eyes, her pupils instantly dilating. A torch. She jolted upright in the ditch, sending water splashing all around. The torch went out in the commotion, while a wisp of burnt ember floated into the night. Against the backdrop of chirping insects, only her breathless gasps echoed aloud. Just then, a voice, soft yet familiar, spoke beside her. Wife. It was tentative, so gentle, as though afraid to startle her. Xiaomin Liao froze for a few seconds before snapping back to her senses. From shock, shifting into confusion. You. Before she could finish, I pulled her into a hug, pressing my hands gently against the soaked fabric on her back. Don't be scared, wife. Her whole body shuddered, and, overcome with emotion, she held me tightly as her shoulders quivered with suppressed sobs. I knew her well. She was someone who wouldn't dare to cry loudly unless she had no choice. Wails escaped as if pouring out all the pent-up grievances inside her. For a good while, she cried. Once her tears finally stopped, I turned and carried her on my back. Ah Chow, put me down. I can walk on my own. Be good, wife. I replied, dismissing her protest. Her voice softened, her cheeks slightly flushed. What if someone sees? That wouldn't look good. Wife, you're heavy. Smack. A playful punch landed on my shoulder. You're the heavy one, she retorted, her tone somewhere between laughter and tears. The mood unknowingly lifted as we moved. Look at you, crying like a kid. Who didn't? She pouted, her defiant tone almost childlike, as if she were 18 again. She gazed at the faint light flickering ahead from the house, longing for that simple, solitary life away from the noise. Internally, she even envied me a little, having nothing to worry about, being carefree. Wouldn't that be nice? As we reached the house, she grew flustered, wriggling to get down. Passing through the village paths, she kept her face buried in embarrassment, hoping nobody had spotted us. Now at home, it was even more crucial not to let her father-in-law or her little sister-in-law notice. Brother? Sister-in-law? Xiao Hui, who had been prepping the venison, waved them over, clearly having no clue how to cook it, so she was waiting around in the courtyard. Wrapping her arms around her sister-in-law, she abruptly asked, Sis-in-law, why are your clothes soaking wet? Then, turning to glare at me, added, Brother, what did you do? She seemed to think I might have bullied her sister-in-law. I'm fine, Xiao Hui, Xiaomin said bashfully. After all, how could she admit she'd fallen into a puddle and that I'd had to carry her home? Come on, wife, go take a bath. I changed the subject quickly, aware of her timid nature. Xiao Hui scratched her head, sensing something off, but couldn't quite pin it, so she casually exchanged a few words with me before glancing past the courtyard. Brother, have you seen our dad around? I shook my head. The old man's fine. Honestly, I couldn't bring myself to call him dad. It felt weird, so I stuck with the old man. Who seriously argues with a fool over things like this? You shouldn't call dad the old man. He's our father. Xiao Hui, as stubborn as they come, grumbled incessantly. Annoyed, I squished her puffed-up cheeks with my hand. She squealed angrily, swearing not to talk to me anymore. Wife, let's bathe together, I suggested, ignoring any sense of shame, deciding to help her out when I saw her grabbing the water bucket. Holy crap, that thing was at least 40 pounds. Who knew my skinny wife had such strength? Ah Chow, you bathe first, she hesitated. Ever since helping me bathe once, she'd struggled to get accustomed to it. Out of nowhere, Xiao Hui chimed in. My brother doesn't know how to bathe properly. True. It was father who usually bathed me in the past. All right then, Xiaomin muttered, resigned. Father was a meticulous man. He even set up a large fenced-off area in the courtyard specifically for bathing and some other private matters. Having prepared the water, I wasted no time. Stripped everything off. Damn, it was cold. That sent Xiaomin into shy panic mode, not daring to look directly my way. Holding a ladle, she awkwardly poured water over me, missing her aim half the time. Knowing she was getting flustered, I finished up quickly and left. Didn't want to linger, as she might catch a cold if she stayed outside too long. By the time she came back inside fully cleaned, it was already 8 p.m. Still, there was no sign of father. Sis-in-law, look. Xiao Hui eagerly presented a large tray of venison. Xiaomin was stunned for a second before realizing. This was meat a woman named Hong Lian and I had brought down from the hills. Phew, smells so good. Xiao Hui inhaled the scent deeply. It had been so long since she'd had a chance to eat her fill of meat. Yesterday's dumpling filling barely made up 2 ounces altogether, whereas just one leg of this venison easily weighed 6 or 7 pounds, enough for several meals. Even after the food was prepared, father was still absent. I began to worry. Had something bad happened to him? I'll go find the old man. Grabbing the torch, I left the courtyard. After some time, yo, isn't this the village idiot? Where are you off to so late at night? I'd been tracing the red bump on the radar when someone suddenly addressed me. That voice, that tone, it was oddly familiar. I leaned closer. Turns out it was Lu Ermi, the same guy I'd caught with another woman's shoes, who sucker punched me when I wasn't looking, making me the so-called fool I am now. What's with the torch in the middle of the night, huh? Don't tell me you're out stealing Summit. Before he could finish his sneer, I raised my wood-cutting knife and struck down without hesitation. Lu Ermi recoiled, startled. This fool's actually turned into a madman. Whoosh. He quickly sidestepped to dodge, his arm taking a hit. Thankfully, his thick clothes absorbed most of it, so it didn't cut into flesh. You son of a... He clutched his arm, backing off before breaking into a run, shouting curses as he went. You idiot. Wait till I catch you. I took a couple of steps after him before suddenly halting. My radar showed several more red dots nearby. Who's there? Someone shouted. I sheathed my machete and resumed searching for Dadhi. According to my sister, Dadhi had come in this direction. This was the village square, a place where kids, including A Chow, often played under the moonlit sky. About 10 minutes later, I found Dadhi slumped in a corner. He was lying on the ground as if he were asleep. I moved closer with a torch. There was blood on his head, some of it dried into the dirt. Hey, old man. He didn't respond. Panicked, I threw him over my back and began heading home. Dadhi might have been 6 feet tall, but he was rail thin, probably not even 120 pounds. I didn't know how he got injured. Maybe he fell, or maybe someone attacked him. The latter seemed more likely. In the village, resentment could brew from the smallest of slights. People could even harm you out of sheer envy. By the time I got home, it was 9 p.m. Most villagers were long asleep by this hour, and the streets were empty. Brother, what happened to Dad? He Xiao Hui and Liao Xiaomin hurried over. Your dad's hurt. Get him inside. I barked in a rare moment of formality. Hurt where? Seeing their panic, I quickly relaxed my tone, hoping they wouldn't think too much about the slip. I laid Dadhi on the Kong bed and pretended to clumsily tend to his wound. Meanwhile, my mind churned with the realization that at some point, I needed to let go of this act. Playing dumb all the time was exhausting. The injury wasn't severe. He'd just been knocked unconscious with a blow to the head, a minor contusion that would heal in a few days. When he woke up, his first words were, "Where's A Chow?" "I'm here," I answered. Seemed like Dad he really doted on me, his foolish son. "You little rascal, where'd you wander off to?" he grumbled. "Your son carried you back home," he Xiao Hui chimed in. Dad he froze, squinting at me, as though trying to process this new information. I just gave a goofy grin in response. A Chow carried me. He finally remembered being knocked unconscious. Yup, Xiao Hui confirmed as tears pooled in her eyes. Dad, how did you get hurt? Smack. Dad he slapped the Kong edge in frustration, his teeth clenched. Damn it, who the hell hit me? Noticing his daughter's tears, his expression softened. It's okay, don't cry. It's just a bump. I'll be fine. I understood right away. Someone clearly held a grudge against our family and took it out on Dadhi. Food? I'm hungry, wife. I grumbled, exhausted. The radar tracking had taken a toll on me tonight. Why didn't you eat first? Daddy scolded. You shouldn't wait if you're hungry. Big sis Honglian brought over plenty of venison, Xiao Hui said, leading us to the table. Daddy stopped in his tracks. Wait, what? This deer was from brother and big sis Honglian's hunt, Xiao Hui proudly announced. Daddy glanced at me. His foolish son went hunting? That didn't seem likely. Still, tonight's bigger focus was the fact that I had carried him back home. Sit down and eat, the three of them urged me as we grabbed our chopsticks. But Liao Xiaoman hesitated at the doorway, not moving toward the table. Daughter-in-law, come eat with us, Daddy called to her. I'll wait until you're all done, she stammered, refusing to join us. The room fell silent. This girl, how much hardship had she endured before coming to our family? Shall we move to pull her over? But I stopped her. Instead, I walked up to Xiaoman myself, led her to a chair, and firmly seated her. Then, I picked up a tender piece of meat and placed it in her bowl. Eat, wife. Xiaoman looked from the meat to me, then over to Dad, he and Xiaowei. Their eyes weren't filled with disdain, just care. It was a kind of warmth she had never experienced before. All her life, love like this had been foreign. Even at our wedding, she had been too afraid to sit at the table, saying she was shy. Truthfully, it wasn't shyness. It was fear, a habit born of years of neglect. Listen, daughter-in-law. Dad, he said gently, piling more meat in her bowl. Our family may be poor, but we stick together. When we eat as one. When we're hungry, we're all hungry together. Just don't look down on us, or my foolish son, and we'll be all right. Tears rolled down Xiaoman's cheeks despite her attempts to hold them back. Sis, this is really tasty. Shall we? Chimed in, offering her a bit of fiddlehead fern. Xiaoman murmured a faint in response. Her voice was so soft it was barely audible. She didn't know how to process such kindness, so she kept her head down, fighting the urge to cry harder. None of us ate until she took her first bite. She inhaled deeply to steady herself, but then I blurted out, Wife, you're even uglier when you're crying. Dad, he burst into laughter, and Xiaowei shot me a glare, torn between amusement and disbelief. You've got some nerve teasing her right now. Hearing my silly comment, Xiaoman remembered how I'd joked about her the day I carried her home. She let out a teary laugh and playfully smacked me with a tiny fist. The mood instantly lightened. All right, let's eat. Dig in, everyone. Dad, he declared. That night was likely the happiest meal Xiaoman had ever had. After dinner, Dad, he called for me. Hey, Xiao, come here. I'm staying with my wife. I yelled back, dashing into the room. Daddy stood there, slightly puzzled. Something about me had changed in these past couple of days, but he couldn't put his finger on it. I seemed less foolish. Back in the room, Xiaoman hesitated. Hey, Xiao. Wife, time for bed. Wrapping my arms around her, I couldn't help but marvel at my good fortune. I'd gotten myself a wife for practically nothing. For a moment, she froze, startled, like a little bird caught off guard. After a brief struggle, she worked up the courage to turn toward me and leaned forward to kiss me on the lips. I didn't hold back, kissing her right back. But her body tensed against mine. She wasn't ready yet. I didn't want to force anything. That would feel no different than taking what isn't freely given. I loosened my hold, deciding it was better to wait until she was truly comfortable. The next morning, I woke up first. Man, I'd been dead tired last night. I passed out the moment my head hit the pillow. I tried to raise my arm, only to realize it was pinned under something. Looking down, I saw my wife curled up against my chest. Underneath the covers, she was dressed in patched up, threadbare clothes, hand-me-downs that had obviously been worn for generations. If I had the money, I'd buy her some proper clothing, maybe even nice undergarments. As I gazed at her sleeping face, I couldn't help but marvel at how such a thin girl could be so beautiful. Clothes were a rarity in these tough times. Girls around here often went shirtless well into their teens. Lost in thought, I didn't notice that she'd woken up. Feeling my eyes on her, her cheeks flushed a deep red. Hey, Chow, maybe tonight? She whispered hesitantly. Huh. I blinked. This shy little wife of mine. Her face was already flushed red. Blushing suits you, my dear, I said with a smile. She immediately buried her head into my chest, too shy to say a word. Girls from this time period were just so bashful. I'll get out of bed first, I said. Any longer, and she might stay buried until noon. I went to the fence outside and relieved myself for over a minute. Suddenly, I remembered the items in my storage space. I took out a flower pot. The plants inside had withered quite a bit. It seemed the space wasn't suitable for growing things. Next, I retrieved a bowl of hot water. It was still scalding and nearly burned my hand. I quickly put it back. Then, I grabbed a little over half a pound of venison I had sneakily cut yesterday when Sister Hong Lian wasn't looking. It smelled fresh with no sign of spoilage. So, the storage space could preserve items but couldn't host living things. Still, it wasn't a bad feature. Are you done yet, bro? Xiaohui had been waiting outside for quite some time. Yes, I'm coming. After putting the items back where they belonged, I hurried out. Once Xiaohui went inside, I sneakily tried to return the flower pot to its original spot. If she found out this was why her beloved flowers had died, she'd have my head and wouldn't speak to me for a month, or maybe even a whole year. Hey, Xiao, take these with you, Liao Xiaoman said. Knowing I was heading out, she had prepared large steamed buns stuffed with venison and wild vegetables. Our father, injured but still insistent on working, had brought a few as well. There was no stopping him. You're the best, my dear. I strapped a large shovel and the bundle of steamed buns onto my back and stepped out. Be home before dark, big brother. I will. Brother's so stubborn, always insisting on heading out there. Sister-in-law, why don't you stop him? Wait, oh my goodness. My flowers. They came home all by themselves. Xiao Hui was over the moon after seeing the returned flower pot. Hearing her excitement, I took a quick glance back at the courtyard. For a moment there, I thought to myself, what a nice little home we have here. Walking along the village road, I noticed that by now, most folks had gone to work. The only ones left were kids, a few women, and the elderly. Hey, isn't that silly? Silly, where you headed with that big OL shovel? Heading off to work? Him? Working? Look at him. Like he'd know how to get any work done. I ignored their comments. Let them say whatever they wanted. Before heading up into the mountains, I needed to arm myself. No way was I coming back empty-handed. However, asking Sister Hong Lian to borrow her gun was out of the question. After mulling it over, I settled on the bow and arrows at Hu Xiuquan's home. Her husband had been a hunter, but went missing 2 years ago on a hunting trip, gun and all. All that was left at home were the bow and arrows, and I figured I would go and quietly make them mine. Just as I approached her house, I overheard commotion inside. Xiuquan, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? Let me take a look. Lu Ermi, get out now, or I'm going to yell for help. Yell all you want. Out here in the middle of nowhere, with everyone off working, no one's going to hear you. His voice oozed smugness. What do you want? What do I want? Isn't that obvious? Be my woman, and I'll make sure you get the cushiest work with the co-op. I'll make sure your stomach's always full. Get out of here. Xiuquan, your husband's been gone for 2 years now. You must get lonely. Don't worry, I don't mind that you're a widow. Widows around here had a tough time remarrying. The only takers were old geezers or men with something wrong. I don't need you. Leave now. Come on now, I promise I'll treat you right. One time with me, and you'll never forget it. Stay away from me. Get out. Oh, don't play coy with me. Playing sick to lure me over. I know what's going on here. This is your last warning. Leave. Why so feisty? Look, your face is all flushed. You've definitely been lonely, haven't you? Ha ha. Fine, fine. I'll think about it. Just don't do this, please. Think about it. Trying to string me along again, huh? Just like last time. Before he could finish, I kicked the door hard, making a bang. Help. Someone help. Xiuquan shouted at once. You? Lu Ermi turned, clearly irritated. Who dared to interrupt him at a time like this? Bang. I kicked the door a second time. By the third kick, the door frame, along with chunks of the wall, collapsed in a cloud of dust. I stormed in to find the two of them frozen in shock. You? The village idiot. Again. Lu Ermi clenched his fists, unable to believe the door kicker was me. The fool. Silly. Xiuquan's face lit up with surprise and joy. She hadn't expected me to show up as her savior right at the critical moment. Silly, quick. Get this scumbag out of here. She had smartly opted to call him a bad guy, knowing I'd understand even if I couldn't grasp more complex terms. Sure enough, I stormed further inside, anger all over my face. Lu Ermi backed off, realizing I was taller than him and strong enough to be unpredictable. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Oh, I get it now? Xiuquan, no wonder you've been turning down every man in the village. You're satisfied with him. The village idiot. Good one, Xiuquan. Who would have thought you could stoop this low? Go ahead, have your idiot beat me up. When he's done, I'll make sure the whole village knows you've been shacking up with the fool. Everyone will call you a disgrace. Xiuquan froze in place, terrified by his threat. How on earth did Lu figure out her secret? Or was he just bluffing? Surely, Silly would never say anything. Would he? Lu Ermi, stop slandering me. Silly and I have nothing to do with each other, she shouted. If you keep making up lies, I'll go straight to the village team captain and spill every shady thing you've done. Sneaking off work, stealing grain, and all your other dirty tricks. Lu Ermi, smug with his position as the co-op team leader, had indeed leveraged it to do plenty of sneaky, selfish things. Fine, go ahead and tell him, he sneered. What do I care? Worst case, I become a deputy captain or just another able-bodied worker. No skin off my back. His smirk turned sinister. But you? Once the rumors start flying, everyone will say, Hu Xiuquan is a tramp who even stooped to fooling around with the village idiot. He thought he'd cornered her. Of course, if you agree to be mine, I'll patch up your reputation and make sure you're well fed and dressed. Is it a deal? You? I'd rather die than agree to your terms. Get it through your head. You'll never have me. Tears streamed down her face as she seemed to mentally prepare herself for the worst. Fine by me. I'll take my leave now. Let's see how you like what's coming your way. Just as Lu Ermi turned to leave, I stepped in front of him, blocking his path. Hey, idiot, what's your problem? Didn't you hear her say to let me go? Before he could finish, I grabbed him forcefully, pinned him to the wall, and locked his arms in place. My blood boiled with rage. I wanted to end him, right then and there, but I knew she was watching. Die, you scumbag! I roared, then began pummeling him without mercy. Stop. Xiaochuan, tell him to stop, or I'll spill everything about you too. Go ahead. Tell everyone, she screamed, her voice raw with emotion. I don't care anymore. At least I've got someone on my side. Someone who even dares to fight for me. I'm done putting up with crap like yours. Me was panicking, thinking, how is this fool so strong? In no time, a few women, drawn by the smell of drama, showed up at the doorway with their children. Hu Xiaochuan's heart skipped a beat. Her last shred of hope shattered in an instant. Just when despair had taken hold of her, I stepped in to speak up for her. He tried to take advantage of Sister Xiaochuan. I'll beat him to death, I yelled, throwing a punch right into Lu Ermi's face. So that's why Lu Ermi skips work, to come harass Hu Xiaochuan? I've heard rumors he likes Xiaochuan, but she wouldn't give him the time of day. Who knew he'd try something so despicable? This Lu Ermi is truly scum. From inside the house, Xiaochuan's cries were loud and clear to everyone outside. Who else could have caused this mess but Lu Ermi? Lu Ermi's face twisted in anger. That fool dared to accuse me? No, something felt off. Did the fool get his memory back? Impossible. If a young man like him had regained his memory, he'd never keep playing a fool and hold back from tearing me apart. The thought twisted his resolve, and his gaze grew sinister. You all forced me into this, he shouted, breaking free slightly. Don't believe the fool's nonsense, he screamed. Yeah, I like Hu Xiaochuan. Everyone knows that. But she's the one seducing the fool. I caught them in the act. And that's why the fool's beating me up now. It's all to shut me up. Gasps erupted from the crowd, their interest peaked. The drama had escalated into an unexpected revelation. Lu Ermi, you liar. How dare you slander me? Xiaochuan's voice was shaky, but her panic was evident. She had, indeed, been involved with me secretly. Who would have thought Lu Ermi's wild accusations would hit so close to the truth? You're calling me a liar? Then why would you stoop to be with the fool, but refuse to be with me? Lu Ermi shot back venomously. Xiaochuan stammered, her mind blank. Smash. With another punch, I cut him off. He threatened Sister Xiaochuan. Taking the lead from my words, Xiaochuan pulled herself out of her daze. Yes, Lu Ermi's been harassing me, trying to make me his woman. I refused, so he put his hands on me. It was only because A Chao overheard and came to my rescue that I escaped. The crowd eyed the broken door, connecting the dots. It did seem to align with her explanation. He saw A Chao beat him, and, out of spite, started spewing lies about us. Xiaochuan exclaimed confidently, her voice growing steadier. You shameless pair of cheaters. Deny it all you want. Lu Ermi yelled, digging his heels in. Fine, go on, kill me if you dare. Silence me, and there'll be no evidence. Huh, Lu Ermi, you're scum and proud of it, huh? Fine, I admit I wanted to make a move on her, but every word I've said is true. Hu Xiaochuan seduced the fool, and if I'm lying, may the heavens strike me down. Huh, who would believe a thug like you? I swear to if it comes to that. Xiaochuan's voice trembled slightly, realizing the danger of the situation. Rumors like this, even if untrue, could ruin her reputation, and worse, her relationship with me was real. All right then, Hu Xiaochuan, swear to the heavens. A sharp voice interrupted her. It was the village women's committee head, Lu Damei, her stance stern and authoritative. Lu Damei, Lu Ermi's very own sister, had arrived. Xiaochuan's heart sank. Blood is thicker than water, after all. Elder sister, you're here just in time. Lu Ermi began, only to be cut off mid-sentence. Shut your mouth. But I said shut up. Lu Damei walked into the room, gesturing toward me with a tap on the shoulder as if to ask me to let up. But I didn't. I landed a few more punches for good measure, leaving Lu Ermi with a bloody, battered face. Lu Damei could only sigh. He probably deserved it anyway. Xiaochuan, what exactly happened here? She asked calmly. Lu Ermi dared to open his mouth again, but was immediately silenced by Lu Damei's sharp glare. Director, it's just, I've been feeling unwell these past few days, Xiaochuan began, recounting the events truthfully. The villagers outside listened closely, their immediate reaction to curse Lu Ermi for being trash. Now what about you and A Chao? Lu Damei asked, clasping my hand as if to shield me from escalating things further and turning Lu Ermi into ground meat. It's simple. Lu Ermi got beat up, saw the crowd coming, and started slinging mud at both of us. Xiaochuan responded swiftly. I didn't. I really saw it. Lu Ermi barked. Where's your proof then? Lu Damei challenged him. I saw them on Mount Demushan. For a moment, my heart skipped a beat. Did he see us for real? But I quickly recalled. That day, I had used the radar, and no such thing happened. He's lying. There was absolutely nothing between A Chao and me. Xiaochuan quickly fired back. Nothing? Didn't you go up to the mountain that day? Lu Ermi pressed smugly, hoping to expose her nervousness further. To buy time, Xiaochuan snapped back. I went to gather wild vegetables. What's it to you? Why were you following me up there in the first place, huh? I. Enough. Lu Ermi, if you don't have evidence, stop talking nonsense. One more word, and I'll personally haul you to the village committee for a public review. I. I swear I saw them. Lu Ermi stubbornly persisted. Then where exactly on the mountain were they? What were they wearing? Lu Ermi clammed up at the questioning, averting his gaze and refusing to answer. That's what I thought. I know your character all too well, Lu Ermi. Damei scolded, clearly disappointed. What other people do isn't your business. You've slandered a good, honest woman. How do you expect Xiaochuan to live her life now after this mess? Addressing the crowd, she added sternly, nobody here better spread a word about what happened today, or there will be consequences. Now everyone, go on, back to your own business. Director, thank you so much. Xiaochuan climbed down from the Kong and clasped Damei's hands with gratitude. No need to thank me. My brother is a mess, I know. Don't let him bother you. I promise he won't be troubling you again, Damei said with a weary sigh. Hey Chow, let the brat go. He's learned his lesson, Damei said softly, looking at me. But I didn't budge a bit. Lu Ermi, battered and bloody, wailed for me to let him go. I didn't care one bit. No one was going to stop me from teaching this guy a lesson. He pleaded desperately to his sister for help, but Lu Damei didn't move a muscle. She knew me too well. Once I, the fool, decided on something, not even someone as powerful as their father could change my mind. Instead, Damei turned around and scolded him. What are you yelling for? Apologize to Xiaochuan right now. If you kill me, I still won't apologize. Lu Ermi barked defiantly. A minute later, groaning in pain, he'd finally caved in. My blows proved too much. Beaten down, he apologized to Xiaochuan, admitting fault for the lies he told about us. Damei quickly attempted to smooth things over, framing everything as a misunderstanding and reassuring Xiaochuan that she'd deal with her brother privately. I stood up slowly, albeit with one final kick to his ribs for good measure. He coughed up blood, a couple of his teeth knocked loose from the force. Helping her brother limp out the door, Damei barely managed to drag him along while muttering her final warnings. Younger brother. At the door, Lu Ermi shook her off and snarled, saying he would kill me in a few days. Lu Damei lowered her voice and warned him. If you keep causing trouble, what will you do if that fool stops being foolish one day? How will you deal with the consequences then? She remembered the time when Lu Ermi was caught wearing torn shoes and later got beaten by me so badly he became a fool. She knew the guilt she carried, but a brother is still a brother after all. Lu Ermi gritted his teeth, saying he couldn't swallow this insult. Lu Damei gave a cold sneer. You made him foolish, but do you think he swallowed that feeling easily? If he does recover, you'll be the first person he'd come after. Keep this up, and you'll end up dying surrounded by women. Having said that, she threw him a stick and walked away. Lu Ermi stood there with a dark, brooding face, cursing under his breath. Even beaten into a fool, he still dares to go against me. Fine. Last time I didn't finish off your father, but just you wait. He limped away using the stick. Inside the mud brick house, Hu Xiaochuan wrapped her arms around mine, signaling for me not to go outside. She was afraid if I went out, I might beat Lu Ermi to death, causing even bigger trouble. To be honest, this kind of closeness, if something hadn't already transpired between us, she would never act this way with someone unrelated. I gently wiped her tears away, my movements soft. She seemed relieved that nothing happened and tried to push me away, but before she could, I suddenly pulled her into my arms. She whispered quietly, asking me not to, but holding her like this made me lose myself a little. Hu Xiaochuan sighed in her heart. She regretted what happened that day in the big wooden mountain. And now look where it's led. Me wanting more, sooner than she expected, and certainly not under these circumstances on a day like today. She blushed and offered herself to help me. This was her first time with something like this, making her feel incredibly shy. I don't have many hobbies. This one's just my favorite. An hour later, I buckled up my pants and handed her a package wrapped in paper, a bundle of venison meat. I had prepared it before to avoid drawing attention to my storage space abilities. Hu Xiaochuan's eyes widened slightly. She hadn't eaten meat in 3 months. She asked me where I got it. I told her there was more at home and insisted she take it. She looked at my simple, foolish face and was unexpectedly touched. So few people ever helped her sincerely, and those who did often came with ulterior motives. She never imagined someone truly good would be a fool like me. She hesitated and pushed it back, saying she couldn't accept it and that I should bring it home for my family. Hearing her, I turned and started climbing onto her bed. Startled, she said, Okay, I'll take it. I swear. She quickly accepted the meat and thanked me. I waved it off, saying no need to thank me. These things are a man's responsibility, just like earlier. I closed the door as Hu Xiaochuan went to rest. I sneaked into the storage room. Sure enough, There I found a birch bough and 5 arrows. The arrowheads were iron, the shafts made of birch wood, and the fletching was crafted from domesticated goose feathers, well made and reusable. The bow itself was simple and not hard to use. Trading a chunk of meat for a bow was a fair deal. I slung the bow and arrows over my back and propped up the courtyard gate I had accidentally knocked over. Not enough time to fix it today. I'd get to it another day. For now, I needed to head to the mountains and bring something home for the family. It was time to improve the food on our table. Reaching Big Wooden Mountain, I activated my tracking radar. It felt a bit taxing. It seemed I overexerted myself earlier in Hu Xiuquan's place. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare have her work so hard for an hour straight. The radar highlighted a red dot. It was a hare. But before long, it hopped away and disappeared like a blur. Too nimble. Even a hunting rifle might struggle to hit it. Walking along, my thoughts wandered back to the Zhao brothers, Dajan and Erjan. I even brought a shovel, just in case. If I encountered them in the lower hills, I'd bury them right there. On the higher peaks, I'd simply throw their corpses away. As I was contemplating this, a sharp bird call broke through the air. I crept closer. It was a beautiful male pheasant, though its female companion was a bit plainer. Still, we men are the better-looking ones anyway. I crouched low and inched forward slowly. Pity I didn't have a hunting dog. Without one, pheasants can fly too high to catch easily. Drawing the bowstring back, the birch bough creaked faintly. Hopefully, that wasn't the sound of it breaking down. I took a deep breath, closed one eye, and aimed at the bird about 10 meters away. Whoosh, an arrow flew. The pheasant fluttered briefly before going still. Got it. Lucky for me, the sharpshooter ability came with enhanced aim. But as I approached, I realized the arrow had hit its head. Odd, as I'd been aiming for its body. Hitting anything at all must have been sheer luck. Pulling out a knife, I made a small cut on the bird's neck to bleed it while still warm. It'd taste better that way. Then I stored it in my inventory before continuing the hunt. As expected, the female bird had already fled, every creature for itself in times of crisis. Nibbling on a cornmeal bun, I kept searching. The forest in May was lush and green, with a refreshing breeze blowing through it. Early summer in the north felt pleasant. A squirrel on a tree chirped mockingly as if calling me an idiot. And it had a point. My poor archery skills had caused several small animals to escape. Ultimately, I managed to bag only 2 pheasants, one large and one small. For a first hunt, this was pretty good luck. I also found a decent haul of morel mushrooms while scouring the area. These were valuable treasures. I remembered dried morels fetching $300 a pound in modern markets. Judging by the light, it was about 4 p.m. Time to head home. Any later, and my younger siblings would start worrying, just like last night when old man he and his wife went out searching for me, which had set off some uncontrollable events. I had stuck around this area hoping to bump into the Zhao brothers, but hadn't seen any sign of them after hours. Forget it, there'd be other chances. I started humming a tune as I descended the mountain. Barely half a mile into my trek, my lips curled into a faint grin. Wasn't that one of them now? Well, look who it is, the big fool. Didn't think you'd be out hunting, huh? Zhao Erjan sneered. He was looking at me like he'd just spotted his long-lost saint, gleaming with excitement. Clearly, he thought catching me was his lucky break. To be fair, he was also looking for me. He just chose to wait while I actively searched. Not bad, huh? You even caught 2 pheasants for me, he said smugly. If not for me interfering yesterday, he and his brother would have already had their fill of meat. Taking food from someone like that, that's a grudge he wouldn't let go. He slowly pulled a curved sickle-like blade from behind his back. It was originally a farming tool, meant for harvesting crops. Gripping the blade, he advanced slowly, bloodlust gleaming in his eyes, like a hunter cornering a lamb. I squinted and activated my tracking radar. No one else within 100 meters but him. I thought Zhao Dajan might be nearby too, but oh well. Hey, big fool, don't you love to smile? Come on then, show your grandpa Erjan a smile. He mocked, brimming with arrogance, too confident to take me seriously. Heh, I chuckled coldly. Moron, he spat. In the next instant, his eyes widened in shock, his expression froze. Above him, a hefty wooden stick swung down hard. Thud! A dull thump echoed. Zhao Erjan's head rang as the sickle clattered to the ground. Without a sound, he slumped over like a sack of grain. I stood there, gripping the 1-meter-long thick wooden club with one hand, panting hard, swallowing my nerves. It was, after all, my first time doing something like this, and it sent a mix of adrenaline and jitters coursing through me. After a few moments, I bent down to pick up the sickle. I checked his breathing, still alive. I dragged Zhao Erjan to a spot not far from the road and slapped him across the face. Smack! His mouth opened slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. Ah, hurts so bad. Awake now. Fool. You. Smack. I slapped him again. Stop wasting time. I'll ask, and you answer honestly. You're not a fool anymore? He asked, stunned, clearly not expecting that I'd been faking it this whole time. I had no time for his disbelief and got straight to the point. Was it you and your brother who ambushed my old man with a club last night? He was still dazed, struggling to process. 3 years of me acting like a fool, and suddenly this? Not easy to believe. I placed my sickle against his throat and repeated the question without any room for nonsense. No, it wasn't us. We were home all night, arguing over some old mountain celery. He blurted in fear, utterly shaken by the cold version of me. I narrowed my eyes, trying to judge if he was lying. I swear on the heavens that it's true. No need. Then, Brother Chow, can you let me go now? He asked cautiously. In his mind, this wasn't such a big deal. If I hit him earlier, it was nothing more than blowing off steam. You've got quite the smile, don't you? Come on, let your Grandpa Chow see that grin again. He froze, the damn irony. Those were his exact words to me earlier. Thinking it was just petty revenge, he forced out a weak smile. Ha. Idiot, I sneered. I swung a heavy log down on his head with all my strength, then grabbed both his arms, smothering his nose and mouth. Struggling was useless. This method left almost no evidence behind. Cutting his throat would have gotten messy. 5 minutes later, after confirming he was dead, I stored him into my dimensional storage space, activated the prey tracker, and avoided the marked red zones while heading deep into the mountains. Farther and more remote than the time I hunted with Hong Lian. I dumped his body into a ravine where no one ever ventured, but wild animals would surely come. To ensure predators would find him, I pulled up his shirt to expose his belly and struck his head a couple more times, just in case he decided to magically come back to life. Once the scene was cleaned up, I hastily made my way back to Dongtuan village. By the time I returned, the sun was nearly set. With a large bough slung over my shoulder and 2 wild chickens in hand, I scratched my head and grinned like an idiot. Villagers gathered around. Asha, you actually know how to hunt, one shocked middle-aged lady exclaimed, pondering how even the village fool could catch prey. She began mulling over whether her own son should give hunting a try tomorrow. I gave a couple of silly chuckles in response. Another lady came over and stopped me. Asha, these have toxins. Eating them will give you diarrhea. Before finishing her sentence, she reached out to take them. I lifted the chickens just out of her reach, smirking internally at how bad her performance was. I like eating them, I replied before walking off briskly. Did she really think I was still dumb? Along the way, others tried to lure me into their homes, trade grain for my catch, or bombard me with questions. I mentioned offhandedly that Sister Xiuquan gave me the bow. Coincidentally, I passed by Hu Xiuquan's house. Knock, knock. Asha, why are you here? She peeked outside. Hurry home. I'll bring you some wine next time when we're outdoors. Holding up one of the wild chickens, I said, for you, sister. You went hunting? She was stunned. Sister, I want to shoot you. I mimicked pulling the bowstring. Finally realizing I'd taken off with her bow and arrows, she accepted the wild chicken begrudgingly. After all, I'd given her half a pound of meat earlier in the day. Sister, take it. I handed over the chicken, then leaned in close. Come on, give me a kiss. Asha, you're shameless. She tried to resist, but seeing no one was around, she leaned over. Only for me to act first, stealing a heavy kiss. Ugh, you're so bad. Bam. She slammed the door shut, her face as red as a blushing bride. I smirked. Messing with this widow now and then was unexpectedly fun. Back at home, 3 people were waiting for me in the courtyard. My younger sister squatted on the ground. My wife stood nearby. An old man, he sat smoking his pipe. Dad, I told you Big Bro would come back. You fool. Where'd you run off to? Ah Chow, are you hungry? Hearing their concerned voices warmed my heart. Even though I hadn't spent much time with them and they weren't truly my family, they'd become a special kind of family to me. Little sister, wife, old man. Big Bro, don't call Dad old man. Call him Dad. Stupid boy, mind your manners. I couldn't be bothered explaining to my naive little sister. Walking towards them, something suddenly felt hot in my head. I stumbled, smashing my forehead into the grindstone, and everything went black. Ah Chow. All 3 rushed over to help me up. What happened? Why'd he collapse out of nowhere? Ah, Dad. Big Bro's bleeding from his head. Ooh, where'd he get a bow? And wild chickens? Dad set those questions aside, focused on getting me inside to dress the wound. Half an hour later. Dad, Big Bro's awake. We shouted. The 3 crowded around me. Sis, I said upon waking, dropping the act. Yes, Big Bro still recognizes me, she said, relieved. I thought you went dumb again. Wife, I called out to Liao Xiaoman. Yes, Ah Chow. Does your head still hurt? Are you hungry? She spoke softly. I nodded. A bit hunger. Big Bro, this is Dad. Do you remember him? I nodded again, then added, old man. Oh no, bro. He's Dad, not old man. It's just old man. Fine, old man it is. Does it still hurt? I smiled faintly. Just a little. Father and daughter continued taking turns asking questions. I patiently answered every one, more clearly than before, although still keeping it short. Ah chow, what's 1 plus 1? He dad tested me. Dad, come on, that's easy. Even I know that. Shall we chimed in eagerly. Okay, big bro, what's 1 times 1? Watching this dumb sister of mine, I was speechless. Was she for real? I said jokingly. 1 times 1 is 2, and 2 times 2 is 4. Right? Big bro got it all right. He's not dumb anymore. My sister was ecstatic, while I thought to myself, who's the real fool here? Couldn't she hear the mistake? Ah chow, do you remember who did this to you? He dad pressed cautiously. The three looked at me nervously. I furrowed my brows, pretending to recall the event, then slowly shook my head. He sighed deeply. If he knew who had hurt me, there'd be an all-out fight. Then do you remember your past? Grinning, I nodded. Bits and pieces. Carefully, I shared fragments of memory. Dad, brother isn't that dumb anymore. That's great. He shall we exclaimed joyfully, then suddenly tilted her head, eyeing the wound on my forehead, her face lighting up with a mischievous idea. Dad, brother hit his head once and got smarter. What if he hits it a few more times? The corner of my mouth twitched. This really is my biological sister. Do you even hear the nonsense coming out of your mouth? I was just pretending, and you're actually buying it? I glanced at Father He seemed to be seriously considering this. Was the old man losing his mind too? You little rascal, are you trying to kill your brother? Father, he scolded. I sighed in relief. Thank God, he's still normal. But then, the next moment, Ah Chow's injured for now. Let him heal first, then he can try again. Oh, you're absolutely right, Dad. What the? So basically, you two are only holding off because I'm hurt? Once I'm healed, you're still planning to knock my brains out again? Then Father's tone shifted. So what about your wife? Do you recognize her yet? I glanced at Liao Xiaoman. She shyly lowered her head, her fingers fiddling idly, looking a bit nervous. She had been listening from the side all along. Hearing I wasn't so dumb anymore, she was overjoyed, probably even hoping I'd bash my head into the millstone a few more times to fully return to normal. Oh, how nice that would be. She's the wife you traded grains for, I said seriously. Then do you know my name? As she asked that, she looked at me expectantly. She wanted to be remembered, to matter to someone. Liao Xiaoman, my wife. She smiled faintly. It seemed I really wasn't that dumb anymore. She hoped my wounds would heal soon, so maybe. Father, he could have me bash my head again. Father and daughter bombarded me with questions nonstop, even forgetting to eat at one point. I ended up spilling the story of my hunting trip, explaining it in broken sentences since, well, they could understand just enough. I'm hungry, I finally said, cutting their interrogation short. Father, he chuckled heartily. Almost forgot. Everyone sit down for dinner. Let's eat some roe deer meat. Shall we? Go grab the leftover deer meat. We had planned to stretch the 6 or 7 pounds of roe meat for a few days, but with hardly any salt to preserve it, we aimed to split it across 5 meals, even carving out tomorrow's portion. Father, what'll we eat tomorrow then? Still got that wild chicken, don't we? Now that your brother can hunt again, we'll be all right. Oh, and I traded for some grain today too. The 4 of us sat by the table and started eating. Dad, why does this roe deer taste better with every bite? Shall we muttered mid-chew, then absent-mindedly plucked an onion and tossed it into my bowl. Brother, this one's tasty. The corners of my mouth twitched again. Do you see me as the dumb one? Or yourself? I picked up a tender piece of half-fat, half-lean meat and placed it into Liao Xiaoman's bowl. Wife, don't go hungry. She sat at the table, still a little reserved, barely picking at the dishes. When I did this, she froze for a second and looked up at me. I smiled faintly at her, different from how I smiled at my sister or Father He. This one carried a mix of tenderness and care. She murmured quietly, continuing to eat, her eyes glancing around as if to absorb the warmth of this family. They genuinely seemed to care for her. After dinner, Father He busied himself plucking the chicken feathers in the yard. Shall we was squealing over how pretty the feathers were and collected them in a bundle. Wife, let's take a bath together, I said suddenly. Back then, people didn't bathe daily. It was May, temperatures hovering in the 50s or 60s Fahrenheit, so once every few days was enough. But today, I had to clean up. I could smell the blood on me. Liao Xiaoman's face turned red instantly. When I was dumb, she'd reluctantly help me bathe. Now that I wasn't, she suddenly felt too shy. Ah chow, you can bathe yourself now, can't you? I can't wash thoroughly. You're better at it, I teased, draping an arm over her shoulder and gently nudging her toward the makeshift fence bathroom. But I'm not feeling so well, she stammered, her stomach cramping a little. I paused, placing my hand on her forehead. Not feverish. Wife, where does it hurt? It's nothing. Let's go in. I'll help, she said hesitantly, clearly flustered, stealing nervous glances at Father He and Shall we. Are you sure? I'm sure. The two of us disappeared behind the fence enclosure. While I bathed, She kept her head lowered the whole time. I couldn't resist teasing her a couple of times, turning her face into a deep crimson. Same as last time, by the time I finished bathing, she hadn't even removed her clothes yet, too shy to eye me. Newlyweds, especially the shy ones, were always this adorable. Ahem. Father, he cleared his throat audibly, calling from the yard. Ah chow. Now that you're back to normal conversation, you'd better pick up the pace. I'm waiting to hold my grandchild. This old man, what do you think I am, a factory assembly line? Kids don't just pop out like that. Yeah. I chuckled but didn't respond. Oh, one more thing. Do you want to go back to work? I can talk to the team leader, rack up some more work points for the household. I shook my head. I'd still rather act like I'm not fully back yet. Father, he understood immediately. If the people who hurt me before found out I was fine, trouble would follow for sure. But you're well enough to hunt in the mountains. I can manage. TSK still? I'm uneasy. Why don't you go with Hong Lian next time? Watch out for each other. All right. Just then, a flicker of firelight appeared outside the door. The three of us in the yard turned to look. A man with a lit torch approached with two others trailing behind him. At that moment, I was crouched in the yard, bickering with Xiao Wei over chicken feathers. She was thoroughly unimpressed, while I was having a blast. Hey, if you're going to play dumb, go all in. As we argued, three figures stepped into the yard. It was Zhao Dashan, the village team leader, and his assistant, Lu Ermi. Father, he stood up, holding the wild chicken I'd hunted earlier, and raised a brow. Team leader, what brings you here? Let's talk inside, the team leader said, waving a hand dismissively. The air suddenly felt tense. Father, he immediately tensed up. Did something happen in the village? Not exactly, the team leader said, eyeing the wild chicken in Father He's hand. Old he, where did that chicken come from? Father froze. All this solemn drama, just for that? Ah Chow hunted it on the mountain, he answered, showing them the wound from where the bird had been bled, even pointing at the big hunting bow leaned against the wall. The three men leaned closer, inspecting it carefully. It was indeed a properly processed catch. But would a so-called dumb man know how to hunt and bleed an animal? Who would believe that? The team leader cut right to the chase. Old he, Zhao Dashan here suspects Ah Chow stole his brother's prey. And Zhao Erzhan never made it back from the mountain yesterday. My heart sank, but outwardly I kept fiddling with the chicken feathers, looking as clueless as ever. Zhao Dashan couldn't help but chime in. Uncle he, did you know that Ah Chow threw my brother down the mountain yesterday? That idiot. Who are you calling an idiot? Father, he snapped, his face darkening. No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is Ah Chow attacked us for no reason. I suspect he did something to my brother and took off with his kill. Got any proof? Father, he shot back. My father was infuriated, shouting, You're throwing all kinds of filth at my son. Zhao Dashan was just as agitated, arguing back. Look at this wild pheasant, drained of blood. Could A Chow know how to do this? Why wouldn't he? My A Chow is even married. If you're so capable, why don't you get yourself a wife? My dad's sharp retort left Zhao Dashan speechless. After all, he was still a bachelor. The village chief quickly tried to mediate. Old he, calm down. It's not about the pheasant. We're worried about Zhao Erzhan. He hasn't come back yet. He might be in danger up in the mountains. You know there are wild animals everywhere. My dad glanced over at me. With my past reputation for being a fool, he wasn't entirely convinced I could pull off something like draining a pheasant's blood. But he had absolute faith I wouldn't be stealing or lying, because I was his son. And if I had done something, it would only be because someone first provoked me. 2 days ago, Hong Lian took A Chow hunting in the mountains, and it was your two brothers who ambushed them. Now you're twisting the story to smear us. My father grew increasingly emboldened. Zhao Dashan tried to make excuses. We didn't rob them. We traded some wild celery for Hong Lian stuff. Celery? Do you have any meat to trade? Bring it over. I'll take it all for my he family. Another jab from my dad left him stuck once again. At this moment, Lu Ermi, who had been quiet the whole time, finally spoke. His beady eyes, however, kept darting toward my sister, He Xiaowei. I noticed everything. That scumbag. While I was sizing him up, my wife, Liao Xiaoman, came strolling out from behind the fence. Lu Ermi's eyes lit up the moment he saw her, the kind of stare that churned my stomach. I wasted no time, pulling my wife close by the waist. Wife, you smell so sweet. Hey Chow, stop it. People are watching, she replied, her face glowing red with embarrassment. The three onlookers froze, dumbfounded. A fool, married to such a beautiful woman? They hadn't heard about this. The village chief snapped out of it. Old he, let A Chow come over so we can ask him directly. My dad called me over, but I refused to let go of my wife, playing up the fool act to the end. After much back and forth, I was finally dragged forward. A Chow, where did this pheasant come from? Big sister Xiuchuan gave it to me. I hurriedly grabbed my bow, purposely fumbling to demonstrate its use. Lu Ermi's face darkened. He was still licking his wounds after I'd given him a beating this morning. And now, who Xiuquan dared to lend her bow to a fool like me? And who taught you to drain the blood like this? My dad pointed at the injury in the pheasant. Big sister Honglian, I explained, mimicking a motion of throat slitting. I hadn't expected Zhao Dashan to corner me like this. Looks like I'll need to deal with him. And lure me? Just based on that filthy look he gave my wife and sister earlier, he's not living to see tomorrow. Did you see anyone else while you were in the mountains today? I pulled my shirt over my head. Vegetables. Eating wild vegetables. After a lengthy interrogation, everyone concluded that A Chao had only seen villagers foraging for greens and no one else. He's lying. Zhao Dashan wasn't ready to give up. You little bastard, I've tolerated you long enough. My dad pointed a finger at him. Zhao Dashan stumbled back in fright before finally scurrying away. The village chief, looking awkward, offered a polite remark before leaving. Congratulations on A Chao landing such a great wife. Once everyone was gone, my dad asked me outright, A Chao, did you run into Zhao Erzhan in the mountains? I shook my head. This secret was staying buried with me. No one would ever know. All right, head to bed early. Work on giving me a plump grandson soon. He chuckled as he continued cleaning the pheasant. I gleefully darted back into the house, jumping straight into bed and hugging my wife from behind. I'd held back long enough. It was time to finally make a move. Hey Chao, stop playing. I have something to tell you. She began, but I cut her off with a kiss. She tried to push me away. Wait, hey Chao. Maybe next time, okay? I'm not feeling well. Testing the waters, I slid my hand forward, but she quickly blocked me. That's when I finally understood. She was on her period. Silly wife. A Chao will just have to wait a little longer. I'm so sorry, A Chao. I wasn't doing it on purpose. Don't apologize. It's not your fault. I dropped the act and spoke in a softer voice, comforting her. She froze, staring at me in surprise, as if she hadn't expected me to actually be kind about this. Liao Xiaoman had been unloved from a young age, but now my entire family treated her well. She slowly relaxed in my arms, eventually drifting off to sleep. Once she was sound asleep, I carefully got up. I wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully until Lu Ermi was dealt with. Grabbing my weapon, I sneaked out of the courtyard. I activated my tracking radar and headed straight to Lu Ermi's house. But just as I moved closer to his door, I noticed something odd. 2 red dots on the radar. Pressing myself against the outer wall, I began to eavesdrop on a hushed conversation between a man and a woman. You're done already? That was so fast, you useless man. 10 minutes isn't fast. What more do you want? Ermi, do you think that fool might have recovered his senses? Impossible. Nobody could fake being that stupid. Just last month, I tricked him into peeping at someone bathing, and he actually fell for it. Then how did he beat you up so easily? Gutless man, you're nothing but a joke. The woman's voice sounded familiar. It was Wang Qin. I smirked to myself. Years ago, I'd caught this very pair in the act, and it was Lu Ermi who ambushed me afterward, leaving me brain damaged. I'd love nothing more than to have that fool's wife in my bed. And his little sister too. Lu Ermi's disgusting voice filtered out. Well, this piece of trash dared to lust after my wife and sister? I decided it was time to adjust my plans. If tonight didn't go as planned, I'd get my hands dirty tomorrow. The thought of letting this scum live another day was unbearable. Calling an audible, I made my way to Wang Qin's husband, Tian Guitong. You might be wondering what my endgame was. It was simple. I'd unleash Tian Guitong's wrath on those 2 adulterers and watch it all burn down. And if that didn't work tonight, I'd handle it myself. Reaching their house, I scribbled out a bold message on a piece of paper, then hurled a few stones at their courtyard gate. Thud, thud. A light turned on inside, and soon Tian Guitong stepped out. With a face showing mild confusion, he surveyed the empty courtyard and scratched his head. Just as he turned to go back inside, he finally noticed the 2 sticks on the ground, each pinned with a piece of paper. Picking them up, his expression darkened as he read the message. The committee meeting, huh? Damn it. If that woman's cheating on me, I'll chop her to pieces. Minutes later, Tian Guitong stormed off with a chopping knife tucked into his waistband. 4 minutes later, Tian Guitong reached Lu Ermi's courtyard. The door wasn't locked, so he walked straight up to the house. From inside, moans and laughter echoed, fueling his seething rage. Gripping the knife tighter, he slammed open the door, charging in with a fury no one would soon forget. The scene before him was shocking. His wife was pinned down on the heated brick bed by Lu Ermi. Lu Ermi, you miserable scumbag. You dare touch Tian Guitong's woman. Lu Ermi, petrified, tumbled off the bed in a panic, trembling from head to toe. Brother Tong, it's a misunderstanding. Really? Misunderstanding? You're on top of my wife, and you call this a misunderstanding? Tian Guitong wasted no time grabbing his blade and swinging it down. No, Guitong, you'll get caught if you kill him. Wang Qin jumped in to stop him, pleading. Slut, you're defending him already. Tian Guitong shoved her aside with a brutal kick, spitting on the ground. Then, he brought the blade down. One swing, then another. In just a matter of seconds, Lu Ermi stopped moving, lifeless on the floor. But that didn't stop Tian Guitong. He kept hacking away until the mess was unrecognizable, a horrifying sight. Wang Qin, sobbing, pleaded desperately. Guitong, I was wrong. I'll never do it again. We're husband and wife, remember? Oh, now you remember we're married. Tian Guitong sneered coldly, raising the blade once more. When the room finally fell silent, Tian stood amid the carnage, staring at the two lifeless bodies, and then his own bloodied hands. Suddenly, he threw the knife to the ground. I've killed someone. I killed someone. He repeated the words to himself, his voice hollow, before suddenly bolting out the door. I had witnessed it all, or rather, overheard everything. Once Tian Guitong left, I activated my radar tracker and quietly snuck away. Honestly, I didn't expect things to go this smoothly. With this thorn removed from my side, I felt more at ease than ever. As for killing through the hands of someone else, I don't feel the least bit guilty. Lu Ermi wasn't a good guy to begin with. Back in the day, he tricked me into giving him food and money from my family. When my father went to confront him, Lu twisted the story and even beat up my dad viciously. The next day, the villagers found the bodies of Lu Ermi and Wang Qin. The police arrived at the scene, and based on the information provided by villagers and clues at the site, they concluded this was likely a crime of passion. Tian Guitong was nowhere to be found, though the police discovered traces of blood in his house that matched the victims. Tian Guitong was named the prime suspect, with most of the evidence pointing to him. A warrant went out for his arrest, and the hunt began. On the same day, an elderly man mentioned seeing him walking toward the town and even offered him a ride. But so far, he remained at large. The third day, I was preparing to head up to the mountains, carrying my large bow and a burlap sack. Ah Chow, wait a moment. My father called out to me, hurrying over. For the past couple of days, he had been dead set on not letting me leave the house, afraid I'd run right into Tian Guitong. Son, be honest with me. What were you doing outside the other night? His question startled me. So he knew I had gone out that night? Did he figure something out? No matter, I just play dumb for now. I scratched my head and gave a silly smile, saying nothing. Ugh, you simple-minded fool, my dad grumbled impatiently. You have a wife at home, yet you're still wandering off. Which widow was it this time who talked you into sneaking out? That's when I let out a breath of relief. So he didn't know anything after all. Ah Chow, bad tummy. I mumbled sheepishly with a laugh. All right. As long as that's it. When you get up the mountain, make sure to find Red Lotus. Stick to her and do as she says, got it? Got it, I replied, just as I was about to leave. Ah Chow, when I turned around, it was my wife, Liao Xiaoman. She was holding a small sickle and a burlap bag, her head wrapped in a faded headscarf that revealed a thin, delicate face. I'll go with you, she said, wanting to help out the family. Brother, I want to come too. My sister He Xiaowei came running out after her. I felt warmth in my chest, but couldn't let them join this trip. The mountain trails were tough, my wife was on her period, and my sister was so frail that if she tripped or bumped into something, it could really hurt her. Better to wait until they were in better health. I placed my left hand on my sister's shoulder and my right arm around my wife, gently guiding them back into the courtyard. Leaning in close to my wife, I whispered, "You're not feeling well. Next time, I promise." Liao Xiaoman's face turned slightly red. She didn't expect me, the so-called dimwit, to even understand what a period was. "Shall we stay home with your sister-in-law? I'll be back soon," I said softly, no sign of my usual foolishness in my tone. He Xiaowei froze for a moment, as if sensing that her brother seemed different today. Not like the half-wit they were so used to. I didn't go to find Red Lotus. This time, I wanted to hunt on my own, bringing back enough game to trade at the supply co-op. Maybe I'd get a new period pad for my wife. The one she had was so worn it had been washed countless times. Perhaps some brown sugar too, to nourish both my wife and sister's health. They were often dizzy and lightheaded, the result of malnutrition. Coo coo. A bird call snapped me out of my thoughts. The sound was so familiar. Hazel grouse. I crept closer to confirm, and sure enough, a group of plump hazel grouse were hopping around on a low tree. Locals called them flying dragons because their feathers looked like scales. From my storage, I pulled out a slingshot that I'd lifted from Hu Xiuquan's house the other day. It was still functional. For ammunition, I used dried clay pellets I had carefully shaped and hardened over the past few days. Though not as hard as rocks, they flew true and got the job done. Zzz whiz. Thud. A perfect hit. Down went one bird. The rest flapped and chirped loudly, with half flying off and the other half stupidly staying behind. That's just what hazel grouse are like, and they've earned the nickname, the idiot of the bird world. Whiz. Another one dropped. For the next hour, I stalked and shot until I had bagged 8 of them, each weighing about 6 to 8 ounces. All had been clean headshots. Anything less wouldn't have killed them since the clay pellets didn't have much force. I stashed them away in the hidden space I carried. A sudden hum snapped me to attention. I activated my prey tracker, and two large red dots appeared within 100 meters. Wild boar? Or more silly deer? If they were deer, I'd take the chance and go for it. I had arrows in my quiver and confidence in my aim after all the practice in the courtyard. Parting the undergrowth, I saw them, and my heart leaped with joy. Two silly roe deer were drinking from a stream, cautiously lifting their heads to scan their surroundings after each sip, feigning alertness. I immediately drew my bow, taking a slow, deep breath before aiming. There was no time to hesitate. If they finished drinking, they'd leave. I released the arrow as soon as I had my shot lined up. Whiz. 30 meters out, the arrow struck one of the deer's neck. It let out a startled cry and bolted, the arrow trailing behind it. Retrieving my bow, I quickly gave chase. The wounded deer wasn't running fast, and I could see its movements clearly even from a distance. To conserve energy, I turned off the tracker. About 50 or 60 meters later, the poor creature collapsed to the ground, its breath faltering. It wasn't large, maybe 50 pounds tops. Following what Red Lotus had taught me, I pulled out my knife and got to work, draining the blood, gutting, skinning. It was my first time processing a game, and it was hands-on but clumsy. Still, when it came to skinning, I made sure to take extra care. Being slow didn't matter much. The hide was valuable and could trade for a good amount of supplies. It took me nearly 2 hours to finish the job. Blood was splattered all over me. Tired as I was, the sense of accomplishment made up for it. I packed everything into my storage space when suddenly, a dog bark echoed in the distance. Woof, woof. The sound was powerful and deep. It definitely wasn't an ordinary dog. My heart raced as I quickly opened the hunting tracker, showing two large red dots and a smaller, faster-moving one heading straight in my direction. Oh no. With all this blood on me, it was likely the dog would mistake me for prey. I bolted, looking for a tree that would be easy to climb. Without hesitation, I scrambled up one. At the moment, climbing was my best bet. Hunting dogs aren't easy to deal with, and even if I took one down, there'd be people following close behind. I was running out of energy, and time wasn't on my side. From my perch, I kept my eyes locked on the hunting dog's path. It was getting closer, fast. Wait. A flash of green at the base of a tree caught my eye. My gaze shifted, and my heart skipped a beat. Wild ginseng. A four-leafed one at that, known as Four Leaves or Ginseng Club in the trade. They say that when someone stumbles upon wild ginseng, the first thing they're supposed to do is shout, "Ginseng Club," and declare its value. That's tradition. But right now, woof, woof, woof. A massive black dog emerged from the bushes and barked furiously up at me. Its build was bulky yet sleek with muscle, easily weighing 36 or 37 pounds. It was fierce, no doubt about that. These days, only the wealthy or hunters could afford to keep dogs. Ordinary families could barely feed themselves, let alone spare food for a pet. Not long after, two figures appeared, panting as they caught up to the dog. I froze for a moment. It was Zhao Dashan and Old Man Zhang, a seasoned hunter from the eastern village. What were these two doing together? I became instantly wary, gripping my weapon and mentally preparing to summon my bow if things escalated. You idiot. Of all the people, Zhao Dashan was the first to speak, pointing at me with frustration in his voice. His younger brother had been missing for 2 or 3 days, and as an elder sibling, he was determined to find him, dead or alive. He'd even hired old Hunter Zhang to use his hunting dog to track his brother. After running around all day, they stumbled upon me instead. No wonder he was furious. Ah Chow, what are you doing this deep in the mountains? Zhang looked genuinely shocked. This was the entrance to the remote wilderness. How on earth did someone as dull as me end up here? Hunting birds. Caught lots of birds. I pulled out my slingshot and showed off 2 pheasants tied to my belt, the kind we locals call flying dragons. Of course, I had deliberately brought them out after spotting the 2 men. After all, anyone wandering this far into the mountains needed a plausible excuse. Ah Chow, did you really catch those yourself? Zhang seemed skeptical. Though pheasants weren't exactly rare, they weren't easy prey for someone like me. He stole them. This fool must have robbed my younger brother. Zhao Dashan's eyes burned with envy as he stared at the birds hanging from my hip. Why should some simple-minded fool catch prey while he and his brother struggled to survive on wild vegetables? Hey, idiot. Where's my brother? Thief. Thief trying to take my stuff. I covered my belt protectively, playing the part of an idiot who wouldn't let anyone take what was mine. Zhang, what if we just take this fool's catch? Zhao whispered to the older man. Meat was a rare luxury these days. Everyone craved it. I slowly tucked my slingshot behind me, staying out of sight as I prepared to summon my bow if needed. At this range, I was confident I could take Zhang down first. He was armed, after all, and therefore the biggest threat. It all depended on his next move. Zhang stayed silent, staring at me intently. Zhang, Come on, a single pheasant would fetch a good price. I don't even need one. Take them both. Zhao tried to coax him, clearly driven more by spite than hunger. He still hadn't let go of the grudge he held against my father for an argument long past. My grip tightened. Veteran hunters like Zhang weren't to be taken lightly. A gun in his hands was quick and deadly. I was confident, but not without risk. Enough, Zhang finally barked, silencing Zhao. I may be a hunter, but I'm no thief. Besides, Ah Chow, what's with all the blood on you? His eyes shifted to my blood-spattered clothes. He'd clearly noticed long ago that I was covered in animal blood, yet bore no wounds of my own. Ah Chow, come down here, he said, slinging his gun across his back to show he meant no harm. I hesitated, but after a moment, I climbed down. The second my feet hit the ground, though, Zhao kicked me hard. I stumbled forward, landing near the wild ginseng. In the brief moment of cover, I swiftly plucked it and stored it away. A single piece of wild ginseng could be worth its weight in gold. This old ginseng club had to be a good ounce. If these two saw it, I'd lose a fortune. When I got up and turned around, Zhao had already retreated behind Zhang. The man might be brash, but he wasn't stupid. Head on, he wouldn't stand a chance against me. I stared at him with a dopey expression, thinking to myself that I'd let him reunite with his missing brother very soon. Zhang tested me again. Ah Chow, seriously now, where's all that blood from? Before I could answer, the distant calls of the hunting dog interrupted us again. Arriving on the scene, all we found was a bloody mess. The creature had been torn apart, leaving behind only paw prints, drag marks, and a pool of blood. My heart sank. The delay while preparing the carcass had likely attracted other predators. It was a reckless move. Next time, I'd store game quickly and process it somewhere safer. When pressed further, I claimed I'd just stumbled across the scene, and Zhang believed me. Why would a fool like me lie? Ah Chow, stick with me, he said. I'll make sure you get home safe. Protecting me from wild animals or getting lost made sense to him. We're supposed to find my brother, though. Zhao protested, annoyed. No thanks. I scratched my head. Ah Chow wants to go home. To show gratitude, I handed Zhang one of the pheasants, a small gift for the man who had once helped my family. Years ago, he'd sourced the herbs that cured my sick sister, charging us barely anything in return. While we'd paid him, the favor still held weight. By the time I got home, it was past 1 in the afternoon. Villagers on the way couldn't help but eye the large sack I carried, whispering about what might be inside. They assumed it was just wild vegetables. There wasn't a trace of blood on me, making game unlikely. Brother, you're back. Ah Chow. Perfect timing. Wash up and eat. My family didn't expect me home this early and welcomed me warmly. Where have you been? My father asked gruffly, puffing on his pipe. Bits of mud still stuck in his hair from the morning's work. He saw Red Lotus, and Red Lotus said, I never went to her in the first place. Ah Chow went up the mountain. I handed him the sack. You rascal, didn't I tell you to go with Red Lotus? His words sounded chiding, but deep down he was just worried about me running into danger. He took the sack, peeked inside, and his eyes widened. Ah Chow, did you catch all of these? The two sisters-in-law came over, chattering excitedly. Whoa, big bro, so many flying dragons. Did you really catch them all? Xiaowei was so thrilled, she kept stomping her foot. Their feathers are so beautiful. I smiled, which was my way of confirming it. Liao Xiaomin widened her eyes too, as if she were seeing a treasure she'd never imagined before. The sack contained 7 flying dragons and 4 gray squirrels. No exaggeration, this was the most valuable haul she'd seen in her life. My father poured out the contents, laid them out neatly, and the more he looked at them, the happier he became. Ah Chow, why don't we sell these? Though I'm his son, he respected my opinion since I was the one who hunted them. I nodded. Let's sell them and use the money to buy fabric for my wife and little sister. Yay, big bro, you're the best. Xiaowei jumped onto my back, laughing nonstop. She hadn't had new clothes in years. Liao Xiaomin pursed her lips, feeling warm inside. Her situation had been even worse. She couldn't recall ever wearing new clothes in her lifetime. But what moved her wasn't the promise of new clothes. It was the way I always thought of her whenever good things came my way. I had never treated her like an outsider, and the He family genuinely cared for her as one of their own. When her sister forcibly swapped her out to marry a fool, she thought it was the nightmare of her life. But to her surprise, marrying into the He family turned out to be the best decision she'd ever made. What about me, you cheeky kid? My dad asked. I'll buy something nice for the old man too. Truth be told, my dad wasn't old, just in his 40s. Now that's more like it. Hey, after we eat, go tell the team captain I won't be working today. I've got something to take care of. I'll make up the work points later. My dad couldn't stop smiling. The flying dragons were a gourmet delicacy and could fetch a hefty price. He planned to head to the co-op right after the meal to sell them. Got it, Dad. Just as Xiaowei responded, a woman's voice came from outside the door. Oh my, dear-in-laws. Where did all this game come from? Everyone turned their heads to see a sharp-faced woman standing there, accompanied by a young, beautiful girl. Mom? Sister? Liao Xiaoman muttered, her smile stiffening instantly. Discomfort and resistance seemed to bubble up straight from her core. Oh, it's the in-laws, my dad greeted them with a forced smile. A guest was a guest, after all, let alone the fact that it was his daughter-in-law's mother. Wow, such beautiful flying dragons. Liao's mother wasted no time scurrying over and squatting down to grab one, her eyes lighting up. She'd eaten plenty of meat in her time, but a flying dragon? Never. And who could say no to more meat? You're quite the hunter, huh, in-law? If she'd known earlier, she would have demanded more money and grain back when negotiating. In-law, I don't hunt. Then these? She questioned. My son caught them all. Mentioning his son brought a proud grin to my dad's face. In-law, quit joking. Liao's mother didn't buy it. She couldn't imagine a fool being capable of hunting anything. It really was my son, my dad reaffirmed. No way. Your son's. Isn't he simple-minded? Liao's mother couldn't stop herself. You're the simple-minded one. He shall we puffed up in anger. The more she looked at this woman, the more irritated she became. Storming over, she snatched the flying dragon back and guarded it behind her. You little devil girl. Liao's mother started, but my dad quickly coughed twice. Ahem ahem, what brought you to Dongtuan village, in-law? He asked, taking a deep breath to stay polite. Oh, I was just missing my daughter and thought I'd pop by to see her. What's the matter? You're not welcoming us. Liao's mother replied, glaring harshly at a clearly uncomfortable Liao Xiaoman, who kept her head down, hands clenched. Of course you're welcome. Have you eaten yet? As the family elder, my dad wanted to set an example, not to let his daughter-in-law down. Hee. Actually, Xiaofang and I are quite hungry, Liao's mother said, eyeing the flying dragons with a gulp. With so much wild game lying around, she was determined to eat her fill before leaving. The truth was her purpose in coming to Dongtuan today was to scope out a match for her other daughter, but the Wang family wasn't home. Hungry, the two decided to impose on the He family. She'd been expecting coarse cornbread at best, not flying dragons. Jackpot. But as the thought crossed her mind, another did too. Could it be that the He family had hidden wealth all along, and their complaints about the bride price had all been a ruse? Had they tricked her? No way. She had to get something out of this visit. Perfect timing. We were just about to eat, my dad said, struggling to keep his expression composed. Deep down, he was starting to wonder what had happened to turn their in-laws into this kind of people. They hadn't acted like this before. Xiaofang, come on in and try some wild game. Liao's mother called out, heading straight into the house like she owned the place. At the door, she abruptly stopped and barked at Liao Xiaoman. Hey, you worthless thing. Go grab some extra bowls and chopsticks. Then she plopped herself down at the dining table, ready to dig in. Liao Xiaoman responded instinctively, rushing off for dishware. She couldn't help it. Some deep-seated fear of her mother still made her jump to avoid scolding or worse. Dad, I don't want them eating here. He shall we pouted. Oh, it's just one meal, don't get mad, my dad whispered, trying to placate her. I'll get you canned fruit later. Really? Shall we brightened briefly but scowled again at the sight of the mother-daughter duo. Come on, let's eat, my dad called out. Bits of cornbread and wild greens filled the table. Liao's mother looked around, then frowned. Where are the flying dragons? My dad sighed. He knew this wasn't the most hospitable, but he had to sell the flying dragons quickly before they lost their freshness. In-law, we need to head out later for some errands, so I'm afraid you'll have to settle with this for now. I'll save a couple of the gray squirrels for you to take home and try. He glanced at me, silently seeking my approval as the one who caught the game. I frowned, clearly unhappy about it. My dad wasn't thrilled either, but Liao's mother? She was downright livid. In-law, what's this supposed to mean? I came all the way here, and you're hoarding the flying dragons to sell while we get cornbread and greens. Feeling cornered, my dad mustered a smile. We really do need to head out soon. Next time we'll prepare something properly for you. In-law, don't think I don't know. You just want to sell those flying dragons, she accused. That's right. We'll sell them to cover household expenses, my dad admitted. Hide. Since you're so busy, just leave me 3 flying dragons to take back. I don't want the gray rats, she said confidently. You're good at hunting, aren't you? You got 7 today, you can get 7 more tomorrow. For flying dragons and 4 gray rats left should be more than enough. Xiaofang's face lit up with excitement. Mom, I've always wanted to try dragon soup. Xiaofang, we'll have it tonight. The mother and daughter laughed together, while every member of the He family sat there with darkened expressions. My dad's face turned serious. Back when they negotiated the bride price, he paid exactly what they asked for, even borrowed extra when they hiked up the price, because getting a bride for his son was a major milestone. But this mother-in-law, she just keeps pushing her luck. Dear in-law, my son Chao worked hard to hunt those flying dragons. Giving you 2 gray rats is generous enough? my father said. What did you say? The mother-in-law acted like she misheard him. I said, 2 gray rats are generous enough. Wait, are you saying those were hunted by Chow? She almost let fool slip out of her mouth. My sister he shall we burst out in anger. That's right. My brother hunted them. Got a problem with that. The mother-in-law stared at me, noticing my calm and composed demeanor, clearly not foolish at all, and froze. Wasn't it said that Chow is a fool? You're the fool. He shall we was about to snap, but my dad held her back. None of that matters. Everyone's hungry. Time to eat. My dad, eager to sidestep the chaos, grabbed his chopsticks to begin the meal. But the mother-in-law wouldn't drop it. Dear-in-law, is Chow really not a fool anymore? I understood her calculation immediately. Had she known I wasn't a fool and could even hunt, she wouldn't have married off her least favored daughter, Liao Xiaoman, to me. She'd have sent over her eldest daughter to reap the benefits instead. Realizing this, she glared hatefully at Liao Xiaoman, the worthless burden who had grown chubby and stubbornly still hadn't centralized any wealth back to her maternal family. Are you people going to eat or not? My dad's tone turned sharp. You clearly told me your son was a fool. Now, suddenly, he's not. What's going on? My dad stood from his seat abruptly. So because my son isn't a fool, now you're upset about it? That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? The mother-in-law grew defensive, her anger boiling over. Why did you deceive me claiming your son was a fool? What deceit? My son just got better recently. Is that so hard to believe? Caught off guard, the mother-in-law's frustration turned to anger against Liao Xiaoman. You worthless brat, she snarled and raised her hand, aiming a slap at her. Liao Xiaoman kept her head lowered, too numb to even flinch. Smack! I caught the mother-in-law's hand midair, my eyes growing cold as I stared her down. You fool. What do you think you're doing? Without saying a word, I dragged her out and tossed her into the courtyard. She howled in pain. Just as Liao Xiaofeng was about to speak, I scooped her up and flung her after her mother. The mother and daughter scrambled away in terror. In these times, a fool beating people wasn't exactly illegal, and no one dared to pick a fight over it. Once they were gone, he shall we beamed. Brother, you were amazing. Then she turned on my dad. Dad, you were no help at all. My dad scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I couldn't be sure about their character before. But then he gave me a thumbs up. Chow, well done. You did something your old man couldn't do. Noticing tears in Liao Xiaoman's eyes, my dad quickly tried to ease the tension. Daughter-in-law, don't blame Chow. It was my idea for him to act that way, he said softly, worried about her feelings. I stepped forward, gently wiping her tears away. Don't be scared, wife. With us around, no one can bully you. She had barely stopped crying but, hearing my words, suddenly broke down again. Not caring about everyone's eyes on her, she buried her head in my chest, tears flowing freely. I lightly patted her back. It's okay, just cry it out. You'll feel better. For once, I didn't mind if she looked messy while sobbing. Pent-up grievances need an outlet. After a while, she wore herself out crying, leaving a wet patch on my shirt. I carried her over to our Kong bed gently, so she could rest properly. After lunch, my dad fretted over a large sack of flying dragons. With all the fabric and sugar coupons spent on the bride price, he wondered if the town supply depot might reward some extra coupons in exchange for the catch. Old man, you head out first. I'll follow soon after. Chow you, my dad didn't get to finish before I darted off like a flash. He couldn't help but grin. Looks like Chow's foolishness is lessening by the day. Maybe after another knock on the stone mill, he'll be cured entirely. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? Me, sister. The door creaked open as Hu Xiuquan peeked outside. Without missing a beat, I slipped right in. She sighed, resigned, and closed the door behind me. Chow, haven't I told you? Before she could finish, I turned and kissed her. Her little fists beat against my chest, but gradually, they softened, relaxing into open palms as her eyes gently shut. Minutes later, breathless, I slowly let go of Hu Xiuquan. Her cheeks flushed bright red, and she gave me a playful slap. Chow, you're less obedient by the day. You smell nice, sis. She glared at me, half scolding. You're so naughty. Keep this up, and I won't talk to you anymore. I knew the truth. When the country's textiles were distributed earlier this year, she must still have some cloth tickets left. Sister, I need cloth tickets. Cloth tickets? What do you need cloth tickets for? She asked cautiously, clearly worried I might give them away to someone else. Going to town with the old man, to buy. All right, but let go of me first. No. If you don't let go, how am I going to climb onto the bed to get them for you? She laughed and sighed at the same time, probably wondering how she got tangled up with me in the first place. What would people think if they found out? Then I'll carry you. Before she could object, I scooped her up. She yelped in surprise, instinctively looping her arms around my neck. Put me down quickly. I can get them myself. She stammered, flustered, being carried by a man younger than her by 4 years as if she were a child. I like carrying you, I said simply. She was absolutely helpless against me. Outside, two little birds chirped noisily. What transpired made both of us nervous, especially since it was broad daylight. She shot me a sharp look and gave me a hard punch on the arm, only for me to turn around and kiss her again. Go now, Chow. What if someone sees you? She whispered anxiously. Here. I handed her 3 semi-fat, sand-colored pheasants I had left at the door before entering. Birds freshly hunted on my way down the mountain that morning. They weren't as rare as flying dragons, but were still fresh meat. You caught these too? She held the 3 plump birds, weighing about 8 to 10 pounds combined, staring at me as if she didn't recognize me. That look said she might be starting to think, maybe this fool isn't so foolish after all. Thanks, Chow, but just 1 bird is more than enough for me. She tried to push them back. 2 of them. I couldn't argue with her, so I had to take it back. After all, the slingshot was hers to begin with, and giving her food seemed fair. Besides, we already had that kind of relationship. Kiddo, why are you taking so long? Dad, he, clearly worried, had waited on the road for over an hour. I smiled. Fabric coupons. Ah Chow has fabric coupons. Where did you get them? I found them. Found them? Dad, he furrowed his brow. You better not tell me you stole them. Ah Chow, we might be poor, but we cannot stoop to stealing or lying. I froze, not expecting him to be this worked up. An older sister gave them to me. His brows furrowed even deeper. It must have been some young widow. Which older sister? I need to thank her properly. Just an older sister. I hopped onto the borrowed bicycle and avoided the topic, brushing it off. This kind of excuse might work on fools, but it won't on me. Ah Chow, just tell me, and I'll buy you some canned fruit. He mentally plotted to hunt down that sneaky woman who dared to lure his kid. I ignored him. He kept pedaling, coaxing me along the way, while I stayed silent. An hour later, we arrived at Pingy Town. The place wasn't as bustling as it had been in the morning, with fewer people around. Dad, he took me straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. Ah Chow, keep an eye on the bike. Don't let anyone steal it. I wasn't thrilled. I had still planned to sell the roe deer. Left with no choice, Dad, he hefted the bike onto his shoulder and dragged it into the cooperative, making us the center of attention. For the first time, I got a clear look inside the co-op. The sunlight slanted across enamel mugs lining the counters, and staff in blue jackets all turned toward us. From a rear courtyard, I could hear laborers unloading goods. Newly arrived fabric was being taken into storage, and the scent of kerosene and dried vegetables filled the air. Comrade, what do you need? The store clerk assessed us. Seeing we could afford a bicycle, they figured out our family wasn't completely destitute, but our tattered clothes spoke volumes. Comrade, I've got fresh hazel grouse, just caught. Do you take them? Daddy got to the point. Of course we take them. The clerk's eyes lit up. Hazel grouse were top-tier delicacies. Dad, he passed him the sack, revealing 7 vibrantly feathered hazel grouse. They were stunning. Before the clerk could say anything, Dad, he quickly interjected. Comrade, my son recently picked up some serious hunting skills. This is only his 2nd time, and he already brought down a roe deer on his first try. He went on, emphasizing that I had real skills, promising plenty of future cooperation. The clerk understood, but knew words alone wouldn't seal a deal. Only skill counted in this new relationship. After all, we were strangers to him. Here's the deal, comrade. At most, I can throw in an extra sugar coupon and an oil coupon. That's the best I can do. Smiling, Dad, he nodded, satisfied that his talking hadn't been in vain. I thought it was fair too. Many places wouldn't even offer extra coupons. In the end, the 7 hazel grouse sold for 2 yuan each, totaling 14 yuan and 7 fun. In 1955, that was a pretty decent price. Dad, he, content, headed to the fabric section. The co-op carried 3 kinds of fabric: plain weave, twill, and patterned, ranked in price from cheapest to most expensive. Looking at the fabric coupons in my hand, I realized they weren't nearly enough for our family of 4. A single adult autumn shirt needed 3 to 4 chi of fabric, a cotton padded coat would take 6 or 7, plus cotton stuffing, and cotton required coupons too. Thankfully, it was May or June now. We didn't have to worry about getting cold, and it would only get hotter over the coming months. As long as we finished the cotton coats by October, we'd be fine. And there were 5 months to earn more money. I wasn't worried about money. That unharvested 4-leaf ginseng alone was worth a few hundred yuan, at least 300, and on the black market, probably several times more. While Daddy picked out fabric, I asked the clerk, Comrade, do you buy roe deer meat and skins? He glanced at me and replied with a single word, yes. I nodded but turned to watch a woman in a chong sam. From her back, at least, she had a graceful figure, wide hips, a slim waist, and fair skin. The clerk, Lu Guangping, noticed and smirked. Hey, comrade, you got your eyes on her? I can set you up, ha ha ha. Comrade, why would you want to harm me? I snapped out of it and nearly glared my eyeballs out. The woman was all looks from the back. A total back view scam. Ahem. Let's just talk business. Lu said awkwardly. Even he had to admit, the Cheongsam lady was not attractive. Fur prices depend on size and condition, and meats priced by the gene. He suddenly paused. Clearly, he doubted I had anything to sell. Comrade, come back to discuss prices once you've actually got something to show. I didn't pursue the matter further. He was right. Hunting success spoke louder than words. Before long, Daddy finished his shopping. Half a gene of white sugar, matches, canned fruit, coarse salt, 3 towels, 2 mirrors. The towels were for us kids, loose white liquor, a scythe, and some other tools. He also picked out bean oil. Each household only got half a gene worth of oil coupons per month. Then, as he checked his pre-written list, he realized something. Darn it. He hadn't bought a token gift for the person from whom he borrowed the bike. Throw in a pack of handshake cigarettes. I caught the longing in his eyes. 1 pack enough. More than enough. I've got my pipe. Carrying our big and small purchases out of the co-op. Dad, he looked utterly content. It seems that in any era, retail therapy is a thing. Let's head home. He grinned from ear to ear, a grin impossible to hide. Wait, I suddenly said. What now? Let's check out that side over there. We stopped in front of a state-owned restaurant, and I clutched my stomach. Old man, wait here. I'll be back in a bit. Hey, you know the way to the restroom. He propped up the bike, squatted down, and toyed with the unopened pack of cigarettes, wondering just how smooth they'd be. They were so expensive, with only 20 sticks in a pack. I walked off, but couldn't help glancing back at him. Sneaking into a hidden spot, I pulled out a burlap sack from my space and stuffed the roe deer inside. After ensuring no one was around, I hoisted it up and walked straight to the supply and marketing co-op. Comrade, aren't you the one from earlier? The store clerk started to say, then abruptly stopped. Without a word in response, I placed the cut of venison on the weighing scale. With liver and heart included, that's 24 pounds and 6 ounces. At market price, a deer weighing over 40 pounds, but once skinned and drained, leaves only about 60% as meat. The clerk grew interested in me. The name's Lu Guanping. And what might yours be, comrade? Just call me a chow. I got straight to the point. I want to sell this deer meat. Can I exchange it for some ration tickets? Which ones are you looking for? Clothing tickets, liquor tickets, cigarette tickets, sugar tickets, and maybe fabric tickets. I listed them all in one breath, leaving him visibly startled. Well, not all at once, of course. In the future, whenever I bring in game, Brother Lu, do me a favor and give me as many tickets as possible. I've got a big family to feed. After some thought, he nodded. Let's start with a few now. I'll make up the rest later when I can. Does that sound all right? That works. Thanks, Brother Lu. For my first transaction, this wasn't bad at all. I shopped around the counter for a while, managing to spend the last penny I had. Brother Lu, do you accept wild ginseng? I leaned in and asked casually. You have some? He seemed electrified by the question. I chuckled, just asking. If I ever get lucky and find some, who knows? Yeah, of course, he said, thinking I was kidding. After a few pleasantries, we parted ways. Hauling my bags of loot back home, I caught my father frozen in shock. Within the time it took him to relieve himself, I'd somehow returned with more goods than what was tied to his entire bicycle. A chow, haven't I told you before? If it's not ours, we don't take it. He knew very well I didn't have a single cent on me. That only left stealing, robbing, or scavenging as options. I found some cash by the roadside and used that to buy things. I replied nonchalantly. You found it. I nodded. He quickly scanned the surroundings and whispered, all right then, let's move before anyone sees us. My father wasn't a saint. He wouldn't steal or rob. That was his bottom line. But if no one claimed something left behind, there was no use in playing the fool. Move. Let's go quickly. The two of us pushed our heavy flying pigeon bike, rushing away as fast as we could. On the way, my father was in an unusually good mood, even humming old tunes from his younger days. He was visibly tired from the walk, but visibly pleased too. He was already picturing the way my little sister would leap in joy and call him the best upon seeing the haul. As he thought more about it, a youthful energy seemed to return to his steps. A chow. I've never brought home this much stuff before. Your mother would have been so happy to see it. I froze for a second. If Mom did see it, we'd all be in trouble, wouldn't we? He clapped a hand heavily on my shoulder. Ever since Xiaoman married into the family, things have been smooth sailing. You'd better treat her well. Then, his expression turned serious. If I ever find out you're fooling around outside, I'll break your legs. I was stunned. All this effort I put in, and it's credited to someone else? Sure, she's technically family, but still, that's my hard work. Forget it. If getting caught sneaking around leads to consequences, then the solution is simple, just don't get caught. The thrill's half the fun anyway. By the time we returned to Dongtuan village, the sky had darkened. Good grief. Old he, did you strike gold or something? Some villagers, still carrying their farm tools, gave us incredulous looks. A small crowd gathered, ogling our haul with unabashed envy. Hee, just bought a little something. My son just got married, gotta celebrate a bit, my father said, visibly enjoying the attention. I had to nudge him a couple of times to steer him away. Otherwise, he would have stayed, gloating forever. Old man, enjoy it while it lasts, I muttered. Life only gave me 2 moments to feel proud. First was marrying your mom. Everyone envied me back then, marrying such a beauty. He chuckled, wistful and regretful in equal measure. Uncle He, a chow, you're back already? Red Lotus, Hong Lian, spoke up as she neared on her way home from the fields. Little Lian, how come your mom didn't come with you? My father always had a soft spot for their mother-daughter pair. She's not feeling well, but it's nothing serious. She'll recover in a couple of days. I'll stop by tomorrow to check on her then, he offered. You're very kind, Uncle He. A chow, see ya. With that, she turned to leave. But I called out, Sister Hong Lian. What is it? This. I pulled a few pieces of candy from my pocket and slipped them into her hand. Before she could say thanks, I turned and walked away. When she looked down, stunned, she noticed alongside the candy was a rare plastic hair clip, something almost impossible to come by these days. She stood there staring at it, stunned for a long time, before heading home. In the yard, my youngest sister, He Xiaowei, perched with her chin on her hands, was craning her neck. Sister-in-law, why aren't Dad and my brother back yet? It's so late. Liao Xiaoman, my wife, let out a soft laugh from the house. They might show up any minute now. Hey, I heard Dad's voice. Xiaowei jumped up, gleefully bouncing towards the gate. Brother, my father's brow twitched. Was she only excited about her brother? Next breath, Dad. Ah, sweet girl. Come inside quick. Your dad brought you something nice. Xiaowei shoved me aside and sprinted to the back to unload the bicycle. Dad, brother, you're back. Xiaomin greeted us with her gentle smile after seeing our cheerful trio. Wife, get the oil lamp. Our village didn't have electricity. We relied entirely on kerosene lamps. Sure. Letting go of her chores, she grabbed the lamp. A chow here. As I took it, I brushed my fingers lightly over her hand. She flushed bright red, immediately pulling back, scolding me in her mind for being such a shameless flirt in front of her father-in-law and Xiaowei. Time for the loot split. Xiaowei cheered excitedly. I, still with kerosene-stained fingers, pinched her cheek mischievously. So nosy. Dad. Brother smudged my face with kerosene. She stomped her foot, puffing her cheeks while wiping her face frantically. Really? Looks pretty shiny. Suits you. Even my father joined in the teasing, only to hold up a can of fruit preserves with a smirk. Look at this, fruit preserves. Do you want some? Xiaowei eyed it warily. All right, if you don't want it, I'll give it to your brother. No, I want it. She quickly snatched it and hugged it close to her chest. You little miser. After a while, Xiaowei brightened back up. Though she was already 14, an age where many in other villages might have been married, our father and I pampered her like a kid. Time to eat. Dinner was cornbread, spring onions, mugwort sprouts, and 2 cooked voles. The other 2 were salted to eat tomorrow. The wild vegetables were gathered by my wife and younger sister after searching for half a day, showing just how sought-after wild vegetables are out there. After dinner, I handed the 2 packs of cigarettes I bought to my dad. He froze for a moment. Ah chow, these are for me? Yeah. I responded and headed back to my room. He held up the cigarettes, examining them for over 10 seconds, muttering, this kid always wastes money. But he couldn't hide the smile on his face. In his entire life, aside from the clothes my mom made for him, these cigarettes were only the 3rd gift he had ever received. The second one was from Hong Lian's mother. Ah chow, Yugli. Liao Xiaoman stared at the mirror, looking at the somewhat unfamiliar face staring back at her. She hadn't looked at herself closely in ages, used only to blurry reflections in water. I hugged her gently from behind. You're beautiful. I love you, Xiaoman. You're just trying to sweet-talk me. These past few nights, I've been complimenting her non-stop, making her dizzy with my words. I'm serious. My wife is beautiful. Once I fatten you up, you'll look even better. What are you saying? That sounds like you're talking about a kid. She covered her face with her hands, but the blush still seeped out through her fingers. Suddenly, I let her go. When she opened her eyes again, there was a crystal hair clip sitting in her hair. She froze, staring at it blankly. Does it look good? Yeah. Her eyes grew moist. This was the first gift she had ever received in her life. But just as the mood was settling in, I ruined it. Wife, you're crying. How ugly. You're the ugly one, ah chow. She half laughed, half cried as she spun around to playfully punch me, but I caught her completely off guard with a kiss. As the kiss deepened, her lips tasted sweet. That sweetness came from the candy I slipped into her mouth. In that moment, her heart was even sweeter than the candy. When we separated, I grinned. Wife, you're so sweet. Stop joking, ah chow. It's just the candy. Before she could finish, I turned out the light and pulled her into bed. With the blankets pulled up, we whispered to each other quietly. She nestled into my arms, as if it was already second nature. Ah Chow, I'm sorry, she murmured. What are you apologizing for? Is this about what happened with your mom today? Yeah, she nodded. Did I cause trouble for our family? Nonsense. How could this be your fault? They were the ones out of line. But it still hurts in my heart. Hurt? Let me check how much it hurts. I started teasing her again. Ah Chow, stop messing around. I'm being serious. Oh, then let's see how serious it is. Oh, stop it, Ah Chow. The heavy mood dissolved in an instant. Whatever she wanted to say, I had managed to disrupt it all, leaving her both exasperated and amused. Early the next morning, around 4:30 a.m. Ah Chow, move your hand. I have to get up. She whispered softly, her face flushed with embarrassment. I played dead, like a log. She gave me a gentle nudge. I know you're awake. Let go. If Dad sees I'm still in bed and haven't started breakfast, he'll call me lazy. I didn't move. So, she started to tickle me. I was ticklish, and a twitch in my face gave me away. Reluctantly, I let her go. She slipped out of bed like a little kitten escaping a cage, quickly dressing herself. Before she left, I couldn't help but say one more thing. Wife, you're so beautiful. She pursed her lips, saying nothing, but her smile was as sweet as honey as she stepped out the door. Ah Chow, I'm going to see Holian's mom. You take the big bike back to Uncle Wong. Dad, carrying his farming tools, fished around in his pockets and handed me 2 packs of cigarettes. Give these to him. Got it, Dad. After Dad left, Xiaowei bounced out. Brother, can I come too? Xiaowei, your brother's got errands to run. Let's stay home and work on some sewing. Xiaomin interjected. Her words had increased a lot over the past few days. Just a while ago, she was quiet, too tired and downcast to speak at all, almost like a robot. Now, she laughed and had a sparkle in her eyes again. After eating the white steamed bun, which I specifically asked her to make, I left home. She had hesitated to make it, wanting to mix it with other ingredients to stretch it out, but I insisted. That white bun was her most indulgent breakfast in ages. Once I was sure no one was watching, I stored the big bike in my storage space, taking out the pre-prepared package and carrying it with me into Hu Xiuquan's yard. The radar showed she wasn't home, probably at work already. Her front door was secured only by a wooden latch, which I easily pushed open. I set down a small bag of goods inside a large water canister and covered it back up. 2 pounds each of cornmeal and fine white flour, a toothbrush, tooth powder, bar soap, about 4 ounces of white sugar, a small mirror, 2 ounces of kerosene, matches, and a handful of candies. Altogether, it was worth nearly 2 yuan. This wasn't a gift, it was an exchange of equal value. Since I had taken her fabric ration tickets, I needed to repay her. In the black market of 1955, 6 feet of fabric tickets were worth about 1.2 to 1.8 yuan. Plus, she deserved a share of the money from selling that silly deer, since the hunting gear was hers. But this time, I decided I'd repay her with labor instead. It's just a little habit of mine. I can't give up my love for women. I pushed the bike to Uncle Wong's gate. In the yard were 2 identical 28-inch bicycles. Only one was new and the other old. Before I even went in, there was a creak from the inner room, and 5 pairs of eyes turned toward me at once. All older men. Chow. Uncle Wong, the bike. I propped it up. Oh, just leave it there. Uncle Wong stared at me for a good while. The slightly foolish look on my face made him unable to make me out. Chow, do you recognize this? He picked up the deer antler on the table, trying to test my intelligence. I took it and looked at it, a red cord with copper coins tied at both ends, and a deer antler. Wasn't this a tool for digging ginseng? Deer antler, copper coins. I made a gesture with both hands over my head twice, not smiling. Everyone understood. This kid wasn't stupid, but he wasn't all that bright either. Chow, you actually recognize it? Uncle Wong was shocked. He had never been able to communicate with me before. Then do you know what it's for? I shook my head. These are treasures for digging ginseng. Old Wong, why are you telling him this? Can he even understand? The others were impatient. Let's talk about when to go dig instead. Things are tight at home, and we need money. It's only May now. The medicine quality isn't as good as in late autumn. But by then, how many people will have to go dig? Who cares about the quality? We're not the ones eating it. A little worse isn't a big deal. Old Wong, you're the headman. When are we going? We'll go, but I want to take a new hand. Uncle Wong looked at me. Newcomers have good luck and are more likely to find ginseng roots. He's perfect, but he's an idiot. I think Chow is pretty good. Everyone thought it over. Stupid people have stupid luck, and besides, if he was sharing the money, what would an idiot know? Just give him a little something. Fine, I agree. Then we'll leave tomorrow. After they all left, I finally put down the deer antler, the red cord, and the quick-take divining sticks. Beside them were a digging pole, a deer bone awl, a hand hoe, and a hand shovel. It all looked pretty professional. Chow, looks like you're quite interested in these things. Uncle Wong, lend it to me for 2 days. I picked up the deer antler. Among these things, only this antler was the most unnecessary, and it wasn't even as useful as the deer bone awl. I couldn't use the rest at all. Uncle Wong's heart skipped a beat. Could Chow have found ginseng roots? It wasn't impossible. He knew I hunted, and yesterday he'd heard when I borrowed the bike from Dad. Afraid I wouldn't understand, he took a piece of paper from the Kong table cabinet, on which a ginseng plant's leaves and stem were drawn. I picked it up and looked closely, then made a look of sudden realization. So ginseng grows like this. Seeing my reaction, Uncle Wong felt 99% sure I'd never seen it before, which was good. That was exactly what you wanted in a new hand. Full of luck. This, I said, lifting the deer antler. Just a matter of luck. I can lend it to you. But you have to promise Uncle Wong that the day after tomorrow you'll go with us, okay? I shook my head. Going to learn a bit wouldn't hurt, but right now I wanted to hunt more. Digging ginseng could be done along the way. If there was any, I'd dig it, and if not, forget it. We'll deal with the future when it comes. Uncle Wong wanted to say more, but I left 2 packs of cigarettes behind, thanked him, and went out. Could Chow really have run into ginseng roots? Just then, Aunt Wong came in from outside. What's wrong? So urgent. I just heard that last night the fool father and son came back from town with a whole cartload of stuff. She embellished the story, mentioning fruit canned goods, soybean oil, fabric, everything. Uncle Wong was stunned. Could Chow really have come across ginseng roots? Otherwise, why would he suddenly have so much money and spend it so recklessly? Later I'll have to sound out old he. In his mind, a fool who knew nothing about digging ginseng was just wasting good stuff. And old he was no good either. If he had ginseng roots, why wouldn't he tell him? I came out of the house, thinking to myself that tomorrow I'd have to go up the mountain too. I was confident I could hide that 4-leaf ginseng well enough, but Uncle Wong and the others were a professional team. If they found it, I'd be losing out big time. The question was, where could I get deer bones or digging tools for ginseng? Forget it. If I really couldn't find any, I could just use wood or bamboo instead. As long as I didn't use metal and dug carefully, it would be fine. At noon, my dad came back from work to eat. The construction site wasn't far, so he came home every noon. As soon as he entered the yard, he ran into Uncle Wong. Old he back already? Old Wong. My dad was a little puzzled. He glanced into the house, but didn't see me. Old Wong, my son didn't return your cart handlebar? He returned it. He brought it back this morning. I thought that foolish boy had pushed the cart off somewhere. My dad breathed a sigh of relief. Given my family's situation, if the cart were lost, we simply couldn't afford to compensate for it. Uncle Wong handed him a cigarette, and the two of them walked and chatted into the house. I heard you brought back a whole cartload of supplies last night. Is that true? My dad smiled but said nothing, which was basically a tacit admission. You sly old he. You have wild ginseng and didn't even call me. Uncle Wong teased tentatively. My dad froze. What ginseng? Don't play dumb. Chow came to borrow deer antlers this morning. If not for digging ginseng, what else would it be for? Huh? Really? My dad looked blank. He truly didn't know. Seeing that he didn't seem to be faking it, Uncle Wong said, if you weren't digging ginseng, then where did you get the money last night to buy all those things? It couldn't have been that 7 pheasants were traded for 30 yuan's worth of goods, could it? Where'd you get 30 yuan? Nonsense. I was already lowballing it. People outside are saying you spent over 50. Total nonsense. So where did your money come from? My dad knew him well, so he didn't hide it. Only after looking outside to make sure no one was around did he say, I found it in town. There were vouchers in it, and a few yuan too. That was all we had. More than 13 yuan. It broke my heart. Oh, so that's how it was. Then your luck is really incredible. It's all thanks to my daughter-in-law bringing fortune to the He family. My dad looked at his wife and sister in the outer room, very satisfied. It was the first time Uncle Wong had seen Liao Xiaoman, and he was so envious. His own son only knew how to keep his head down and work hard, and even finding a wife was difficult. Old he, I'm heading off. If Chow wants to dig ginseng, remember to call me. I'm a professional, don't waste the ginseng. Oh, and when he comes back later, talk him into going up the mountain with us tomorrow to dig ginseng. Really? That'd be great. You really are considerate. But my dad paused and still respected my wishes. Old Wong, I need to ask my son first. What if he doesn't want to? Wouldn't I be blowing you off? What? As his father, you can't make the call. I'll still say the same thing. Whether he agrees or not, I'll come back and give you an answer. Uncle Wong had boasted to the 4 guys before that it was settled and that I would go. If I didn't go, he'd lose face. Old he, you've got to help me with this. I already promised them. All right, I'll talk to him properly. Not long after Uncle Wong left, I came back carrying 2 sand partridges, with a slingshot hanging from my waist. Chow's back. Liao Xiaoman called out with a smile. My sister, He Xiaowei, bounced out holding a new mirror and shining it toward the sun. Brother, are these pheasants? If they were pheasants, that'd be great. They're sand partridges. My dad chimed in while smoking his pipe. He still couldn't bear to smoke a pack of cigarettes. Brother, you're amazing. We've got meat to eat again today. I pinched my sister's cheek before handing her the birds. She ran plaintively to my dad and said, "Dad, look, these feathers can be used to make clothes again. There's barely any feather left. It's nowhere near enough. We saved all the feathers from chickens, ducks, and geese to make warm clothes for winter. Wash your hands and eat." Liao Xiaoman called out, and the three of us lined up to wash our hands as if we'd received an order. On the table were white flour-steamed buns, soft and fluffy. Even my dad couldn't bear to bite into them. "You brat, keep eating like that, and the white flour will be gone in a few days." After saying that, he took a huge bite himself. I ate big mouthfuls too. Finally, I was eating a proper meal. These past few days it's been either sick deer meat or wild pheasant. Everything tastes muddy and gamey, hard to swallow. By contrast, this gray squirrel meat, stir-fried with soybean oil, is really fragrant, and the bones are crunchy. As I ate, I kept serving dishes to my wife and younger sister. I didn't serve any to Liao Xiaoman. She wouldn't take meat on her own. In her heart, as long as there's something to eat, that's enough. The meat should all be left for us of the He family. A simple lunch, yet full of warmth. After the meal, my father asked, "Chow, where are you going tomorrow?" "To the mountain. Your Uncle Wang asked me to ask you whether you want to go dig ginseng with him tomorrow." I shook my head. No, I wasn't going. I hadn't expected Uncle Wang to specifically talk to my father. Was a newcomer that in demand? "Chow, to be honest, did you find some ginseng and want to dig it yourself?" Sure enough, Uncle Wang had pulled me into the team for a reason. Once I joined the lead diggers team, if I wanted to dig on my own later, I'd have to get his approval first. Going together was the rule. Of course, I could also sneak off and do it, but I didn't want to. I shook my head again. I just want to try my luck. "Oh, I see," my father believed me. If I said there wasn't any, then there wasn't any. Then why not learn a few things from Uncle Wang? If luck is good, you might dig 1 or 2 roots in a day and make a few to a dozen bucks. I still shook my head. It wasn't that I liked working alone. I just hadn't found a suitable partner. I didn't like Uncle Wang's personality or the way he did things. Fine, I'll tell him later. Throughout the whole exchange, I didn't smile, and my father had long since gotten used to that. In his eyes, my foolishness had gradually improved. I'd just become a little plain-spoken. As long as I was fine, that was enough. I took out the small knife and chopping knife I'd bought from the supply cooperative, sharpened them both, then found some wooden sticks and bamboo, and started making ginseng digging tools. The tools couldn't be sharp or have any thorns. They had to be rounded and polished smooth, or they'd damage the ginseng roots. I also had to make a few spares, so there'd be replacements if one broke. The next morning, "Chow." Liao Xiaoman seemed to want to say something, but hesitated. "Come home early." What she really wanted was for me to come back with some firewood, since the house had already burned through its supply. But remembering that I'd already done enough for this family, she held back and planned to go get it herself later. With my big bow on my back, a slingshot hanging at my side, a sack in my hand, and the tools I'd made, I walked along the village road. I didn't hide my gear. If you hide too much, it backfires. You go up the mountain empty-handed and come back empty-handed every day, yet the family situation keeps getting better and better. That would be suspicious. "Chow, heading up the mountain to hunt again," a woman said with a smile that hit a barb. "What hunting? He's just lucky because he's a fool. Can he really be lucky every time?" "Exactly. What can he shoot with that broken slingshot and broken bow and arrows? Even Hunter Zhang doesn't guarantee a catch every time." "Right. And I haven't seen Hunter Zhang for several days." I ignored them. As long as they didn't offend my family, they could say whatever they wanted. Passing by Hu Xiuquan's house, I'd originally wanted to see whether she was home. She was, but it looked like there were guests, and there seemed to be an argument going on. I wasn't in the habit of meddling, so I didn't stop and just kept heading toward Dima Mountain. Halfway up the mountain, I walked slowly, and whenever I saw good wild vegetables, I casually picked them and stuffed them into my storage space. Anything edible or useful, I put it all in. 1,000 cubic meters, just cram it in. After using it for a while, I discovered that this space could even be sorted with my thoughts, putting things wherever I wanted. Looks like I need to get some shelves. That would make sorting even easier. I was breaking off a cucumber plant when a familiar voice suddenly came from behind me. "Chow, picking wild vegetables." I turned around and saw Uncle Wang leading 4 people with pots, bowls, incense, candles, and ginseng digging tools all complete. Truly professional. "Uncle Wang." I greeted him politely. "You really are digging ginseng?" He looked at the new tools on me, along with the red string and copper coins, all looking quite convincing. Huffed. All 4 of them burst out laughing. One of them muttered quietly, "A fool relying on a few bamboo sticks to find ginseng? Then we might as well all quit. We should just bow to him as our teacher. Haha, what if he really does find some? If he can find any, then from now on I'll treat every ginseng I see like I don't see it." They spoke without the slightest restraint. Uncle Wong also found it funny. If it were really that easy, why would they need a professional lead diggers team? Chow, stop picking wild vegetables and come with us. Uncle Wong invited him again. No matter what, Chow was no ordinary person. Could an ordinary person hunt, pick wild vegetables, and now even dig ginseng? Don't be fooled by how foolish he looks. He really could catch game. What if he got lucky and actually dug up some incredible ginseng? Wouldn't that be a huge loss for them? I shook my head. I'll dig it up myself. Ha. Another burst of laughter exploded among the crowd. You heard that? He says he's going to dig up the ginseng himself. Isn't that hilarious? They laughed, but Uncle Wong froze. He had a feeling that I really might be able to dig it up. Chow, come with us. Whether you find it or not, Uncle Wong will give you 50 cents today. 50 cents was 2 days' wages these days. Not a small amount. That captain, isn't that going a bit far? Yeah, you really think an idiot can find it? I don't. Neither do I. Actually, Uncle Wong didn't believe it either, but his hunch had always been accurate. My answer was still the same. I'll dig it myself. Uncle Wong had no choice. He couldn't force a stubborn ox's head. In East Village, he was someone with status, yet he had repeatedly invited an idiot to join his digging team, only to be snubbed. If you're not coming, forget it. Let's go. With that, Uncle Wong turned and left, clearly a little pissed off. I watched their backs, still hearing them mock me from afar. A bunch of men who judged people by appearance. To be honest, I really didn't have the ability to find ginseng. But there was still such a thing as luck in this world. Sometimes an outsider could break the rules. I pulled my thoughts back. I wasn't in the mood to dig wild vegetables anymore either. If I was unlucky today, and someone else dug up that 4-leaf ginseng, then I'd be in trouble. I quickened my pace. Fortunately, luck was on my side. The digging team hadn't gone toward the 4-leaf ginseng. They'd gone far away. Now the ginseng was mine. Following the ginseng digging rules, I took out a red cord and wrapped it 3 times around the broken branch on the trunk, tying it off. On both sides were tree forks, and a branch lay across the top. I wrapped red cord around that too, making it look as if the ginseng had been hung up. That way the ginseng wouldn't run around, and its spiritual energy could be sealed in. I took off the things on my back and used my tools to clear away the plants within 50 centimeters around the ginseng, exposing the pitch-black northeast black soil. I had no experience, but I'd done plenty of farm work, so I still knew the basics. I gently inserted a bamboo skewer into the soil, slowly prying it open bit by bit. I absolutely couldn't damage the ginseng. The more intact its appearance, the higher the price. After 20 minutes, I'd reached the roots. Hey, this root head is as thick as a thumb. Not small at all. A smile tugged at my lips, a little excited. If I can dig out 7 or 8 tails, that'd be perfect. 7 tails made ginseng. 8 tails made treasure. That was incredibly valuable. Hiss, I accidentally broke off one fine root. What a pity. Put it away first. It can still be used for soup. Breaking off one small root was fine, but if too many broke, the quality would drop and the price would go lower. My movements became even gentler as I dug, occasionally brushing away dirt with a soft brush. Before I knew it, 2 hours had passed, and a humanoid ginseng finally appeared before my eyes. The main body was thick and sturdy, the pips were dense, the skin was mature and glossy, with iron-like woo. Only the fine roots were a bit sparse, and 2 had broken midway. What a shame. The moment I stopped, I immediately turned on the radar to check the surroundings and avoid danger. A big red dot had appeared within 50 meters, moving this way. I panted heavily. Digging for 2 hours while constantly turning on the radar had worn me out. Fortunately, the red dot wasn't moving fast. It should be a person, hopefully not a wild beast. The huge patch of mud on the ground was too conspicuous. The ginseng only had its lowest roots left unexcavated. If I yanked it out by force, the tail roots would definitely break. I raised my bow and hid in a concealed spot, staring toward the ginseng. I guessed the red dot was most likely Zhao Dashan, because Hunter Zhang had a hunting dog, but on the radar there was only 1 dot. Sigh, having no gun really makes you feel unsafe. Looks like I need to make money and get a gun, otherwise I don't even seem like a hunter. Soon, the target came into view. Why was it Hunter Zhang? He was covered in blood, looking miserable, and was still carrying a wild boar of around 200 gene on his shoulder, though it had already been processed. Plop. He set the boar down on a patch of grass to avoid getting it too muddy. Looking at that mud pit right in front of him, he swallowed, wiped the sweat off his face, removed his gun, and leaned it against a tree root. Old Wong, is that you? He shouted, then sat down against the tree. Apart from Uncle Wong, there was no other ginseng digging team in East Village. Seeing no response, he shouted again. Don't worry, I won't take your ginseng, even though I really want it. I'm hungry. Want to trade some meat for food, got any? After quite a while, I finally stepped out from the shadows. Uncle Zhang. He looked over at the sound, his eyes wide open. How could it be me digging up the ginseng? The last time I hunted the flying dragon was shocking enough for him. This time was even more explosive. Ah chow you, he pointed at the ginseng. You dug it up? Yeah. You really gave me a huge surprise. The two of us stared at each other for a long time without saying a word. He reached for the Type 38 rifle, and I narrowed my eyes. If he dared to cock it, at this distance I could draw and fire instantly. But he didn't cock it. Instead, he tossed the gun over. Ah chow, got any food on you? I want to trade some wild boar meat for it. He had been hungry all day and had walked out from the deep mountains without daring to stop once. I dropped my guard and took out 2 white steamed buns from my bag. White flour buns. Good kid. He swallowed hard. He hadn't seen such fine buns in a long time. Ah chow, got any water? After eating 2 in a row, he still wanted more, but I didn't give him any. I needed to recover my own strength too. He took a hard drag on his cigarette, looking as if he had come back to life. While he ate, I set the gun beside me and continued finishing the remaining steps for the ginseng. I also found some moss and birch bark, laid the ginseng flat on the moss, then covered it with another layer and wrapped it up to prevent moisture loss. Hunter Zhang watched me work, growing more and more confused, but he understood one thing. Ah chow was definitely not stupid. Uncle Zhang, where's Zhao Dashan? I packed the ginseng into a sack and sat down opposite him. What about the hunting dog? Zhao Dashan carried his younger brother back yesterday. Younger brother? Yeah, but his younger brother was already dead. Nothing left but a skeleton. He treated it like chatting to pass the time and told me what had happened over the past 2 days. When the two of them found Zhao Ershan, he had already been torn to pieces by wild beasts. After that, they split up. Hunter Zhang couldn't go back empty-handed, so he took the hunting dog deep into the mountains to hunt, and the dog ran into a fierce beast. By the time he arrived, the dog was already gone. Without the hunting dog, he didn't dare stay in the deep mountains any longer. Luckily, on the way back he ran into this wild boar, which gave him something to bring home. Come to think of it, it's all thanks to the flying dragon you gave me. Otherwise I'd have had trouble even finding wild vegetables. After chatting for quite a while, his mood improved a lot. It was just a pity to lose the hunting dog. After all, it wasn't just a dog. It was a hunter's early warning system, scout, and companion. Uncle Zhang, let's head back. It's getting late. It was almost 2 o'clock, and even the shadows were slanting. All right, but you'll have to give me a hand. This thing is heavy. Okay. My instinct told me that Hunter Zhang meant no harm. I helped him carry the gun, and with a thick wooden pole running through the wild boar, the two of us carried it together, him in front, me behind. This time the road back was much harder and farther than the one I'd taken with Honglian last time, and the load was several times heavier. We didn't get back to Dongtuan until after 4 in the afternoon, stopping only twice along the way. The villagers stared in disbelief. Hunter Zhang had bagged game again, and there was a share for the fool? It was simply unbelievable. In no time, all the villagers who weren't at work heard about it, and by evening it would surely be spreading through the whole village. When we reached Hunter Zhang's home, there were 10 people in his family. 2 sons, both married, for grandchildren, and his old wife. The 3 adults were out working, leaving 2 women at home to watch the children. The 2 of us carried the game into the courtyard, and the kids immediately ran out. Grandpa, Grandpa's back. Good grandsons, did you miss Grandpa? We missed you. Where's the big black dog? Unfortunately, the big black dog would never come back. Ah chow, go sit in the inner room first. I'll boil some water. Help me out later, and Uncle Zhang won't treat you badly. He propped up the big iron pot and started a fire in the courtyard. I put my things down. Helping was no big deal. Besides, it was still early. But my shoulders were sore and tired from carrying the load. Asha, come here. I turned my head and saw a pretty young married woman waving at me, telling me to come inside. Come on. Oh, I figured I'd go in and drink some water. I really was thirsty. Outside, the children were crying and looking for the big black dog. Another woman was keeping Hunter Zhang company while he boiled water, and 2 half-grown kids had fallen asleep in the inner room. Now there were only the young married woman and me in the room. She looked delicate and pretty, around 23 or 24. Bang! She closed the door. I thought it was cold outside, so closing the door made sense. But before long, she suddenly called out to me. A chow. I instinctively turned around. A steaming hot steamed bun was suddenly shoved into my mouth. Nanny. My eyes went wide, and I was completely stunned. Asha, eat quickly. The young married woman pressed me down with one hand, but her eyes were fixed on the window pasted over with old newspapers, sneaky and furtive. I struggled for quite a while before breaking free, nearly choking on the steamed corn bun. As soon as I got loose, I immediately backed away, staring at her in shock. But she was still holding out the bun toward me. Asha, what's wrong with you? Hurry up and eat, or this good steamed corn bun will go to waste. Only then did I remember that before, whenever she saw a chow hungry, she would feed a chow steamed corn buns. The last time had been 5 days ago, This stuff definitely couldn't be eaten carelessly. Eat pork? A chow eats wild boar meat, I said, pretending to be half foolish. Then I slipped out of the room in a flash. Phew. I swallowed hard and wiped my mouth. This woman was seriously bold. A chow, come help wash it. Zhang the hunter called. Coming. There were many ways to calm myself down, and keeping busy was one of them. I was already calculating in my mind. This matter of eating steamed corn buns absolutely could not let anyone in Zhang the hunter's family know, or I'd be lucky to escape with my skin intact. Zhang's two sons had grown up on meat and were sturdy as oxen. 2 or 3 punches from them could send a chow crashing to the ground. No, I'd better learn some boxing later. Staying alive came first. The 4 of us quickly finished washing and butchering the wild boar. The hide and fur had already been kept by Zhang the hunter. They could be sold for money or made into fur boots. A chow, here you go. Zhang the hunter cut off 30 jin for me. He had carried it the whole way, and with the white buns and the pheasant, he felt that 30 jin was fair enough for my help. Thanks, Uncle Zhang. If someone gave me something, I'd take it. It's not like I hadn't helped. Taking the initiative to ask for more wasn't my style. Uncle Zhang, I'm heading off first. I slung the meat over my back and left right away. That young married woman heard what I said, and her heart skipped a beat. No wonder a chow had refused to eat just now. Dad, has a chow's stupidity gotten better? That kid's smart as anything. Huh. She froze completely, and her face flushed red in an instant. For a tough woman like her to actually blush was rare indeed. I carried the 30 jin of pork, heavy in my hands. On the road, I ran into villagers heading home after finishing work. Asha, where'd you get such a big slab of pork? Uncle Zhang gave it to me. Oh, so Zhang the hunter really bagged game. They had heard from the women left behind that Zhang the hunter and Asha had brought down a big wild boar. I'm going over to buy 2 jin. I'm going to. They hadn't eaten meat in ages. Even if wild boar meat tasted bad, it was still meat. They ran off at once, afraid that if they were a step too late, they wouldn't be able to buy the fattest cuts. Whenever Zhang the hunter got game, as long as he had enough for himself, he usually sold the rest to the people in the settlement. When I got home, I saw He-Dad coming out of the inner room. A chow, where'd you get the meat? Uncle Zhang gave it to me. I helped carry the wild boar. Oh, old Zhang is a good man. Last time your younger sister. When He-Dad mentioned old Gotzi, his voice suddenly broke off. He slapped his forehead. Oh no, have you seen Xiaoman and Xiaowei? What's wrong? I put down the meat and looked into the room. The kerosene lamp wasn't lit. They're not at home. Hurry and go find them. He-Dad picked up the hurricane lamp and was about to leave. Old man, wait. I stopped him. You stay home and get the wild boar meat sorted. I'll go. But, a knock on the head. I only said 3 words. What if you go out and get knocked unconscious? Even now, I still don't know who hit He-Dad on the head. I'd actually prefer it to have been Lu Ermi, because he's dead. I grabbed the hurricane lamp and ran out. Every so often I'd check the tracking radar, and every now and then I'd shout out loud. Only after dark, at the foot of Bigwood Mountain, did I hear a reply. Brother, I'm here. When I got closer, I saw 2 frail little girls carrying heavy bundles of firewood, bent over and panting. I'd been running all this time too, and I was exhausted. The hurricane lamp shone forward, illuminating 2 little faces that smiled faintly, showing their white teeth. Brother, I knew you'd come. Xiaowei said with childlike innocence. Idiot. You're the idiot. And your wife too. You're an idiot too. Liao Xiaoman wanted to say something but stopped herself, lowering her head. She probably thought I would praise her. Take it. I handed her the lantern. Her body lightened, the pressure instantly gone, and she looked relieved. Sis, give me the firewood. Oh, the firewood Xiaowei was carrying wasn't heavy. She had never done any hard labor before. Brother, you're so nice. Wife, let's go home. Oh, Liao Xiaoman was a little down, feeling like she had caused me trouble again. So late, the chores weren't done, and she still hadn't finished carrying all the firewood. She kept blaming herself. Bro, we dug up so many wild vegetables. Really? Of course. And I even saw a huge bird. Xiao Hui chattered all the way, while Liao Xiaoman was like a light bulb, quietly lighting the way. Daughter-in-law, Lao Gotzi, where have you 2 been? Old He stood at the courtyard gate, the ground covered with flattened cigarette butts. Dad, I went with sis-in-law to carry some big firewood. Oh, so the house was out of firewood? Why didn't you tell Dad, or a chow? Only then did old He relax. As long as nothing had happened, that was good. 2 wanted to help shoulder some of the burden for the family. Liao Xiaoman lowered her head, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible, like a child who had done something wrong, helpless and lost. Bang! I threw the big firewood down in the yard. Liao Xiaoman's heart jolted, as if that would have been dropped on her instead. Wife, come help me brush the wood chips off my clothes. Oh, she seemed to have found a breakthrough. She had something to do, and she was needed. There's some in the front too. As she reached out, I noticed a spot on her hand that was unusually bright red. I hurriedly grabbed it. Why's your hand injured? Huh? Is it? She really hadn't noticed. Good thing it's not serious. Why were you so careless? I didn't theatrically suck on her finger. There was no need. The blood had already dried. I brushed the wood chips off her back and led her into the inner room. Sit. 2M fine. It's time to make dinner. Wife, I'll cook tonight. Huh? What? Don't believe I can cook. I. Drink some hot tea first. Leave dinner to me. Seeing that I was about to leave, she quickly stood up. I'd better do it. You go rest. In her mind, doing the housework for the He family was only natural. I couldn't argue with her, and I understood what she was thinking. Then let's do it together. Then okay. She rolled up her sleeves and got to work, but she was in very poor spirits, still thinking about how she had messed up today. I leaned close to her ear and whispered something. Her face instantly turned red. She lowered her head and kept working in silence, but most of the gloom in her eyes had faded. If I blamed her for nothing and said nothing at all, she would only feel more guilty. Soon, a large plate of braised wild boar was on the table, smelling delicious. It had been marinated with ginger, shallots, wild peppercorns, and cheap liquor before being braised. Otherwise, it would have had a strong gamey smell. Daughter-in-law, if anything happens in the future, you have to tell the two of us, especially with this kind of heavy work. What if a girl like you strains her waist? Oldie said earnestly. And you too, Laogotzi. No more going up the mountain to haul firewood next time. Oh, Xiao Hui responded, cheeks puffed out. I couldn't help pinching her cheek, skin and flesh together, shaking her whole face so her hair swayed side to side. The girl said nothing, just rolled her eyes at me. Daughter-in-law, Dad didn't go to school and is just a rough man. If I said anything too harsh, don't take it to heart, understand? Oldie laughed heartily. Come on, this is the wild boar meat A Chow brought back. No gamey taste at all. Eat to your heart's content. This meat had been personally overseen by Old He, so its taste was absolutely fine. The four of us all picked up our chopsticks, but Liao Xiaoman still didn't take any food for a long time. I picked up a piece for her and leaned in close to her ear. If you don't eat it, tonight's punishment will be doubled, he. The voice was shameless and full of menace. For some reason, she seemed to be startled by it, and quickly picked up the meat in her bowl, stuffing it into her mouth bite after bite. After dinner, a chow. I'll take some meat over to the Honglian family. Old He mentioned it briefly, then picked up the things and headed. Wait, old man. What's wrong? He dad paused mid-step. After all, Red Lotus and her daughter had already sent meat to the He family more than once. Almost every time they got game, they brought it here. Returning a bit of meat should be fine, right? Brown sugar. I reminded him. At noon, I heard he dad say that Red Lotus's mother had been hurt while working. She lost a lot of blood, and if someone hadn't carried her back in time to bandage her wound, she might have died from blood loss. Oh right. He dad slapped his forehead. He had almost forgotten and hurried back inside to scoop out a tail of brown sugar. This. I pulled a piece of bark from the burlap sack, lifted the moss, and revealed a human-shaped ginseng root. I picked up 2 long fibrous roots nearby and placed them in he dad's hand. It wasn't much, but it would work well in a small stew, and it could also be eaten raw. Thisa Chow, you really dug it up? He dad widened his eyes, hardly able to believe it. 30 gene of wild boar meat was already lucky enough, and now there was ginseng too? My heavens. I nodded lightly. Luck. A chow, we're rich. We're really going to be rich now. Ha ha. He dad turned around and shouted into the outer room. Xiaomin. Huh. You're really my good daughter-in-law. Ha ha. Huh. Liao Xiaomin, who was washing dishes, looked completely bewildered. My mouth twitched hard. So this old man was pinning all the credit on my wife? Huh. I watched the old man carry the kerosene lamp and hop out the door like a child. He was really an old kid. Dad, what's wrong? He Xiaowei came out from the inner room with a mirror in her hand. In her other hand, she was still pinching the crystal hairpin Liao Xiaoman had given her. He was shouting and making a fuss just now. What happened? Kids shouldn't ask. Bro, I am 14. I'm already as tall as you. She ran up to me, tiptoed, and held her hands at an angle above our heads to compare our heights. Even though there was clearly still quite a gap, she said seriously, I'm only a tiny bit shorter than you. I pressed her head down with one hand, and she instantly became shorter. Bro, don't press my head. I won't grow tall otherwise. Liao Xiaoman was laughing nonstop from the side, but I knew she was still a mess inside. That night, I rubbed my hands together and slipped into the quilt, deliberately flashing a wicked grin. Wifey, I'm here. Ah chow ui. She shrank into the quilt, her neck tucked in a little, clearly afraid. Wifey, do you know what you did wrong today? I propped myself up and looked down at her. Under the dim light, she looked like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. To know I was wrong. I shouldn't have come back so late. Shouldn't have left the housework undone. Shouldn't have taken little sister to swing the big firewood. Her eyes reddened. Clutching the clothes on my chest tightly with both hands, she lowered her head and mumbled softly, "Please don't kick me out." Tears fell patter down her face. Even when crying, she didn't dare make a sound. My heart suddenly ached. Only then did I realize how fragile, how humble, how insecure she really was. If I'd known she was this sensitive, I wouldn't have made such a joke. Silly wifey. How could I bear to kick out such a wonderful wife? I pulled her tightly into my arms. Wearily. Then can Ah Chow forgive me? No. Her breathing stopped for 2 seconds. Silly wifey, what are you thinking? You didn't do anything wrong at all. How am I supposed to forgive you? I pushed her away, and her face was already blotched like a little kitten's. But she cried even harder, still stuck on my word no. I sighed. I really did have a lousy mouth. While wiping her tears, I coaxed her. Wifey, Ah Chow isn't kicking you out. Then can Ah Chow forgive me? She struggled through the sentence for a long time. Ah Chow forgives you. Really? You're not lying to me. Of course it's true. I'll do better in the future. The more she said that, the more my heart hurt. But I knew her mind was full of guilt and the need to please me right now. Comforting words wouldn't get through to her at all. So I had to change tactics. Then since you did wrong, you have to be punished. She nodded obediently. What does Ah Chow want to punish me with? Punish you by helping me knead my shoulders and back. Huh. She thought I was going to smack her palms. Before she could react, I took off my clothes, turned over, and exposed my back. My shoulders were a little red and swollen. She sat on the Kong in a daze for a long time, not daring to come over, afraid of disrespecting me. Hurry up, my shoulders are sore. Oh, only then did she carefully start massaging me. After a while, I called for her to stop, then turned her over and made her lie down while I massaged her. Ah Chow, how is it? Is the pressure okay? It's a little itchy. Then I'll go lighter. As I kept massaging, I felt the timing was about right. If I didn't untie this knot in her heart, she'd keep living like this in the future, and that would be exhausting. Wifey, do you know why I was angry today? It was because I did something wrong. No, then why? She turned her head, wanting to know where exactly she had gone wrong. I leaned close to her ear and said softly, I was worried about you. She froze at once. I went on. When I came back, the old man said you and your little sister were gone. We were all panicking, thinking something had happened to you. I searched everywhere for you, praying the whole time that nothing would happen to you. Who knew you two wouldn't come back so late because you were actually swinging the big firewood? I chuckled softly. Seeing that you're both fine makes me happy and angry at the same time. That's why I scolded you. I wasn't blaming you for not doing the housework. I was worried it would be dark and you'd be out there unsafe. Don't you remember last time? She buried her face in the pillow, her shoulders trembling slightly. So she, too, had someone who worried about her, someone who got anxious for her. Just now, those hurtful words, can my wife forgive me? I leaned close to her ear again, and before she could answer, I hurried on. If you don't forgive me, I'll sleep by the courtyard gate tonight. I made as if to get up, and she quickly grabbed me. I forgive you. I forgive you, Ah Chow, don't go. She clung to me tightly, afraid I'd run off. Then you have to promise me. No heavy work, and you must be home before dark. I'm home. I promise. I don't believe you unless you kiss me once. As soon as the words left my mouth, she kissed me. The mood was just right, so I stopped pretending and started getting handsy. Too bad. There was still some lingering relative residue on my body putting up a fight. It would only be gone tomorrow. Damn it. Ah Chow, if you want it, I can. No, save it for now. Tomorrow, after you've washed up, Ah Chow will properly bully you. Ah Chow, you. Tomorrow be gentle. I'm afraid it'll hurt. Afraid it'll hurt. I took her hand. Look at you. How many times have your fingers been pricked by needles, and you still know what pain is? I was careless. Be careful next time. No rush. There are still a few months until it snows. It's way too early to be making cotton-padded coats. Learn slowly. I haven't even bought the cotton yet. Back at her maiden home, she'd only done rough work and had basically never touched sewing or needlework, so she wasn't very good at it. Then can Ah Chow be gentler tomorrow? She was still thinking about that, having heard the women say the first time hurt a lot. All right. Ah Chow will be gentle and take good care of his wife. The two of us whispered quietly under the covers. Her emotions slowly melted away with every word I said, and those rigid notions of hers began to loosen bit by bit. She came to understand me a little more. The next morning, I let out a long sigh. Another day of suffering. My wife may be lovely, but she could only be looked at, not eaten. So frustrating. While I was still suppressing myself, Liao Xiaoman suddenly shouted, Ah Chow, Sister Xiuquan is here to see you. What? I froze, thinking I'd heard wrong. Why would that woman come looking for me on her own? When I went out, Hu Xiuquan was chatting and laughing with my younger sister and my wife, as if they were discussing sewing. Ah Chow, your little wife is really pretty. Hu Xiuquan teased with a smile, her words carrying a strange edge. Good morning, Sister Xiaochuan. I always felt there was something prickly in that remark, and I couldn't tell what she'd come to see me about so early in the morning. Brother, Sister Xiaochuan is teaching us how to make clothes. Her skills are amazing. After praising her, he shall we change the subject. So, brother, help Sister Xiaochuan carry a load of firewood up the mountain once, as the tuition for me and sis-in-law. I've already agreed for you. The corner of my mouth twitched. What a good sister you are. I haven't doted on you for nothing. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for a chow? Hu Xiaochuan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and glanced at me secretly. I scratched my head and grinned foolishly. A chow is strong. Not troublesome at all. My brother can carry that much firewood at once. He shall we made an exaggerated gesture. A chow. These are for you and Sister Xiaochuan to replenish your strength. Liao Xiaoman wrapped 4 white steamed buns together and handed them to me. I looked at my wife, feeling an indescribable warmth in my heart. She even knew to give us food to restore our strength. This wife. I really hadn't doted on her for nothing. I silently made up my mind that I must do my best to take good care of them. Hu Xiaochuan pursed her lips and turned her head away. It looked like she had thought of that too. At that moment, Liao Xiaoman suddenly changed her mind. A chow, why don't I go with you? He shall we also cheered from the side. Yeah, bro, I'm going too. I'll dig some wild vegetables with sis-in-law. I hurriedly waved my hand. My wife's hand hurts. She should stay home and rest. All right then, bro, come back early. Home. After saying goodbye, I took the chopping knife and went up the mountain with Hu Xiaochuan. Actually, she had specially taken leave from work today just to look for me, and her purpose was very simple. A chow, was the stuff in the big vat sent by you? That day when she came home to cook, she found a big bag of daily necessities in the vat, which helped her a lot. Unfortunately, her mother took it away the next day. I smiled and nodded. A chow, thank you. She no longer called me a chow. Just now at my house, she had been observing my words and actions and felt that I was so much better than before. At the very least, I could communicate. The more she looked at me, the more pleasing I seemed to her. Before I could say anything, she took the initiative to kiss me, startling me a little. Why was this woman acting so strangely today? A chow, am I a bad woman? We walked and talked. She gave a self-mocking smile and told me about her past. 5 years ago, my mother sold me for 5 yuan to a hunter from Dongtuan, my dead husband. He was very good to me, but less than 3 days after we got married, he went up the mountain to hunt and never came back. Back then, I was only 17. Later, I took care of my sick mother-in-law for 3 years, and then she passed away too. In the whole family, I was left alone. My mother found me all sorts of men to remarry, but I never agreed. So the people in Dongtuan all said I was the most chaste woman within 10 li in every direction. That was no exaggeration. Back then, she was beautiful, and matchmakers queued up at her door, making it a well-known scene, but she just wouldn't agree and would rather live on her own. But people can't avoid loneliness. She said that once, in a field, she happened to see the silly me standing there peeing, and she caught me red-handed. She got curious. How could such a young, handsome guy be stupid? After asking around, she learned that I had been beaten stupid. Before I went stupid, I was a pretty good person and quite hardworking. Later, she secretly kept an eye on me and found that although I was silly, I was actually quite adorable. Even when a few women tricked me into going into the little woods, I still knew to refuse. Until one time, when she was up the mountain digging wild vegetables and saw me there too, she was afraid I'd get lost and couldn't bear it. So she took me down the mountain. Who knew that in an accident, the two of us ended up holding each other, and that feeling was like dry firewood meeting a spark. It ignited at once. And that was how what happened later came to be. I don't even know why I'm telling you all this. I just wanted someone to confide in. She let out a long breath, and her whole body relaxed quite a bit. I listened quietly. So she had such a story behind her. From the tone of it, she really did seem to have worries on her mind. But one thing was one thing, another thing was another thing. Whatever needed to be done, we could talk about it after the proper business was finished. I suddenly hugged her from behind and breathed in her ear. Sister smells so good. A chow, this is a hillside. Wait a moment first. The little gloom in her heart was instantly messed away by me. Sister smells so good. Go over there. She glanced at a concealed spot. I carried her over there. A 10-meter walk took 10 minutes. I spread my coat on the grass. No need to lie on the cold ground. Although there was sunshine, the weather was still not warm. The sunlight was pleasantly warm. Green branches covered us shyly. Birdsong accompanied us, and a breeze rustled through the leaves. In a flash, 2 hours passed. I collected a small amount of dry firewood into the storage space, then returned 100 meters away. The grass there was full of trampled marks, blades of grass crooked and twisted, some even crushed flat. How hateful. I wonder who could be so careless with plants. I lay down, lifted the thick cotton coat, and gently hugged her from behind. Sister, does it still hurt? You still have the nerve to ask? You don't care about your sister at all. She scolded me coquettishly and pinched my thigh. That's because, sister, you're just too beautiful. I put away my foolishness. She already knew I wasn't stupid, so there was no need to keep pretending. Oomph, I'm not as pretty as your little wife, she said, with a hint of probing and anticipation in her words, wanting to see how I would answer. Sister is pretty. Honestly, she and Liao Xiaoman had different styles, but both were beautiful. If I had to compare them, Hu Xiuquan actually came out a little ahead. She was fuller, with flesh on her face, and looked especially appealing. Xiaoman had that cool, shy air, and because she was undernourished, she looked thin. Oh, really? She turned her head, joy shining in her eyes. Hom. I kissed her again, and she laughed happily. You're definitely lying to me. I'm a widow. How could I be prettier than your newlywed wife? You're just trying to sweet-talk me. It's true. Sister is pretty. A chow likes you. I wasn't lying about that. I really was liking her more and more. Hee. Her heart was full of delight. Even if I were fooling her, she'd still be happy. Oh no. Only then did she remember the firewood hadn't been handled yet. But in her current state, she could barely walk, let alone swing a heavy bundle of wood. Achow, what about the firewood? What if your wife finds out? I gathered some at the foot of the mountain yesterday. More than enough. Really? Really, so let's not waste time. Achow, you. Another hour passed. Smack. Shikan slapped my shoulder on my back. Achow, you're really bad. She had rested on my back for several minutes, and the burning soreness was still there. Thinking about it made her angry. Smack. Another slap. I just told you to be gentler, gentler. Why didn't you listen? I grinned. Carrying her, around 100 pounds, I didn't feel heavy at all. I listened. You said not to stop. Achow, you. She bit her lower lip and stared at my shoulder, then took a vicious bite. Hiss. Sister, are you a dog? Yeah, I am a dog, she said, and kept biting. It hurts, sister, stop. I bared my teeth. It really did hurt. Yesterday, I'd carried a wild boar with Zhang the hunter for 2 hours, and after a day my shoulder was even more sore. Now she was biting me too. Smack. I slapped her backside, and she immediately let go, also hissing in pain. This strike tugged at somewhere else, and it really hurt her too. Just as she was about to speak, I suddenly said, someone's coming. Don't make a sound. Huh? Then hurry and put me down. If anyone saw me carrying her, even if nothing was going on, people would still talk nonsense and make things unclear. Shoo, sister, don't make noise. 20 minutes later, she finally realized I had tricked her. There was no one at all. I set her down. Can sister stand steady? You still have the nerve to say that. She glared at me fiercely. I'll go see where the big firewood is. You wait here. 2 minutes later, I carried her over to the pile of dry wood. This was what I had just taken out of my storage space, enough for both of us. After lifting the wood onto my back, I asked, can Sister Xiuquan still walk? I should be able to. She took a few steps, then frowned. I couldn't help but burst out laughing, and she immediately gave me a pink fist to the face. What are you laughing at? It's all because of you. You're such a bastard. The two of us bickered and played our way back all along the road. I took the back roads, occasionally turning on my radar. As long as it wasn't an emergency, people generally wouldn't see me fooling around with Hu Xiuquan. When I was almost at the entrance of the village, I set down the not light but not heavy bundle of firewood and told Xiuquan to enter the village later. I went ahead and carried the big load back to her yard. What I didn't know was that the Wang family's yard was already bustling with activity. Liao Xiaofeng and her mother were standing at the Wang family's front gate to act as matchmakers. The last time they came, the whole family had been away. They had sent someone to the fields to call Wang Lizhou back, but that boy simply didn't want to see Liao Xiaofeng. So this time, Liao's mother brought her eldest daughter over again. Liao Xiaofeng muttered, Mom, last time Wang Lizhou wouldn't even meet me. Maybe we should just forget it. Liao's mother glared at her. The Wang family are the ones who dig ginseng. They'll never have to worry about food or clothes in the future. You need to seize this chance. Aunt Wang came out from inside the house, all smiles. Sister, you must be Liao Xiaofeng, right? After a few pleasantries, the three of them went inside. Before long, Uncle Wang came back with the team that dug ginseng, each of them beaming. It looked like they'd made a good haul. Aunt Wang whispered a couple of words to Uncle Wang, then went to call Wang Lizhou. Liao's mother hurried to greet him. You must be Wang Lizhou's father, right? Just got back from digging ginseng. Uncle Wang smiled modestly. This batch of ginseng wasn't very big, but we did dig up 2 roots. One was about 10 grams, the other nearly 15. They were indeed small and not very good in quality either. But the price wasn't low. Each person could get 10 yuan, with the team leader taking the biggest share. Uncle Wang could make 20 yuan in 2 days, something hardly anyone in Dongtuan could match. When Liao's mother heard that, she was overjoyed. Not big. That only proved the Wang family had real strength. People simply didn't think much of this kind of money. She quickly pulled Liao Xiaofeng over and praised her children for being hardworking and capable. Just then, someone entered from outside the gate, Zhang the hunter. Old Wang, I heard you were back. I thought it was fake. I was going to eat this wild boar meat myself. But since you're back, take it. Old Zhang, you bagged another one. Haha, didn't you dig up ginseng too? The two of them burst out laughing. Seeing the scene, Liao's mother was even happier in her heart. Zhang the hunter glanced at the two ginseng roots and suddenly remembered what happened yesterday. Old Wang, when I came back from hunting yesterday, I saw a ginseng root bigger than yours by more than double. Uncle Wang instantly got excited. Really? Where? I'll take people to dig it up tomorrow. I did see it, but that ginseng root had already been dug up. Ah, Uncle Wang's expression changed drastically. That was a big one. He hurriedly asked, which village was the person who dug it from? Do I know him? Old Zhang, stop dragging it out. You're killing me. Uncle Wang took out a cigarette and handed it over. Zhang the hunter took a puff and slowly exhaled 3 words. Hinai Chao. What? Say that again. It was dug by Ah Chao. I saw it with my own eyes. I don't know how many grams it was, but anyway, it was heavier than these 2 roots combined. Uncle Wang was struck like by lightning, staring blankly on the spot. Ah Chao actually dug up ginseng? That kid, Brother Zhang, you didn't get it wrong, did you? That Hinai Chao is an idiot. How could he dig ginseng? Liao's mother pulled Uncle Wang back to reality with one sentence. Yeah, old Zhang, he's just an idiot. Are you sure? I carried this wild boar back with him. I gave him 30 jin of meat. How could I be lying? If you don't believe me, go to his house and see for yourself. I just can't promise whether he's already sold it. Zhang the hunter put down the meat and left. Uncle Wang squatted down to pack up his tools, looking like he'd lost his soul. This wasn't about money. It was humiliation. The humiliation of being crushed by an amateur in your own field. The humiliation of having your dignity rubbed into the ground. Liao's mother and daughter were also stunned. They didn't believe it, but Zhang the hunter had spoken with such certainty. Could that idiot's illness have gotten better, and he'd even made a lot of money? 30 jin of wild boar meat was worth more than 10 yuan, and with that big ginseng root, wouldn't that be over 100 yuan? Liao Xiaofeng leaned close to her mother's ear. Mom, if that's really the case, wouldn't I be at a loss? Don't worry. No matter how much money Ah Chao has, he still can't compare to the Wang family. Liao Nyang could see it clearly. The He family was only enjoying a brief burst of prosperity and wouldn't last long. Just then, Aunt Wang came back with her son. She pulled her son over and urged him in a low voice. Hurry up and say hello. Hello, Aunt Liao. Hello, Xiaofeng. His voice was dull and clumsy, his eyes fixed straight on Liao Xiaofeng. When Liao Nyang and her daughter saw Wang Lizhou, they both frowned. The boy looked far too plain, worlds apart from He Naitzao. Liao Nyang forced out a smile and brought up the bride price, opening with 38 yuan. The Wang family was shocked. The usual amount was no more than 5 yuan. Was this selling a daughter? But Wang Lizhou kept saying yes, so the Wang family had no choice but to agree. They settled it verbally, with the engagement to be officially arranged another day. After the two sides parted ways and stepped outside, Liao Xiaofeng said, Mom, I don't want to marry Wang Lizhou. Liao Nyang paused, then leaned close to her daughter's ear and whispered a few words. This, will that really work? Liao Xiaofeng froze. Don't worry, it'll work. The mother and daughter headed straight for my house. On the way, they also asked around about the He family. It was one thing not to know, another to hear it and be stunned. When the He family went to town, they actually spent more than 80 yuan, yet the bride price they had given that day was only 13 yuan. The He family was really scheming. Meanwhile, at my house, Xiao Hui was getting ready to go out. Sister-in-law, I'm going out to dig some wild vegetables. I'll be back soon. Liao Xiaoman, who was injured and feeling unwell, was lying on the Kong resting. Come back early, and be careful. Before leaving, Xiao Hui repeatedly told her sister-in-law that if Liao Nyang and the others came, she absolutely must not pay them any attention. As a result, just 10 minutes after Xiao Hui left, the mother and daughter arrived. Liao Nyang looked around. No one was in the yard, and the gate wasn't locked. She tentatively called out, In-law. No one answered. Xiaoman. Inside the house, Liao Xiaoman frowned, while from the main room came the clatter of someone rummaging around. She asked loudly, Who is it? Liao Nyang paused with her hand. Xiaoman, where's your in-law? Mother. Liao Xiaoman hesitated for 2 seconds. They'll be back any minute. Liao Nyang was suspicious. How could they come back so quickly at this hour? She waved to Liao Xiaofeng, signaling her to hide in the other room, then called out, Xiaoman, come out for a moment. Liao Xiaoman was afraid she might mess around and take things, so she creaked the door open. What is it, Mom? Liao Nyang held her waist with a pained look on her face. Xiaoman, can you come home with me for 2 days to take care of me? I haven't been feeling well lately, and your younger sister has gone to your uncle's place to meet someone. Liao Xiaoman shook her head. Mom, I need a Chow's permission first. What? Just going back to your maiden home to take care of me for 2 days, and you won't even do that? It's not that, Mom. If I leave and a Chow comes back and can't find me, he'll worry. What's there to worry about when you're just going back to your maiden home? It's so close. What are you afraid of? Sorry, Mom, I can't go. Liao Nyang exploded. You little dead girl. I raised you all this time. And now I'm only asking you to go home for a bit, and you won't? Are you just going to stand by and watch me die? That made Liao Xiaomin frown deeply, but she still insisted that without He Nightsao's permission, she had no right to leave on her own. Xiaomin, let me speak to you from the heart. Who was it that raised you with such hardship? It was Mother. The kind-hearted Liao Xiaomin was left speechless. I admit I was a little unfair to you, but have I ever driven you out of the house? No, right? Liao Nyang pressed closer step by step. Now I'm only asking you to come back and look after me for 1 day. Help me rub some white liquor on it and apply some medicine. Just 1 day. As she spoke, her voice trembled and she began wiping at her tears. But Liao Xiaomin was caught in a dilemma. I'll write a note and leave it on the table. A Chow will understand at a glance. Mom, don't make things hard for me. How about you stay here and I take care of you? Liao Xiaomin came up with a compromise. I stay here? Have you seen how they treat me? They'd just throw me out. If I stayed here, wouldn't I get beaten to death? Liao Nyang wiped away another tear. Wah, why did I give birth to such an ungrateful wretch like you? I ask you to come home and take care of this sick, crippled old woman and you won't even do that. A Chow wouldn't. As long as Mother doesn't go too far, he won't do that, Liao Xiaomin said, crying along with her. Every word from Liao Nyang stabbed at her heart. After crying for a while, she lifted her tear-filled eyes. I raised you for more than 10 years, and I only ask you to go home for a bit. How can you be this cruel? She pointed toward the main room, her voice trembling. They've only raised you for a few days, and you're already devoted to them? Am I asking you to go die right now? Mother, please stop saying that. Sob. Liao Xiaomin was made to feel like she was wrong on all sides. Mother, can you let Uncle Dadong take care of you for 2 days? Dadong was the brigadier of Shituan Brigade and had an affair with Liao Nyang. He went to another village for a meeting. If I had someone to take care of me, would I still have to beg you, this ungrateful wretch? Liao Nyang lied without missing a beat. Liao Xiaomin really had no choice left, so she knelt down. Mother, let me just beg you. Before she could finish, Liao Nyang dropped to one knee first, crying at the top of her lungs. Xiaomin, do I have to kneel to you before you'll agree? Oh heavens, why is my life so miserable? Not even one person to support me in old age or bury me when I die. You get married out and forget the mother who raised you for more than 10 years after just a few days. Mother, please don't do this. Liao Xiaomin hurried over to help her up, sobbing uncontrollably. If you don't agree, I'm not getting up. To agree, I agree. Liao Xiaomin ultimately broke down. Good, you still have a little conscience. Liao Nyang stood up and wiped her tears away, then shakily wrote a line on the table. This was something her man had taught her to write. Toward evening, I carried firewood home on my shoulder. Brother, why did you bring back the firewood yourself? Weren't you helping Sister Xiaochuan chop the big logs? Xiaohui was squatting nearby sorting wild vegetables. My dad still hadn't come back from work. Bang! I threw the big log onto the ground. It was true I'd helped Xiaochuan chop wood, but I couldn't give her all of it. Otherwise, how would I have an excuse to go up the mountain with her next time? This was all for my little brother's sake. She doesn't need that much firewood. Where's your sister-in-law? I looked around but didn't see Liao Xiaomin. Sister-in-law is in the room. She doesn't seem comfortable. I called her, but she wouldn't answer, and she won't even get out from under the quilt. Not feeling well. Now when I spoke with my family, I was already back to normal. If my dad asked, I'd say I'd recovered. As for outsiders, it depended on the person. Brother, go take a look at sister-in-law. I set things down and went into the room. There she was, wrapped in a quilt, lying in the dim room, curled up and refusing to come out. I thought to myself, was my wife still thinking about last night? Or had her period not ended and her stomach hurt? Wife, let me take a look. I wanted to pull back the quilt and check, but she kept it pulled tight and didn't make a sound. I reached my hand under the covers and touched her forehead. It seemed a little hot. Then rest well. I'll call you when it's time to eat. After saying that, I went back out. When it was time to eat, I went in and called her several times, but she still refused to come out. What was going on? Throwing a tantrum? Or was her period still here? The room was dark, lit only by the dim kerosene lamp. Wife, how about I feed you? I was very patient, but she still wouldn't come out. I touched her forehead again, and this time it didn't seem hot anymore. A Chow, keep me company and have a couple drinks. Dad suddenly spoke up. I saw the worry on his face and figured he was probably missing my mother again. Every month, once or twice, he'd sit alone in the yard, drinking sulkily and spacing out. Okay. We drank together, and I listened to Dad tell stories from the past. his smile carrying a trace of sadness. I didn't say much, mostly just echoed him. Dad had always been hardworking. After he got married, he earned a lot of money, but most of it went toward treating my mother's illness. After mother passed away, life became simpler and simpler, relying entirely on Hong Lian and her daughter, and Lu Hongmei to hold things up. Later, after I was beaten into stupidity, life got even harder. Fortunately, my dumb illness was cured, and I'd even gained some ability. Life gradually started to improve. Dad was very relieved. Only then did I understand that behind Dad's laughter was a man who had shouldered the entire family. When I went to sleep, the alcohol started to hit me. I looked at my wife curled up on the heated Kong and thought, could we still go through with the wedding night like this? Though I'd spent half the morning arguing with Hu Xiuquan, with my wife right beside me now, how could I possibly give up? Click. I turned off the kerosene lamp and lifted the quilt, only to feel a burst of softness in my arms. Heh, my wife had finally come around. But I never expected her to blindfold me with a cloth strip. Shy was she? I sprayed a mouthful of liquor on her face and quickly wiped it away. Huh, she hadn't taken off her pants? I reached out, and she hurriedly stopped me. Sure enough, her period hadn't ended yet. Fine then, sleep it is. I held her around the back and closed my eyes. I was exhausted today, and I'd drunk 7 or 8 parts drunk anyway, so I fell asleep almost as soon as my head hit the pillow. What I didn't know was that after I fell asleep, she was still tossing around under the quilt, thinking I was pretending to sleep. She was both embarrassed and angry, puffing out her cheeks, and she really wanted to bite me to death. I was sleeping so soundly. At 5 the next morning, I opened my eyes and still saw only darkness, and that's when I remembered I had a cloth over my eyes. My head was spinning. That's what happened when I drank heavily once in a while. I subconsciously lifted my hand. Something's off. Why did it get smaller? I yanked off the blindfold and looked down, and the whole person froze. Liao Xiaofeng. Why was this woman in my quilt? I rubbed my eyes several times, thinking I was seeing things. Ah Chao, you were so bad last night, Liao Xiaofeng said shyly, her face red. Last night. My mind cleared in an instant. The one performing for me wasn't my wife at all. It was her older sister, Liao Xiaofeng. No wonder she'd kept hiding in the quilt and never came out, never said a word, never showed her face, and was so bold. I'd only known my wife for a few days, and the two sisters had similar figures and the same hairstyle. They were both keeping their heads down and saying nothing, and with me drunk and falling asleep right away, in that pitch-black room. How could I have noticed? Ah Chao, you did that to me last night, so you have to take responsibility. She leaned over, her eyes full of seduction. To be fair, she did have some looks. But how could I possibly have the time to think about that? I shoved her away and swung a slap at her. Smack. Her head slammed into the wall with a thud, and she burst into tears on the spot. From childhood to now, when had she ever been hit? I got up and dressed, saying coldly, "Cry again and try me." She covered her face and kept crying. I grabbed her hair and slapped her again. Damn it, cry again. Smack. Put your clothes on. I shouted, because someone was knocking at the door. Her crying was too loud and had brought his father and my younger sister over. Ah Chao, you little bastard, you dare hit Xiaoman? Get out here. His father shouted. Brother, how can you lay hands on your sister-in-law? Open the door. Shall we? Yelled too. I pulled the door open. What's going on? His father demanded. See for yourselves, I said, barely holding in my rage. The two of them saw that the one sitting on the Kong was Liao Xiaofeng and immediately blew up. You bastard, why are you in my brother's room? Where's my sister-in-law? Shall we? With her thin little arms and legs, looked nothing like her usual cute self. Liao Xiaofeng was both aggrieved and frightened. She hadn't expected this family to be so fierce, ready to hit first and ask questions later. Her mother hadn't said it like that. Her mother had said that as long as she slept with me and made it a done deal, the He family wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Coincidentally, she'd also had her period these past 2 days, so her mother taught her to use her words and improvise depending on the situation. She was scared, so she chose the first option, thinking she could use the second as a backup if necessary. Who knew I'd perform for 2 hours and then fall asleep? Liao Xiaofeng, before I lose my mind, explained clearly, where's my wife now? My eyes were icy. 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on her, and she shuddered. Last night, my mother took advantage of Shall We taking a bath, told me to sneak into the room, and then took my younger sister away. Where is she now? She should beat home. I glared at her, then asked his father, old man, who else in the village has a motorcycle with a sidecar? Having no vehicle was too inconvenient, and I didn't want to borrow one from Uncle Wang. Lao Zhang does. The hunter Zhang who gave you that wild boar meat. Fine, I'll go right now. Ah Chao, please don't hit my mother, Liao Xiaofeng shouted. I ignored her, gave a few instructions, and hurried off to Zhang the hunter's place. The minutes had passed. Zhang the hunter had gone up the mountain, and a few of the adults had just left for work. leaving behind a bunch of children who hadn't gotten out of bed yet, and that pretty young married woman who had once fed me a steamed corn bun. Ah chow. She had just finished washing the dishes and was about to feed the child. When she saw me, her heart skipped a beat. This kid wasn't stupid anymore, and he still dared to come. Sister-in-law, aren't Brother Zhang and the others here? I said politely. She was secretly panicking, wondering if I was thinking of they're not here. She shook her head and stepped back. I took a few steps forward. Sister-in-law, I want to borrow the big bike for a bit. It's urgent. I'd just bring 2 packs of cigarettes back later, as thanks to the Zhang family. When she heard I was only borrowing the vehicle, she relaxed. Oh, it's in the woodshed. I'll go get the key. The woodshed was opened, and I went in to push the bike out. But the more she thought about it, the more something felt off. This kid wasn't stupid anymore. What if he blabbed about that incident everywhere, and it got back to her husband? That would be trouble. She hurried in and pressed a hand on the bike, wanting to make things clear to me. Seeing her reaction, I thought to myself that this woman really had some bizarre fetish. She wouldn't be satisfied unless I took a bite out of that hard steamed corn bun. But I was in a hurry now. How could I care about that? If she kept pestering me, would I still be able to borrow the bike? I couldn't just snatch it, could I? Ah chow. She had just called my name when I suddenly bent down, the movement clean and crisp. Her hand was on my shoulder, and she stared up at the ceiling with her mouth open, completely stunned. It wasn't until I'd gone far away that she came back to her senses. That little bastard, he really dared. The more she thought about it, the hotter her face got. At the Liao family's house in Shizhuan, Liao Xiaoman was tied to a chair, with a cloth stuffed in her mouth, making muffled sounds. She had been deceived. This wasn't about coming to take care of Aunt Liao at all. She hated herself in her heart. Why was I so stupid? At that moment, a group of people came in from outside, along with a grinning matchmaker. Aunt Liao, why don't you dress her up a bit? There wasn't enough time. I couldn't get to it. Aunt Liao replied with a smile. It turned out this was the wedding procession. The day Aunt Liao brought Xiaoman back, she tied her up that very night and immediately arranged a marriage for her. A middle-aged man who was eager to take a young wife. The matchmaker had just taken the job, and Aunt Liao came knocking right after. Everything worked out perfectly. The middle-aged man originally wanted to spend the wedding night right away, but the matchmaker said the first marriage should be held during the day, so he went along with it. They tied Xiaoman up again and practically carried her away. She refused with all her might, but after being starved for so long and struggling all night, she no longer had the strength. Aunt Liao, your daughter, she won't go there and kill herself, will she? The matchmaker frowned. It was the first time she'd seen a bride make such a scene. It's fine. She's always like this. After it happens once, everything will be fine. Aunt Liao patted her chest. On the way as they carried her away, Xiaoman became emotionally agitated and passed out. Watching the procession disappear into the distance, Aunt Liao secretly laughed. Now it was secure. Both sides were handled. Xiaoman couldn't read, couldn't sew, and could only do rough labor. Her elder daughter Xiaofeng could do everything. As long as Ah Chow wasn't stupid, he would definitely choose Xiaofeng. She was doing the He family a favor, and the He family would have to thank her. Wouldn't the good days be here then? Aunt Liao was delighted. I asked around all the way and spent money to have someone lead me to the Liao house. Bang! I kicked the door open. The whole door, along with the mud bricks, crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Which bastard dares tear down my door? Aunt Liao opened the door, her voice cut off abruptly. Son-in-law, why are you here? I didn't bother with small talk. Where's my wife? Just now I'd scanned the yard with radar. There was only one red dot. Your wife? Isn't she in your bed? Aunt Liao chuckled. What? Xiaofeng couldn't satisfy you. She narrowed her eyes slightly, wondering if I was thinking of marrying both sisters. Ah, she only now regretted it. Why hadn't she thought of marrying both daughters to me together? Though that middle-aged man had given 30 yuan as a bride price, how could that compare to marrying them both at once? She was just about to invite me inside when she was met with a slap to the face. Smack. Where is Xiaoman? Ah Chow. I'm your mother-in-law. How dare you hit me? She covered her face, looking just like the beaten Liao Xiaofeng. Smack. I slapped her again. I'll ask one more time. Where is Xiaoman? Your wife isn't in your B. Smack. Say it or not. I said. She went that way. Liao Nyang had finally figured it out. I was so furious that my glare felt like a warning to her. If she didn't talk, she'd be in danger. So she told me everything in detail. Of course, not leaving out a single falsehood or twisted bit of black and white reversal. Xiaoman despises you and said she doesn't want to live with a fool. She begged me to find her a good family. Of course, I didn't believe a word of it. With people watching outside, I held back my killing intent. I'd settle accounts with her later. For now, I had to find my wife. I got on my bike and rode off without looking back. I searched the whole world for her again, just like that night. I hated myself. How had I not noticed last night that my wife had been swapped out? Wife, Wherever there was a big red dot on my radar, I went to check it out. I rode my old 28-inch bike along the main road, even searching the small production teams working the fields. Unfortunately, I didn't find her. It wasn't until 1 o'clock in the afternoon that I saw a group of people resting under a big tree, looking like they were arguing. I told you to tie her up, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, she's gone without a trace. It turned out that after Xiaomin woke up, someone kindly took the cloth out of her mouth. She said she'd been holding it in all night and needed to pee badly, and that she'd go with them. Then she slipped away in a flash. She said she needed to pee. Are you going to help her change her pants if she pees herself? I can't be bothered talking to you. Go explain it to Zhou Daong when you get back and see if he doesn't beat you up. No, we have to find that woman right now. Find her? We've been looking for an hour already. It's nothing but mountains here. How are we supposed to find her? The matchmaker complained nonstop. You're really useless. Can't even keep an eye on a little girl. Panting heavily, I rushed over. Excuse me, are you looking for a girl named Liao Xiaomin? What? Kid, you saw her. The matchmaker was excited. Yeah, where is she? Bang, bang, bang. In 2 minutes, I beat the 4 of them black and blue. They all looked dumbfounded. We were just here to fetch a bride. What exactly did we do wrong? Give us a straight answer, will you? I only asked them one thing. Which direction had my wife run? Once I got the answer, I immediately chased after her. Meanwhile, at Zhou Daong's place, another scheme was brewing. What did you say? My bride got snatched away. Zhou Daong was a bald man with a thin mustache and a slight belly, looking quite prosperous. But at that moment, he was so angry he slapped the table. Yes, we were walking along just fine when a young guy riding a 28-inch bike suddenly showed up and, without saying a word, beat us all up. Several of them lifted their injured faces to show him. Even the matchmaker was complaining. That kid only punched people in the chest, and he kept calling Liao Xiaomin his wife. Just then, a man in his late 20s came in from outside. Uncle, Dashan, why are you here? Zhou Daong asked. Zhao Dashan was his nephew. His sister had died early, and Zhou Daong had taken care of Zhao Dashan and his younger brother all along. After sending the people in the room out, Zhao Dashan lowered his voice. That Liao Xiaomin is already married. What did you say? Zhou Daong shot to his feet. So he'd spent 30 yuan to marry a second-hand woman? She's the wife of a fool from our East Village. The one who snatched the bride is probably that fool. Good. They dare to play me like this. I'm going to East Village right now and snatch my bride back. Uncle, don't be anxious yet. Zhao Dashan leaned in, his eyes full of malice. That fool has several hundred yuan wild ginseng roots on him that he still hasn't sold. Last time he even beat us up. I am going to kill him. Zhou Daong narrowed his eyes. That fool is useless anyway. I'll find a couple of men to deal with him and grab that little wife for you to win on. He also has a younger sister, Zhao Dashan added, then told him everything about how his younger brother Zhao Erzhan had been eaten by a beast and how it might have something to do with that fool. Zhou Daong was enraged. Damn it, that fool has to die. He often goes up Dama Mountain. We can ambush him on the way. The two of them quietly plotted murder and robbery. As for me, I was following the tracks up the mountain. This wasn't Dama Mountain, and I wasn't familiar with it. According to what those people said and my own judgment, my wife had probably fled this way. Every time I saw a red dot, I shouted. Unfortunately, they were all medium-sized beasts, not people. Damn, it was getting dark. That damn Liao Nyang. All she did was come up with bad ideas. When I got back, I'd definitely deal with her. Wife, my shout echoed through the valley, drifting from near to far. At that moment, my wife had fallen into a trap pit. The pit was taller than she was, and one of her feet had been pierced by sharp spikes. She tried to climb up, but she had no strength. After trying for a long time, she still couldn't manage it. Night fell. She curled up in a corner, hugging her knees, the hope in her eyes fading little by little. She had only one thought: go home. Go home to the place with a chattering little sister, kind father he, and that man who was gentle with her and loved teasing her. Chow, I'll never see you again. She cried and cried. Then, hungry and exhausted, fainted. No one knew how long had passed when, through the haze, she heard a voice calling her. Wife. She jolted awake. Was it an illusion? Chow couldn't possibly find this place. Wife, are you okay? A sliver of light shone into the pit. She looked up and saw a man with a horse lantern lying at the pit's edge, sweating all over, his face filled with anxiety. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Chow. Her voice was hoarse, as if she had lost her breath. Then, from the bottom of the pit, stifled sobbing broke out. Whoa, don't be afraid, wife, I'll come down right away. I tied a rope to the nearest tree and climbed down with the horse lantern in hand. The moment I landed, my wife limped over and threw herself into my arms, holding on tight, afraid this was all a dream. Don't be scared. Chow's here. I patted her back to comfort her. She cried for a full 10 minutes before finally stopping, but she still couldn't speak, only pressing close to my ear and exhaling. Achow, I thought I'd never see you again. Idiot wife, the mountain's so dangerous. Why did you run up here? Taking the mountain path is closer to home. Idiot, I scolded. She started crying again with her arms around me, even pounding my back with her little hand. Why are you crying again? You cry even more than Xiaohui. I might as well call you Big Crybaby. I looked at her foot. It was covered in blood, but luckily the wound wasn't deep and had already stopped bleeding. We couldn't stay in the pit for long. If a northeast tiger or a black bear fell in, we'd become ready-made food. Wife, don't cry for now. Let's store it up and cry when we get back. That made her laugh. Crying could be stored up? I helped her climb up, then came up myself and untied the rope. Just as I steadied myself, she plopped right back against me. So you're really clinging to me now, huh? We couldn't make it down the mountain tonight. We had to find a safe place first. After I lit a fire, I finally saw that she was covered in mud from head to toe. Why are you all muddy? Are you a loach or something? I fell on the way. I pointed to a mark on my clothes. Then what's this? Her face turned red. So you wiped your snot on me, huh? And no, it's not mine. You're still making excuses. We chatted idly back and forth, and the atmosphere gradually relaxed. I bandaged her foot. Along the way, I had casually picked up some herbs and food. Actually, I'd taken them from the system's storage space. This secret, I couldn't let her know. I chewed the herbs into a paste and carefully applied it for her. In the firelight, she kept staring at me. All done. Just as I let go of her foot, she planted a kiss on me. This little girl was getting bolder and bolder. The corner of my mouth tasted salty. Her tears. Achow, when we get home, let you bully me again, okay? Her eyes were sparkling. Idiot wife, you're already like this. How could I bear to? Achow, you're really good to me. I took off her dirty coat, and the two of us held each other tightly, using our clothes as a blanket and the ground as a bed. Above us, starlight flickered faintly. The chirping of insects and birds sounded like they were playing a dreamy tune just for us. By dawn, she was still curled in my arms, with one piece of clothing covering her upper body and another covering her lower body. She woke up, gently tugged the clothes onto me, then nestled deeper into my embrace. Hungry? Achow isn't hungry, and I'm not hungry either. We hadn't eaten anything all day, one of us searching while the other ran, and our strength was long gone. I'll go find you something to eat. No, I'm afraid I won't be able to find you. Then let's go home. The old man and my little sister must be worried sick. Her injured foot made it impossible for her to walk, so I had no choice but to carry her. I didn't take the mountain path. Though it was shorter, it was too dangerous. I went back the way we'd come instead, which was safer. At noon, I was driving my wife back home from Shituan. I put off settling the score with Liaonyang for now. My wife was more important, so I'd bring her home first. On the way, Xiaomin told me how she'd been taken away by Liaonyang and then tricked into joining the wedding procession. She had completely seen through Liaonyang now and would never trust a single word she said again. Wife, from now on, besides the old man and our little sister, don't believe a word anyone else says, understand? I understand. She didn't want to go through that again. When we got home, the courtyard was packed with people. Brother? He Xiaohui, covered in dirt, shouted toward the gate. More than a dozen people turned to look in unison. He Xiaohui ran over and grabbed Xiaomin's hand. Sister-in-law, you're finally back. I missed you so much, sob sob sob. We even went to Shituan looking for you guys, and that bastard said my brother had already taken you away. Thank goodness you're both okay. It turned out that yesterday, Dad had taken more than a dozen villagers from Dongtuan to Shituan to look for us. They searched all over, but couldn't find the two of us. Liaonyang said I had already taken Xiaomin away, so everyone reluctantly searched again, but in the end they had to come back, thinking that if I returned, they should wait at home. And so, they waited until noon. Sister-in-law is fine, Xiaohui, don't cry. Xiaomin got out of the car, and Xiaohui quickly helped her inside. Dad stood in the crowd, and the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. It's good that you're okay. Haha, it's good that you're okay. He handed everyone a cigarette he normally couldn't bear to smoke himself. He had bought 2 cartons, opened only 1 pack for himself, and given away the rest. I clasped my hands in thanks to everyone. Thank you all. I'll treat you to a meal another day. I etched every one of them into my heart. Wife, come here. I brought over a basin of hot water and personally washed her body for her. Her clothes were already filthy, and after last night's ordeal, even her hair had been messed into a bird's nest. Chow, 2 can do it myself. Be good. She couldn't win against me, so she let me do as I pleased. The whole time, she kept her head down, her ears burning red, silently scolding me for acting indecent even while washing her body. Put my clothes on for now. I'll wash the dirty ones. Drink a bowl of brown sugar water first, and later I'll make you 2 white flour buns. Watching me bustle around. She felt so sweet it almost made her panic, even fearing that this was all a dream. If it really was, she only hoped she'd never wake up. The door creaked open. How's my daughter-in-law doing? Father, he asked from the doorway. She's fine. Little sister, go take a look at her. At the instruction, we darted into the room like a streak of smoke. Only the two of us remained in the courtyard. I sat on a bench basking in the sun. Old man, give me a cigarette. Father, he froze for a moment, then handed me one. Light it. Oh, he struck a match and lit it for me. I took a puff and exhaled, and only then did he snap back to his senses. You brat, you actually made your old man light your cigarette for you. Look at how pleased with yourself you are. He lit one for himself too and said seriously, Chow, your fool's sickness. It's better now. Really? He leaned closer. Really? Then do you remember who hit you on the head? He stood up in excitement. Lou Ermi. What? Lou Ermi. Father, he clenched his teeth in fury. That damn son of a bitch Lou Ermi. He immediately grabbed a hammer and was about to storm out. Old man, where are you going? I'm going to fucking deal with Lou Ermi. I twitched at the corner of my mouth. Isn't Lou Ermi dead? I know. Then why are you? I'm going to dig up his grave. I was speechless. I wouldn't even foo an 80-year-old lie, but I sure did foo this bargain father of mine. I dragged him back. The man's already dead. Calm down for a bit. I then told him the whole story of being hit. He got so angry he wanted to go dig up the grave again. Good. Those adulterous pair deserved to die. That was the one thing that made him happy. The two bastards had been hacked to death by Tian Guitong. By the way, where's Liao Xiaofeng? I suddenly remembered that woman wasn't around. I sent her back. Huh. That didn't sound like something father he would say. She got beaten by me and Xiao Wei. That made more sense. She said she'd had a thing with you. Is that true? No such thing. She swore it was true and even told you to take responsibility. How could that be? At the time I thought she was my wife. My wife was bedridden. How could I have made a move? Oh, what a shame. What? I was confused again. Had this old man switched characters? I mean, she got off easy. Father, he snorted. Later I'll go to Shituan and demand justice from Liao's mother. No need. I'll handle this. How are you going to handle it? Father, his eyes turned cold. Hey Chow, there's still Xiao Wei and Xiaoman at home. You mustn't mess around. If anyone's going to do it, your old man will do it. I looked at him deeply. This old man truly loved this family. Old man, what are you thinking? Do you think I'd abandon my little sister and my wife? Then, I know what I'm doing. No, then what about me? Huh, so you're not going to care about me? Care. I'll care, all right. That's more like it. The father and son both chuckled and lit up another cigarette. This time father, he didn't light mine for me. When are we selling the stick ginseng? He asked suddenly. When my wife feels better. At the very least, she had to be able to get out of bed. Besides, our supplies at home were running low. It was time to stock up. In a few days, aren't you afraid the stick ginseng will lose moisture? No. 3 or 4 days will be fine. Moss really did a good job retaining moisture. Come to think of it, not having money was truly a problem. First set a goal, buy a gun, then buy a carry. Looked back at the shabby house. It leaked whenever it rained. We'd have to make money and build a new one, or else a single heavy rain would drown all 4 of us. After lunch, just as I was about to do the laundry, my younger sister rushed to say she'd do it. Hey, this little crybaby wasn't spoiled for nothing. As the older brother, I should always be a little more accommodating. These past 2 days I've been truly exhausted, running radar, trekking over mountains and rivers while carrying my wife on my back. Even a 19-year-old body can't take that. I went inside to coax my wife to sleep, then dozed off myself for a bit to catch up on rest. When I woke up, I gently moved her hand aside and prepared to head to Shitsuan. If I didn't settle this score with Madame Liao, I couldn't get it off my chest. Just as I was about to leave, Xiaoman suddenly woke up. Hey Chow, where are you going? Out for a bit. Be good and keep sleeping, wife. I gently stroked her face. Hey Chow. She lowered her head, yet clutched tightly at my sleeve. What's wrong? You don't go. Her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. I sighed. My wife really had too little sense of security in her heart. She just wanted someone by her side. Fine. I pulled my younger sister over to keep her company while she slept, then took my knife and rode my bike to Shitsuan. If I didn't make a fuss today, my Dao heart wouldn't be steady. Shitsuan, the Liao family home. There were 5 or 6 people in the courtyard helping tidy up the house, some fixing the door, some clearing away clutter. In the inner room were Liao's mother and daughter, both bruised and battered. Liao's mother looked especially miserable. Damn Zhou Daong. He took the 30 yuan bride price, and even snatched the 13 yuan bride price for that money-losing girl. I'm calling the police and sending him to reform through labor. Liao's mother shouted. It turned out that last night, just after dark, Zhou Daong came with Zhao Dashan carrying a single-barrel hunting gun. As soon as he entered, he beat Liao's mother up and even threatened to come back in a few days to take Liao Xiaofeng away. Mom, Hurry and call the police. I don't want to marry Wang Lizho, and I don't want to marry Zhou Daong either. Sob, sob, sob. Liao Xiaofeng cried, terrified. My good girl Zhou Daong has a gun. How could Liao's mother dare to call the police? She was already in the wrong to push the married Xiao Min off on Zhou Daong, and then I went and stole the bride from him. But I am already Chao's woman. Xiaofeng was afraid of me too, but if she had to pick among the three, I was still better than those two. My good girl, didn't you say you weren't violated by Chao? Liao's mother swallowed hard. If she really sent over a daughter who had been violated, and Zhou Daong lost his temper, wouldn't he just shoot her dead? Two lied because I was scared then. I still hurt when I walk now. Xiaofeng blushed and kept lying. Then what do we do? The worst-case scenario in Liao's mother's mind was to marry Xiaofeng off to him. At least that was better than taking a bullet. Besides, Zhou Daong had said that if she married him, the money they'd robbed could still be returned. Bang! A noise came from outside the courtyard, startling everyone. Crash! The newly repaired door was kicked down again. When Liao's mother heard that sound, a bad memory rose in her mind. Could it be she peeked through the crack in the door and saw a shoe's sole growing larger and larger? Bang! I kicked the room door open, slamming her against the wall. She let out a miserable scream. Before I could even go in, someone from behind grabbed me and blocked me at the door. You're Chao from Dongtuan? What do you want? The speaker was the brigade captain, who had a thing with Liao's mother. Otherwise, with her reputation, how would she have connections to help repair her smashed-up house? Dadong, don't let this fool into the house. Liao's mother clutched her waist, her head still ringing. Thud. I threw a punch and played dumb. Bad guy? Bad guy. Captain Dadong never imagined this idiot would dare hit him, the brigade captain. Everyone, hold him down, he said. Before he even finished speaking, I had already charged into the room. No, don't. Liao's mother wailed, covering her face with both hands as if that would make everything fine. Chao. Liao Xiaofeng suddenly blocked her mother. Pretty or not? I hit her too. Thud. She took a solid punch and smashed into the heated brick wall, passing out on the spot. Dadong, save me. Liao's mother shouted. Thud. I kicked her again, and she crashed into the wall once more, wind knocked out of her, leaving only gasping, ha-ha breaths. At that moment, Dadong and the others also rushed in. Bad guy? Beat the bad guys. I punched and kicked wildly, not caring who they were. Just hit first and ask later. I'd learned Sans Ho in my previous life, and with this body, taking them down was no problem. After a while, 5 people were lying on the ground. The person who had gone out to report the matter brought reinforcements. I frowned. Damn, I'd better throw a few more punches, or once people got in here, I wouldn't be able to vent anymore. I swung my fists and hammered Liao's mother with a barrage of blows, beating her unconscious again, adding injury to injury. That was about enough. I quickly flopped onto the ground, rolled twice, and started howling too. Ouch, it hurts so much. Captain Dadong, what exactly happened? A women's director came in with the militia, and one of the militiamen was even carrying a gun. The moment I saw the militiaman raise his gun, my heart skipped a beat. Luckily, before entering the village, I had already stored the knife and bicycle into my storage space. Otherwise, if I'd still had the knife in my hand, the situation would definitely have escalated, and I might have been shot. Dadong clutched his stomach and viciously kicked me twice while I lay on the ground. You son of a bitch, you sure can fight? You damn fool, I'll kick you to death. Captain Dadong, stop. A woman hurried over to stop him and help me up. Sis, it hurts. I was so dumbfounded that I never expected her to just pull me into a hug, and I froze on the spot. Oh, now I remembered. This woman was my older sister. Her name was Lu Hongmei, and she was 29 this year. Back when she was just over 8 and nearly starved to death, my mother had given her something to eat. Seeing that both her parents were dead and feeling sorry for her, my mother took her in. Otherwise, if anyone else had hugged and cuddled me like this, they would have already been beaten. But she was different. Hey Chao, it's all right now, it's all right now. She patted my back gently. Lu Hongmei, didn't you see A Chao is pretending to be stupid? Dadong bared his teeth in pain, pointing at the people rolling on the ground and howling. He's the one who beat all of them. Then he turned and roared at the militiaman. Bring me the gun. I'll shoot him. The militiaman hurriedly protected the gun. Lu Hongmei spoke up. As far as I know, it was Liao Nyang who pushed A Chao's wife to Zhou Daong, and that's why Xiaofeng and her son were beaten. You know that, right? Women's director, you mean we got beaten for nothing? Datong said angrily. I know exactly what kind of person Liao Nyang is. Cut the crap. This guy came to my Shitsuan and caused trouble. I have the right to deal with him. Datong reached out to grab me, and I slipped behind Lu Hongmei in a flash. At that moment, the militia captain came in with his gun slung over his shoulder. He already understood the gist of it. Wasn't it just that Liao Nyang had married off the fool's wife to someone else, and the fool had come to demand justice? All right, let it go. But Datong was furious and aggrieved. What? You want to argue with a fool? Or do you think Liao Nyang and the others shouldn't have been beaten? The militia captain had been to the battlefield, and his presence was completely different. Lu Hongmei, take the fool back to the village and have his family pay 2 yuan for medical expenses. That'll settle it. Lu Hongmei fished out 2 yuan in small change from her shoulder bag and handed it over. It was clear she was very poor. Hey Chow, I'll take you home. Once we were outside, she asked after me with concern. Does it still hurt? No, it doesn't hurt. I really couldn't keep pretending anymore. Sister, A Chow can go home by himself. She froze for a moment. So I could actually talk? No, I'll take you back. She was afraid I'd get lost on the way and couldn't explain things to the Yi family, so she borrowed a bicycle and rode me back to Dongtuan. Along the way, I hugged her from behind as she wanted. Hey Chow, don't hug so tight. Oh. By the time we reached Dongtuan, it was already dark. Sis, you're finally here. He Xiaowei ignored me completely and hopped over to Lu Hongmei. Why did you get so thin? You're already so big and still clingy. Lu Hongmei pinched her face just like I did. Hongmei, you came at just the right time. We're having wild boar meat tonight. My father said with a broad smile. Daughter-in-law, this is Hongmei I told you about. She raised both A Chow and his sister. Liao Xiaoman came limping out of the house. I hurried over to help her. Wife, why aren't you resting? I'm fine. Even though she was injured, she still refused to let go of the housework. Sis, hello. Xiaoman. Lu Hongmei almost didn't recognize her. In her memory, Liao Xiaoman had been a thin, timid girl, but now she'd put on some weight. There was light in her eyes, and she looked much prettier. Sister-in-law, you're really beautiful. How could I compare to you, sis? Liao Xiaoman said shyly. The three women chatted away, and Lu Hongmei naturally went to the outer room to start the fire and cook. Xiaowei, was this wild boar meat really brought back by A Chow? She asked uncertainly. Yes, my brother is amazing. Last time he even beat 7 flying dragons. He Xiaowei blurted everything out like a firecracker. Lu Hongmei was stunned. So A Chow wasn't stupid? Then what had she just done? Carrying him all the way back, this little brat was even fooling his own sister. She looked toward the courtyard, where I was chatting and laughing with my father. There wasn't a trace of foolishness on my face. Soon, a huge pot of wild boar meat was done, even more fragrant than last time. Wife, this one's good. I picked out some food for Liao Xiaoman. Brother, I want some too, my sister pouted. Okay. I picked up a piece with a good balance of fat and lean, and just as it was about to go into my sister's bowl, I swerved and put it into Lu Hongmei's bowl instead. Eat up, sis. Thanks so much, my dear brother. There was a hint of sarcasm in her tone. I chuckled, fully understanding. Wasn't it just pretending to be stupid to fool her? He Xiaowei went crazy. Let her fume. I kept eating. Old man, let's have one. I raised my cup. I was in a good mood tonight. Come on. Hongmei, have some too. My alcohol tolerance isn't great. Sis, don't go back tonight. I want to sleep with you. As she spoke, He Xiaowei had already poured her a drink. Then okay. My dad asked again. Hongmei, how did you come back with Chow? Lu Hongmei told everyone about how I beat up Liao Nyang and her daughter and caused trouble in Shitsuan. Everyone listened, stunned. He Xiaowei became even more excited, admiring me even more. My dad frowned, worried something might go wrong, but inwardly he couldn't help muttering. Good beating. They deserved it. Liao Xiaoman lowered her head and murmured, Thank you, Chow. She felt touched and also blamed herself for her own uselessness. After dinner, everyone chatted in the courtyard. Wife, let's go back to the room and rest. I reached out to help her, but my younger sister snatched her away first. Brother, tonight I'm sleeping with sister-in-law and sister. Chow. Liao Xiaoman actually wanted to sleep with me. Sister-in-law, sister, come into the room and talk. He Xiaowei pulled the two of them into the inner room. That left my dad and me staring at each other. What are you looking at? Useless thing. You've had all this time and still not a single sound. My dad was drunk, and after tossing out that line in a sway, he went into the room. Hey, old man, what do you mean by that? I thought, how could that be my fault? No. How did the old man know so clearly? In the middle of the night, a warm body pressed against me. Half asleep, I pulled the person into my arms. With the alcohol hitting me, my hands started wandering, and even the clothes were tossed aside. But the other person was especially resistant. What's this? Had my wife learned to play hard to get? She even resisted when I tried to rub against her. Forget it. She was still injured. I couldn't force it. So I just held her and slept like that all night. When I woke at dawn, I'd slept especially soundly. Where was my wife? After getting dressed and going out to look, there was nothing at all. No one was up at this hour. I scratched my head. Wait, wasn't my wife supposed to have come running into my bed naked in the middle of the night? Creak, creak. He Xiaowei and the other two came out one after another. Chow, why not sleep a little longer? Liao Xiaoman said worriedly. Wife, didn't you sleep with me last night? She thought about it seriously. No, I was being held by Xiao Wei the whole time. Brother, weren't you just drunk and confused last night? The three of us slept together. I scratched my head. Maybe I was thinking about my wife too much and dreamed it. Liao Xiaoman blushed and lowered her head. But behind her, Lu Hongmei frowned, looking angry. Sis, why is your face so red? He Xiaowei leaned in. I sis it. She tucked her hair back and turned her face away. I immediately reached out to feel her forehead. Sis, you're so hot. Do you have a fever? Smack. She slapped my hand away and gave me a fierce glare, her eyes full of killing intent. I'm fine. The Kong was just too hot. After saying that, she took the other two to wash up. A question mark practically floated above my head. Our relationship was like this, so what was wrong with feeling her forehead? Why such a huge reaction? Could it be another one on her period? Lu Hongmei finished brushing her teeth and, without even eating breakfast, rushed off, saying that there was something going on in Shitsuan Production Brigade. Before she left, my dad forcibly stuffed 5 caddies of wild boar meat and 2 yuan into her hands. When she refused to take it, I blocked her, and in the end she had no choice but to accept it. Chow, forget about Liaonyang's matter. Xiaoman's back now, and you've already beaten them. That's enough. My dad tried to persuade me, worried that now that my fool's illness had just been cured, I'd end up causing trouble in Shitsuan. Yeah, Chow, I'm fine. From now on I just won't bother with them. Liao Xiaoman also said. Brother, let's go hunting in the mountains. He Xiaowei leaned close to my ear. Later we'll go to Shitsuan and give them a good lesson. I pinched her cheek. You stay home. Dad, sister-in-law, brother says he's going to Shitsuan. Don't let him go. He Xiaowei went on the offensive first. She couldn't go, and she didn't want me to go either. After several rounds of persuasion, I agreed not to cause trouble, and only then did they relax. As soon as my dad left for work, Hong Lian arrived carrying a hunting rifle on her back. Chow, younger sister-in-law, seeing that you're both fine, I can rest easy. She had also gone to Shitsuan yesterday to look for us, but her old mother was sick at home, so she missed us. As she spoke, she took another look at Liao Xiaoman, seeing my little wife for the first time, and she was actually quite pretty. She finally let out a breath of relief. She had been worried my father would find me some ugly, mismatched woman. Wife, this is Sister Honglian. She used to bring meat to our house often. I introduced patiently. Honglian, however, stared at me blankly. A Chow is normal now? Speaking so fluently, how did she not know I'd recovered? That time bathing on the mountain, Sister Honglian. Hello, I am Y name is Xiaoman. Little sister-in-law is really beautiful. Liao Xiaoman blushed again. Sister Honglian, your hair clip is so pretty. Where did you buy it? It looks almost the same as mine and sister-in-law's. He shall we cut in. The three of them all looked at the hair clip on Honglian's head. It really did look similar. Honglian was at a loss for words. She couldn't possibly say in front of little sister-in-law that it was a gift from A Chow, so she said, I had someone bring it back from the supply and marketing cooperative. I felt a little amused inside. No wonder one hair clip was missing. So it was on her. I'd originally meant to give it to Xiaochuan, but when I was handing out sugar that day, I accidentally gave it away. Hey Chow, want to go up the mountain hunting with me? Honglian explained why she'd come. Okay. I agreed without even thinking. I wanted to stay home with my wife, but I still had to earn money, and my wife's wounds needed medicinal herbs too. Hey Chow, take this to eat on the mountain. Come back early. Liao Xiaoman's face was full of reluctance. I didn't care whether anyone else was around and kissed her hard on the cheek. Oh, hey Chow, there are people here. She covered her face with both hands, the blush from her cheeks spreading to the roots of her ears. She thought A Chow really had no shame. At the side, He Xiaowei blushed and let out a full burp. Honglian stepped aside, feeling stifled. This dog food was hard to swallow. Wife, wait for me at home. I grinned, slinging the big bow and gear over my back, and went up the mountain with Honglian. On the way, the two of us walked side by side. Hey Chow, you that day? Sister Honglian, what day? The day we went hunting. Honglian had always been the straightforward type, but for some reason today, she just couldn't get the words out. I knew exactly what she wanted to ask, so I said it straight. Ever since I hit my head that day when I shot down the flying dragon, that stupid sickness got cured. Then, as for what happened these past few days, it's all a blur. I can't really remember. I put on a thoughtful look. I only remember you teaching me how to handle the game. Just as I brushed that off here, on the other side, halfway up Demo Mountain, Zhou Daong crouched there holding a hunting rifle for a day and a night, and he hadn't even seen my shadow. He asked Zhao Dashan, you're sure that idiot will come? Don't worry, uncle. He definitely will. Zhao Dashan stretched. I'm going back to the village to get some dry rations. You keep watch for now. Wait. Go find old Wang and bring people to search the idiot's house. See if there's any ginseng. Zhao Dashan slapped his forehead. Uncle, your brain really works. After this is done, the idiot's sister and wife can go to you first. Zhao Dashan happily ran down the mountain, his head full of beautiful thoughts. But they didn't know I hadn't taken the main road at all. I pulled Honglian and deliberately took the side paths. She was puzzled. "Hey Chow, the side path is much farther. There are ground squirrels over here, maybe even flying dragons and partridges." I made up an excuse off the top of my head. In fact, it was because I had a habit. Every so often I'd sweep the area with radar. Just after reaching the mountainside, I found two big red dots that were completely still, crouched in the dense forest high up. I pulled Honglian to sit there for a while, but those red dots didn't budge at all. I asked her what was over there, and she said there was nothing. There wasn't even much bird droppings. Completely motionless, crouched high up, right within gun range. How could those be animals? They were clearly people. So I took Honglian around them and used the side path to avoid danger. "Come, I'll pull you." I reached out my hand. Honglian didn't mind either. It was just holding hands. Could that make her pregnant or something? Soon we reached the place where she had bathed before. Thinking of how she had looked back then, she blushed again. Luckily, Chao didn't remember. "Sister Honglian, don't move." I picked up the slingshot and turned around, but my eyes were fixed on the pine tree behind her. At that moment, I was completely focused, and even Honglian was stunned as she watched, thinking to herself, "Chow really isn't dumb anymore, and he's actually kind of good looking." Whoosh, whoosh. Two gray squirrels dropped from the tree with a thud. Gray squirrel meat smells delicious, and the fur can still sell for a few cents. Save enough, and it adds up to a real income. "Chow, how come I never saw you use a slingshot or a bow before?" "I just learned recently. I want to earn some money for the family," I said while looking for more gray squirrels. "Where'd you get that big bow?" "Borrowed it from Sister Xiuquan." "Who, Xiuquan?" "Yeah." As we were talking, a tiger's roar came from afar, mighty and imposing. Honglian had experience. Don't be afraid. Tigers have territorial instincts and usually won't come out of the deep mountains. Hunters don't say tiger when they go up the mountain. They call it big worm or mountain god. I was weak in that area, so I listened carefully while also thinking, it'd be great if the prey tracking skill could level up. 100 meters still isn't far enough. After trekking for another hour or so, I finally spotted two bright red dots. This place was practically impossible to be occupied by people. "Sister Honglian, there's movement over here." She hadn't noticed at all. Only after I pulled her into cover did she see clearly. 40 or 50 meters away stood a male and female cicadeer. The buck weighed around 200 gene, the doe around 150 or 60, and her belly was swollen. She was about to give birth. Honglian wanted to reach for her gun, only to realize I'd been holding her hand the whole time. "Chow, can we stop holding hands for a bit?" "Oh right," I let go then. She flicked off the safety and was about to take aim. "Sister Honglian, wait. Let me do it." "Huh." A double-barreled hunting gun has strong stopping power, but it's easy to miss. It could ruin the deer hide, and it might even injure the doe. I had already knocked an arrow. Hunting has its order. If they are young, then if possible, don't kill them. "Fine. If you miss, I'll fire immediately." Whoosh. The iron arrow sliced through the air and pierced the buck's neck. The buck leapt violently and fled madly, and the doe, startled, ran too. "Chow, that was a dead-on shot." My old face went red. Knowing too much isn't always a good thing. After chasing it for dozens of meters, the buck finally ran out of strength and collapsed. Honglian brought down a knife, then bent over and took 2 mouthfuls of blood, her mouth stained bright red. "Chow, you should have some too. It's very nourishing." She didn't dare drink much, afraid she couldn't handle it. The moment I heard "very nourishing," I got excited and leaned in to drink greedily. Honglian hurriedly stopped me. "Chow, don't drink too much. You'll feel very uncomfortable." "Huh? Why would I feel uncomfortable?" I wiped the blood from my mouth. It was salty sweet, not nearly as fishy as I'd imagined. Nothing. Just don't drink anymore." Her face turned red. She had only heard that deer blood, especially buck blood, could make you feel especially uncomfortable if you drank too much and didn't, well, release it. Watching the precious deer blood spill out, I felt heartache to the extreme. This was good stuff for building a relationship with my wife. Wasting it was a crime. I quickly poured out the water from my military canteen. It could hold almost 2 gene. "Chow, if you put it back, it'll stink." "I'm not taking it back. I'm offering it to the mountain god." I carried the full canteen far away and poured it onto the ground as an offering. The moment Honglian turned her head, I took out another empty bottle, dipped a little blood in it as a cover, and quietly stored the full canteen of deer blood into my storage space. Then came another canteen. But by the time I filled it again, the buck's blood was already running low, leaving only a little more than half a bottle. Good enough. After I drank it, I'd hunt another one. "Chow, are you still offering this one to the mountain god?" Honglian asked, holding the antlers. Deer antler blood was even more nourishing. "Yes." I handed her the blood-stained bottle, mixed it in, and ended up with nearly a gene in total. Luckily, I'd bought 2 or 3 extra bottles from the supply and marketing cooperative last time. Otherwise, we'd really have lost out on this one. By my estimate, I'd already stockpiled over 2 gene of manly nourishment oil. Then we started processing the buck. The antlers weren't big, but they were second-growth antlers, which showed the animal had been well fed. Hong Lian taught me as she worked, and soon we stripped off an entire large deer hide, which could sell for quite a bit. This one I want. I cut off the deer penis. I'd heard that eating it raw gave the best nutrition. I looked at Hong Lian. Forget it. It was too disgusting. I'd wash it thoroughly and stew it with medicinal herbs when I got back. Chow, you're so big and sturdy. Take it easy. Hong Lian was really worried about my delicate little wife. What's wrong with Sister Hong Lian? I played dumb. She shot me a glare. Too lazy to talk to you. Both of us had drunk deer blood, our faces flushed and ears hot, our whole bodies burning. While Hong Lian taught me how to cut out the deer tendons and tail, those sold for even higher prices by themselves, she worked quickly and skillfully. With my help, we finished the job neatly in just over an hour. In between, I checked the radar from time to time. There were red dots, but none were coming this way. The prey was too heavy, so each of us carried half. I saw that Hong Lian was carrying even more than me, and she still had a gun hanging on her, so I reached for the gut bag in her hand. What's this? Looking down on me because I'm a woman, she said with a light laugh. This woman was about as tall as I was and pretty fierce. Whoever married her would definitely have a harmonious home. I still took it from her. That bag of organs weighed more than 10 gene. Why were you walking so fast? Rushing home to hug your wife? She called from behind with a laugh. Yeah, I admitted openly. After drinking so much deer blood, I was burning hot all over and just wanted to cool down. I only hated that I didn't have a woman. Rumble, thunder cracked. The sky had already turned overcast, but I hadn't expected the rain to come so suddenly. A strong wind swept through, trees bent and fell with a rustling crash, and wind and rain raged together. Achow, there's a big rock over there. Hong Lian led me under a tilted stone just as a torrential downpour smashed down over our heads. Half my clothes were soaked. I stripped off my blood-stained jacket, revealing my slightly reddened abs. Hong Lian glanced at me, spat inwardly, and thought he shouldn't have drunk so much deer blood if he wouldn't listen. I was feeling so hot I could barely stand it. Turning back to look at Hong Lian, who was also taking off her jacket, I swallowed hard. She was beautiful too, with a great figure, and those long legs. The more I looked, the thirstier I got. Hey, brat, still staring? She frowned. Hong Lian, what's that? I was actually staring into the very back of the cave. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I realized there seemed to be something inside. A stick. She turned to look. I crawled over on the ground and struck a match. Several white bones were revealed, and most eye-catching of all, beneath the gray dirt was a gun. Before the match went out, I yanked it out at once. Sister Hong Lian, look. A single-barrel old hunting gun. She froze. This is Hu Xiuquan's husband's gun. Such a coincidence. No wonder we could never find it. So it was in this stone cave. We fiddled with it a bit, and it was badly rusted. Can it still be used? Now that there was a gun, I could do a lot more. No, but it can be repaired. I happen to know someone who repairs guns, Hong Lian said. Later, go with me to town to sell the deer meat, and we'll get the gun fixed too. Great. I couldn't have asked for more. Once the gun problem was solved, I'd also save a chunk of money. The rain came quickly and went quickly too. A passing shower never lasts long. Sister Hong Lian, let's hurry and go. I was truly uncomfortable. Last night, I'd even dreamed of hugging and cuddling with my wife. Seeing me in this state, Hong Lian couldn't help but laugh out loud. The two of us followed the main road and walked for nearly 2 hours before returning to Dongtuan. I had originally wanted to take a shortcut, but the 2 red dots were gone. They were probably washed away by the rain, leaving no trace. Sister Hong Lian, let's go to your place first. What? Hong Lian frowned. She was thinking, didn't this brat say he was in a rush to go home and find his wife? When we got to Hong Lian's house, her mother, Li Sanmei, asked me to come inside and sit down, but I quickly refused and took off running. What a good kid. How did he end up stupid? Li Sanmei sighed in distress. Hong Lian hurriedly explained, Mom, a Chow isn't stupid anymore. He just drank too much deer blood and is rushing home to find his wife. What? Really? Li Sanmei got excited at once. Good. I thought old he was joking, so it's true. She was happy for our He family. After we sell the deer meat later, we should give a Chow the bigger share and buy 2 cartons of cigarettes back. This deer was hunted by a Chow in the first place, Hong Lian replied, then wondered, but you don't even smoke. Why buy cigarettes? Li Sanmei shot her a glare. Children shouldn't ask so much. I rushed to Hu Xiuquan's house first, but it turned out to be a wasted trip. There was no one home. That really frustrated me. My wife had a sore foot, and her little sister was at home too. For something like this, I needed someone who could really handle it. Yes, the production team. Xiu Chun is weeding over there. In just a few minutes I spotted her from far away. I flicked my hand, and a mud pellet struck her clothes with perfect accuracy. It didn't hurt. It was just a warning. Xiao Chun, what's wrong? A woman beside her asked. Xiao Chun turned around and immediately saw me waving under a big tree. With so many people around, she was both annoyed and flustered. A few of the women teased her too. Xiao Chun, why do you look so radiant lately? You're glowing. Don't talk nonsense, she said, blushing. Then she suddenly crouched slightly and held her stomach. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'm heading back first. Please ask for leave for me. With that, she ran all the way home. As soon as she pushed the door open, I pulled her into my arms. Hey Chow, why is your face so red? She's still worried about me. Xiao Chunjia. With just those words, she went limp in my embrace and naturally wrapped her arms around my neck. Oh, it's broad daylight. Let's not do this until another day. Before she could finish, I sealed her lips. After a long while, I gently carried her onto the Kong and let her rest properly. As for the He family side, Hong Lian handed the tenderloin and dear heart to my younger sister Xiaowei, then glanced into the inner room and didn't see A Chao or Liao Xiaoman. She began to wonder. That brat came back to find his wife. How come it's been over an hour and he still hasn't shown up? Hong Lian Jia, you hunted something again? Xiaowei asked with a bright smile. Did your brother tell you? Hong Lian asked. My brother? He hasn't come back yet. Hong Lian froze. A Chao didn't come back to find his wife. At that moment, Liao Xiaoman also came out of the inner room and said the house seemed like it had been ransacked, all messy and chaotic. The more Hong Lian thought about it, the more something felt off. Just as she was puzzling over it, she heard my voice from outside. Wife, little sister, Hong Lian Jia. I looked completely relaxed, a world away from how I'd been just moments ago. Brother, where did you go? I went out for a bit. I hurriedly changed the subject. Today Hong Lian Jia and I killed a big stag. Hong Lian stared at me suspiciously. This kid has a problem. As they chatted, Liao Xiaoman said the house had been turned over, and Xiaowei said the Kong cabinet in her room had also been rummaged through. Luckily, the feathers were still there. My expression darkened. I went inside to check, and all the loose cash was still there. I understood then. The thief had been looking for the Bangzi. I walked behind the house and took out the Bangzi wrapped in birch bark from my storage space. Brother, the thief wanted this, right? More or less. I told them to call Dad back and not go to work, then report the break-in to the militia team. Take a few sugar cubes when you go. It shows goodwill, and it works better. I suspected that thief was probably the two red dots halfway up the mountain. After everything was arranged, Hong Lian drove the horse cart, taking me and the venison to town. On the way, Hong Lian couldn't help asking, Hey Chow, where did you go just now? My heart tightened. Could Hong Lian Jia have seen something? I went to Hunter Zhang's place to return the cart. I borrowed it yesterday. That was true enough. Returning the cart only took 5 minutes. But going to Xiao Chun's place had taken over an hour. Oh, I thought you'd gone to find Widow Hu, Hong Lian probed. Hong Lian Jia, why would you think that? On the surface I stayed calm, but inside I was panicking. I was just joking. You did look unusually flushed just now. As soon as she said it, she regretted it. I quickly warned her. Hu Xiao Chun is famous all over the surrounding 10 li for being a proper, virtuous woman. If that kind of thing gets out, what will people think? If it reaches the ears of those gossiping old women, what will they say? That was careless of me. I'm sorry. Hong Lian lowered her head to admit fault, silently resolving to be more careful with her words in the future. Then where did you actually go? She asked again. Hong Lian Jia, you guess. I'm not guessing. I leaned close to her ear and whispered a couple of lines. She immediately swung an arm at me. Get lost. You even dare tease your own sister? Didn't you tell me to say it? Have you no shame at all? Along the way, the two of us chatted idly now and then. When we arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, quite a crowd had gathered. A deer this large and with such beautiful markings was rarely seen these days. Lu Guangping came trotting out. Hey Chow, you finally made it. Seeing me carrying things with a capable-looking woman, he assumed she was my wife. This must be your sister-in-law, right? I'm not, Hong Lian replied unhappily. Lu Guangping gave an awkward, dry laugh. On the scales, deer meat, 98 jin, 56 cents a jin, 54 yuan, and 88 cents. What about the deer antlers? Lu Guangping asked hungrily. Just one branch, not much. I used it myself. And the deer penis? He leaned in and asked. I smiled without answering. The meaning was obvious. Lu Guangping looked disappointed. What great condition this deer hide is in. He gave me a thumbs up. Hey Chow, you're getting better and better at handling these things. My sister gets the credit for all this. Next time she comes to sell, you'd better give her a little extra. Easy, easy. The deer hide sold for 17 yuan and 60 cents, which was even higher than our expected 15 yuan. Altogether, it came to 72 yuan and 48 cents, plus ration tickets. This was the first time Hong Lian had sold so much money's worth of goods, and she was thrilled. She hurried off to look at fabric. She wanted to make her mother a new outfit. and also buy some white flour, sugar, and matches. It was the first time I'd seen her this happy. Sure enough, spending money makes people feel good. Hey Chow, what's in that sack of yours? Lu Guangping kept staring at the sack I'd been holding the whole time, as if he suspected it was some treasure. I casually shook it and put on an indifferent air. Just some worthless junk. He believed most of it. Who would handle treasures so carelessly? In fact, inside was a big ginseng root weighing nearly 60 grams. Brother Lu, how do you buy ginseng? I asked tentatively. What, you've got some? He perked up immediately. I don't. I'm just interested. I brought up Uncle Wong as a cover. Luckily, Lu Guangping knew him too. Lu Guangping flipped open his notebook and read. Ginseng is graded by weight into large, medium, and small. 3 to 10 grams counts as small. Over 30 grams counts as large. Quality is divided into first, second, and third grade, based on 5 parts. The rhizome head, the rootlet bud, the body, the wrinkles, and the whiskers. The better the age and appearance, the more expensive it is. Based on Uncle Wong's one, it'd count as third grade medium, 25 yuan, and 3 jiao per 10 grams. I was startled inwardly. These days, being able to sell for 25 yuan per 10 grams was no small sum. No wonder Uncle Wong could afford to buy a bicycle. And what about first grade large? I asked softly. Lu Guangping looked me over, back carrying a big bow, covered in patches and with bloodstains on my pants. But professional as he was, he still gave me the price. Twice the price of third grade ginseng. After hearing Lu Guangping say that, I made an oh sound and wasn't too surprised. Hey, you have one. Brother Lu, you're thinking too highly of me. If I had one, would I still look like this? I looked down at myself. I was filthy all over. I moved closer to him and asked directly. Brother Lu, how can I get industrial vouchers? That isn't easy to handle. If it wasn't easy to handle, that meant there was a way. I got straight to the point. Brother Lu, why don't you tell me? I want to buy a bicycle. Lu Guangping laughed. This kid was actually pretty ambitious. As long as you can get me a black bear or a tiger, I'll definitely get you industrial vouchers. The Huaxia government will even award you a pennant, plus a special reward. Every year, quite a few people were eaten by these beasts. They were vicious. Really, I was pleasantly surprised. As long as I had a hunting rifle, anything was possible. Would I lie to you? I'm not talking about other places, but here, I definitely can. Lu Guangping patted his chest in assurance. But I could tell he didn't take it too seriously. How could a young man who didn't even have a gun possibly get hold of a black bear or a tiger? That kind of thing depended on strength, not luck. Ah Chow, how about this fabric? Honglian suddenly asked. She had her eye on a piece of floral cloth. I shook my head. That style doesn't suit you. You? Honglian herself knew that a tall girl over 5'10" wearing floral fabric really didn't quite fit, but she also wanted to dress as nicely as the other girls in the village. Gray would suit you better, I said seriously. Oh, the two of us started shopping like mad, wishing we could fill the cart to the brim. Red Lotus sister, it turns out you look pretty good when you smile, I suddenly praised. TCH, cut the sweet talk. Honglian turned away, but a smile still curled at the corner of her lips. We picked out a huge pile of things, but we didn't have enough vouchers. No matter how I talked, Lu Guangping wouldn't budge, because we were buying too much. Ah Chow, if you can get me some ginseng or a black bear or tiger, I'll give you whatever vouchers you want. Lu Guangping felt he had already given us enough. Fine, let's leave it at that for now. I didn't push it. We'd come again next time anyway. When it was time to pay, Honglian suddenly remembered something her mother wanted. Buy me 2 packs of cigarettes. Cigarettes? Red Lotus sister, what do you need cigarettes for? Neither her mother nor she smoked. Honglian imitated her mother's tone. Children shouldn't ask about things they shouldn't ask about. Me. After paying, we loaded the large and small packages onto the cart, and in the end we covered them with sorghum stalks. Camouflage was necessary. Drive on. The cart rolled out, gradually leaving the supply and marketing cooperative behind. Red Lotus sister, do you know where there's a black market? A black market? Ah Chow, you want to buy something? I want to sell the ginseng, I said, leaning closer. What? Honglian suddenly turned her head. Just then the wheel hit a small pothole, and with a soft pop, our lips brushed for an instant. She hurriedly turned back, her face a little red. She wiped her mouth and pretended nothing had happened. Ah Chow, you really have ginseng? Yep, I just don't know if there are any buyers at the black market. Ah Chow, the black market isn't safe right now. If you don't know anyone, it's easy to get caught. Honglian paused. Ginseng is a good thing, but buyers are hard to find, especially in broad daylight. I thought about it and agreed. Ginseng wasn't something ordinary people could afford. The risk was huge. If you got caught, not only would the item be confiscated, you'd also end up with the label of a bad element and might even be sent off for labor reform. Ordinary items might get a lighter punishment, but ginseng, that was a problem. Looks like selling it to the supply and marketing cooperative is still the safest, I sighed. But let's go somewhere else first and come back to the supply and marketing cooperative later. After saying that, Hong Lian asked again, by the way, Ah Chow, how big is your ginseng? I stared blankly at her, not saying a word for a long time. What are you spacing out for? I'm asking how big your ginseng is, Hong Lian said irritably. Very big. TCH, how big? This long, this big. I gestured with my hands. Really, seriously? If it weren't for the fact that there were people here, Hong Lian would really have wanted me to take it out and show her. She'd never seen a ginseng root before. I coughed twice, feeling a little guilty. Soon, we arrived at a general store that sold bamboo baskets, brooms, wooden goods, straw-woven insoles, and the like. A Chow, bring the shotgun and come in. Hong Lian scanned the area before getting out of the car. I turned on the tracking radar and saw 3 big red dots in the shop. Sister Hong Lian, how many people are in this store? 1. Why do you ask? Nothing, just asking. I turned off the radar. Were the other 2 customers? At the back of the general store, a young man was speaking anxiously. Uncle Wei, I've been looking for Old Mountain ginseng for 3 months. Do you have any way to find a seller? I'm willing to pay a high price. His name was Lin Weijun, about 23 or 24, dressed neatly, with a refined face full of anxiety. He had been running all over the place just to find Old Mountain ginseng to keep his fiancé's grandfather alive. Sigh, things like that aren't easy to find, Uncle Wei said, stroking his beard and frowning. Then he suddenly thought of someone. Maybe this person might have some. Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong. Lin Weijun frowned, feeling like he'd heard the name somewhere before. Weijun, could the person Uncle Wei means be Boss Wang Shu? His pretty fiancée beside him reminded him. Right, that's him, Uncle Wei said immediately. Lin Weijun sighed. Uncle Wei, I've met this man before. His ginseng is not very old, and the medicinal effect is average. Yeah, the years are too few, his fiancée agreed. How about waiting until September or October? That's when the ginseng hunting crews are most active, and there'll definitely be good roots then, Uncle Wei said. Lin Weijun shook his head. His fiancé's grandfather probably wouldn't make it until then. He took out 2 yuan and stuffed it into Uncle Wei's hand. Anyway, please keep an eye out for me. Price is not a problem. Once this is done, I won't shortchange you. Uncle Wei accepted the money. Who would complain about having too much money? All right, I'll do my best. Then I'll come back in a couple of days, Lin Weijun said, then left. Just as the 2 came out from the inner room, the fiancé bumped right into me, filthy all over, with a shotgun and a sack on my back. With a fragrant, soft body in my arms, this was my first time seeing a woman in a qipao. Her figure was fiery, her skin delicate and fair, and her curly hair gave off a Shanghai bun sort of vibe. Nice. She darted to the side like a startled rabbit, but there was a small stool on the floor. She stumbled and fell backward. Lin Weijun reached out to help her, but I was a step faster. Almost instinctively, I wrapped my arm around her waist and pulled hard. She fell back into my arms again, her cheeks slightly red. Just as I steadied her, she immediately pushed me away, looking panicked. I took another look. This woman really did have some presence. At that moment, Lin Weijun swung a punch at me. Smack. Hong Lian reacted quickly and used a palm push to deflect his fist. Lin Weijun's face darkened. This filthy country bumpkin actually dared to take advantage of his fiancée right in front of him? Matabatsi. He threw another punch, only to be stopped by Hong Lian first again. Watch your mouth, you brat. Hong Lian shielded me behind her, her gaze sharp. I froze for a moment. I hadn't expected Hong Lian to have a big sister vibe too. This girl really had personality. Get out of the way. I don't hit women. Lin Weijun roared. You think you're such a tough guy? Hong Lian shot back. She was even half a head taller than Lin Weijun, and in terms of presence, he was already at a disadvantage. Lin Weijun glared at me, grinding his teeth. You coward hiding behind a woman. Get out here. Hong Lian was about to speak again, but I pulled her behind me to protect her. What's the matter? You want to beat me up? As soon as the words fell, Lin Weijun punched in fiercely. I didn't move. I opened one hand, and with a snap caught his fist. Crack, crack, crack. A series of bone sounds rang out, and I immediately drove a hard kick into his abdomen. Uffed. One hand still caught, the other clutching his stomach. He stared at me with a twisted expression. You bastard. Uffed. Before he could finish, I landed another kick. Don't fight anymore. Please don't fight anymore. The fiancé hurriedly held him up and pleaded in a soft voice. Hey, don't make trouble here. Uncle Wei's expression darkened. Uncle Wei, he made the first move, Hong Lian explained. This bastard took advantage of our fiancé. Lin Weijun glared at me with resentment. Smack. I kicked him again, and he hurt so much he almost threw up. Whoa, please don't hit him anymore. The fiancé started crying. Miss, I only helped you because I was afraid you'd fall. What did I do wrong? I said darkly, turning to Uncle Wei, who was about to speak. Boss, I'm just being reasonable. If others respect me, I respect them. If he doesn't respect me, why should I be polite to him? Uncle Wei knew I was in the right, but he had taken Lin Weijuan's money. Young man, do me a favor and let go first. I didn't move. Uncle Wei looked at Honglian. Honglian, persuade your man. Honglian felt a little strange when she heard that, but at the moment she was too lazy to explain whether I was her man or not. Hey Chow, forget it. We still need Uncle Wei to repair the gun later. I still didn't let go, and I turned my head to ask in a low voice. Besides here, is there anywhere else that sells guns? There is. After getting the answer, I coldly said to Lin Weijun, apologize to me. You. Before he could finish, his fiancée stopped him. Sir, we were wrong. Thank you for helping me just now. Otherwise, I definitely would have fallen. She took out 5 yuan from her bag. This is my thank you gift. Please accept it. Rulon, what are you doing? Weijun, we still have to help Grandpa find the old mountain ginseng. Rulon persuaded him softly. Lin Weijun lowered his head and said nothing. She bowed to me. Big brother, please don't be angry. I'll apologize to you on Weijun's behalf. I'm sorry. All right. As long as the lady is polite to me, I'll naturally be polite too. I took the 5 yuan. Free money would be wasted not to take. As soon as I let go, Lin Weijun immediately wanted to rush over, but his fiancée half pushed, half held him and dragged him outside. His cursing could still be faintly heard from outside. Humph, a useless dog barking. I despised that kind of person the most, those who could only yap away. Uncle Wei waved his hand and said that guy had been at fault first, so this matter couldn't be blamed on us. He had taken the man's money, and if he didn't say something fair, he'd feel bad about it. Hearing him say that, I gave up the idea of leaving. This Uncle Wei was still reasonable. Honglian, how much this time? Uncle Wei asked while fiddling with his pipe. He was familiar with Honglian. I quickly unwrapped the newly bought cigarettes and handed him one. Uncle Wei, have a taste. Just bought them. He paused for 2 seconds before taking it, probably thinking that this young guy, was quite individual. I can fix the hunting rifle on your back. He saw at a glance that my gun was unusable. Honglian was delighted and told me to take the gun off. Uncle Wei, how much to repair it? I'll have to take a careful look. He took the gun into the inner room, examining it as he walked. If it's fixed, 8 yuan. If you don't want that, there are new single-barrel and double-barrel guns here. 8 yuan, not much. Okay, how long will it take? I agreed immediately. Anyway, someone had just stuffed 5 yuan into my hands, so I wasn't losing out. Some parts are hard to get. It'll take a few days. No problem. Uncle Wei, give me 2012 gauge shells. Honglian only took out her money when she discovered all the cash was with me. Here, for yuan and 8 mao. I had already taken it out. Just now Honglian had told me the ammo price incorrectly. Uncle Wei smiled. Honglian, your man is really generous. He was talking not only about my not haggling, but also about what happened earlier. Honglian was just about to speak when I cut in first. Uncle Wei, then we'll come back in a few days. She had no choice but to swallow her words back. Fine, let them misunderstand if they want it. After walking a few steps, Honglian suddenly turned back. Uncle Wei, do you have any buyers for a Bonchui? Uncle Wei's hand paused. You've got one. I don't. Oh. He continued disassembling the gun. He does, Honglian added. Uncle Wei looked me up and down. No matter how he looked at me, I didn't seem like someone who had old mountain ginseng. Let me see. He didn't believe me, but he trusted Honglian, didn't he? When I opened the birch bark, the tool in Uncle Wei's hand clattered onto the table with a sharp clang. This, he reached out, then noticed he was still wearing gloves. He hurriedly took them off, only to freeze again with his hand hovering in midair. His rough hands didn't dare touch it, afraid of ruining something so precious. Uncle Wei, Honglian called out. He was still dazed. I'm asking, is there a suitable buyer? Only later did I learn that the man and woman at the guest house were the buyers who wanted to purchase the ginseng. The man was named Lin Weijun, the same guy who had beaten someone at the supply and marketing cooperative during the day. His face was grim. How can I tolerate that bastard taking advantage of you? The woman was named Rulon. While massaging his hand, she tried to soothe him. Weijun, don't be angry. They probably meant no harm. So, are we still going to Dongtuan to look for Uncle Wang? That day, Wang Xiong had told them that there was a large, decades-old ginseng root, and they'd have to go up the mountain to dig it up. He told them to wait 3 or 4 days. Go. We'll go tomorrow. What if it's real? Lin Weijun gripped Rulon's hand, his eyes burning. He leaned in slowly, but Rulon pushed him away. Wait. Wait until after we're married. Red-faced, Rulon ran out. Watching her back, Lin Weijun secretly swore viciously. That old mountain ginseng. I'll definitely find it, whatever the cost. As long as he found it, he could marry Rulon. Honglian and I drove the horse cart away from the general store. Who would have thought the buyers for the ginseng were that couple who'd been beating people up during the day? Akeo, what do you think about this? Honglian asked. Sell it. As long as the price is right, that's all that matters. I deal with the matter, not the person. Honestly, I didn't want to sell it to Lin Weijun either, but this ginseng was a hot potato. Bringing it back had already been risky enough. I was afraid word would get out, and it would end up being selflessly handed over to the state, earning some model citizen title for nothing. The more anxious the buyer, the higher the price. The supply and marketing cooperative offered 25, but by the time it got to Lin Weijun, it could multiply several times over, maybe even tenfold. That money could make life at home much better. What's a little conflict compared to that? Why go against money? Honglian, stop. I suddenly grabbed her. What's wrong? She saw how serious I looked. I keep feeling like someone's watching us. I looked toward a distant hillside. Though trees blocked the view, there was a red dot on my radar, motionless. Just like that time halfway up Dama Mountain, the feeling of being watched. Honglian followed my gaze and saw nothing. But she still trusted me. Both times we'd hunted, I was the one who found the prey. She was about to get down, but I stopped her. Pull up at the turn ahead. Don't show your face. Wait for me to come back. If it's prey, we can make a good profit. I said it tactfully. If it was a person, I'd kill him outright. Then be careful. I crept toward the red dot, moving as quietly as possible. I absolutely couldn't be discovered. If I was, either the prey would get away, or I'd be shot by the prey. I'd much rather it be an animal. After a while, I drew my bow fully and aimed at the target. It wasn't an animal. It was a man, fleshy-faced and pretty fat. The guy was pointing a gun at the road Honglian was on. If that made him a good person, I'd never believe it. Turns out he was a bandit, an old, lousy one. Swoosh. The arrow flew without hesitation. I didn't care whether he was good or bad. If he threatened me, he had to be eliminated. The arrow went straight into his forehead. He dropped his head and went still, not even having time to scream. I walked over, pulled out the arrow, and washed off the blood with clean water. There happened to be a ravine behind him, so I simply tossed the body in there as a contribution to nature. The haul was pretty good. A single-barrel hunting rifle in better condition than the one I'd sent for repair. Even secondhand, it was worth dozens of yuan. There were also more than 10 rounds of ammo, and over 60 yuan in cash, fat as butter. Hey, this guy was surprisingly generous. If someone gives you something, you should say thank you. Thanks a lot. By nightfall, I came back down the hillside with my bow on my back. Akeo, why'd you take so long? Honglian had nearly gone up the mountain to look for me. Sorry to have worried you, Honglian. I got into the cart. I didn't feel any guilt about killing someone like that day as for why we didn't leave him alive. First, I was afraid he'd make a sound and Red Lotus would hear. Second, I was afraid he'd fight back, and that would outweigh any gain. Any game on the hillside? Yes, but by the time I got there, only footprints were left. I guess the noise scared it off. I made up an excuse on the spot. What a pity. Night fell. I carried the lantern up front to lead the way, and Red Lotus drove the cart. From far away, I saw a bit of firelight at the village entrance. Could it be another hidden gun? No, hidden guns wouldn't be that obvious. Good. It was my silly little sister Xiaowei, her voice bright and clear. Hearing that, my heart warmed. Someone waiting for you to come home. What a wonderful feeling. Only when we got closer did I realize my silly wife was there too. Good. Why are you back so late? Xiaowei grinned, showing her white teeth. Didn't I come back? I pinched her cheek and looked at my wife. Before I could say anything, she said first, Xiaowei, I've finished all the housework. Xiaoman's voice was soft and timid, like she was afraid of making a mistake. It made my heart ache. Silly thing, your foot's still injured and you ran out here? I chided. Hey, Gu, why are you scolding sis-in-law again? She was worried about you, hopping all the way to the village entrance and insisting on waiting for you to come back. Xiaowei rattled on, and Xiaoman couldn't even stop her. What a great wife. Where else could you find one like her? Silly sister, take this. I handed her the lantern. Oh, Gu, you're the silly one. Xiaowei finally realized what was going on. I turned around and carried my wife on my back. Ah, Xiao, Red Lotus, and Xiaowei are watching. Put me down quickly. Xiaoman struggled. Huh. I gave her a light pat on the back, and she immediately buried her head against my back and fell silent. She was probably cursing me to death in her heart, thinking I had no shame. You're back. Uncle he was sitting in the courtyard smoking his pipe, with Li Sanmei beside him. Mom? Why are you here? Red Lotus froze. Red Lotus, we brought Annie over. My dad said we caught something big today, so we should have a proper celebration tonight. Xiaowei said as she untied the rope. She'd finished the jar of fruit preserves and was absolutely convinced I'd buy her another one. Xiaoman was still on my back, lightly pinching my waist. Before we got home, she'd already told me to put her down, but I refused, saying it was her punishment. Her whole face was buried, her ears red. She was already this old and still had to be carried. She was dying of embarrassment. Uncle He and Li Sanmei were smiling as if they were teasing the two of us. Xiaoman wished she could crawl into a crack in the ground. She leaned close to my ear and whispered, Hey Xiao, we're home. Put me down quickly, But what I did next made her socially dead on the spot. There were 4 dishes on the table. When hosting guests in the north, even numbers were preferred for the sake of pairing and completeness. 1 dish of wild greens, 1 stir-fried deer heart with scallions, 1 stir-fried pork tenderloin with wood ear mushrooms, and 1 stir-fried gray squirrel with red onion. Every dish smelled amazing. Come on, eat up. Uncle he raised a big bowl. I had bought the liquor, and all 6 of us drank, men and women alike. Shall we had a small bowl too, just for the sake of formality. Li Sanmei and Xiaomin were ill, so they only took a little sip. After dinner, Red Lotus helped wash the dishes and, after tidying up, was ready to go home with Li Sanmei. Suddenly, Li Sanmei took out the cigarettes and said, "Old he, these are for you." "Sanmei, you bought these for me?" Uncle he was stunned. So the cigarettes were a gift for Uncle he. "Red Lotus, this money is for you." I handed her 15 yuan. The big buck sold for 72.48 yuan, split in half. That was 36.24 yuan. Red Lotus had spent 18.20 yuan on supplies and 4.80 yuan on bullets, leaving 13.24 yuan. After deducting the cost of borrowing the cart, it was about this amount. "I can't take it." Red Lotus refused firmly. We had agreed I'd take the larger share, and she felt that spending more than 20 yuan had already been over the limit. Besides, the He family had helped her mother so much, she would never take this money. "Red Lotus, you have to take it." I slapped the money into her palm. "No. What do you mean no? If it weren't for you and Auntie helping us all along, how could our He family have held on until now?" And that was true. When my mother passed away back then, Uncle he gritted his teeth and raised 2 half-grown kids. It was all thanks to Lu Hongmei helping to care for us, and the meat was basically all given by Li Sanmei. Not much, but to the He family, it was life-saving. Third sister, let Honglian take it. Dad he was holding the cigarettes, as if to say, "If you refuse, I'll return them." "Ahem, Honglian, just take them. 5 yuan is enough." Honglian hurried to count the money, but I pressed her hand down. Our hands were tightly clasped. I leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Maybe from now on we'll be family, so it doesn't matter who this money goes to." "Huh?" Honglian looked at me blankly. I even winked at her and teased, "Maybe your mother, Li Sanmei, is having an affair with my father, so from now on we're family." As a result, that girl took it the wrong way. She was still wearing the hair clip I gave her, and during the day at the cooperative I had praised her for looking beautiful when she smiled. Then at the grocery store I had shielded her behind me, and on the way back we'd talked and laughed. And now, in front of so many people, I was holding her hand putting all those things together. She started wondering, could Chow be interested in me? But then she looked at Liao Xiaomin not far away and lost heart. Chow already had a wife. I let go of her hand and urged her, "Hurry back and take a shower, then rest." She murmured an "oh" and walked off as if she'd lost her soul. All the way back she was still torn over whether to tell Liao Xiaomin. She really didn't want to step in and ruin someone else's relationship. Back home, my father complained on the surface that I'd bought so many things and didn't know how to manage a household. But inside he was overjoyed. This family no longer had to rely on him alone. He had a son too. As the 2 of us chatted in the yard, my father suddenly shouted that he wanted a grandson. Liao Xiaomin heard it from the side and timidly said, "Chow, I'll go wash up first." After saying that, she hobbled away, and I didn't know whether to laugh or feel heartache. I told her to go get her clothes while I went to fetch water. This time, when bathing, she finally agreed to be honest with me, though she kept her head down the whole time, her face red as a beet. She whispered, "Chow, don't fool around." I deliberately teased her, saying this arm had fallen and gotten hurt before, and sometimes it just didn't obey me. I'd have a good talk with it later. My silly wife actually believed me and hurriedly wanted to see where I was hurt. I thought to myself that from now on I'd have to be careful bragging. I couldn't exaggerate too much. Her foot was injured and couldn't get wet, so bathing took a long time. Half an hour later, I helped her out. I had wanted to carry her into the room, but my younger sister was there, so it wouldn't have been proper, so I let it go. Back in the room, she sat in front of the mirror, combing her hair with the new comb I'd bought her, a faint smile on her face. I wrapped my arms around her from behind, resting my chin on her arm, and said, "Wife, you're really beautiful." She asked, "Really?" I said, "Of course it's real. You're my wife. If you're not beautiful, who is?" She laughed, showing her white teeth, and said she knew I was just trying to sweet-talk her. Her eyes glistened with tears. In the past, she had never imagined she would have such happiness today, never imagined she would meet a man who doted on her like I did, or a family that treated her so well. She couldn't say anything pretty, so in the end she took the initiative to lean in and kiss me, expressing it through her actions. It was awkward and inexperienced, but for such a shy wife to do that much was already remarkable. That night, we held each other tightly. The next morning, just as it was getting light, I drowsily felt someone moving. When I opened my eyes, My wife was carefully trying to slip out of my arms. I pulled her back into them. Blushing, she said she wanted to get up and make breakfast. After all that last night, she was still thinking about housework, so considerate it made my heart ache. I pinched the bridge of her nose and asked, "Wife, does it still hurt there?" She shook her head and said that after applying the medicine I brought back, it was much better. I curled my lips and squeezed her thigh. "I mean here." Only then did she react, her face instantly turning crimson. She threw herself into my arms and pouted that I was so improper. I kissed her and said I'd handle the housework today and let her rest properly. She tried to sit up, but the effort tugged at her wound, and she winced in pain. I felt both heartache and amusement and told her to be obedient. After covering her with the blanket and kissing her forehead, I left. Not long after, my younger sister Xiaowei peeked in, lowering her voice for fear of waking her sister-in-law. Seeing Liao Xiaoman's face all red, she asked what was wrong. Liao Xiaoman stammered that maybe the Kong was too hot, and when she tried to prop herself up, she pulled at her injury, making her face change color from the pain. Xiaowei panicked and immediately reached out to lift the blanket. Liao Xiaoman hurriedly pressed it down. If the blood on the bedsheet were seen, she'd be mortified. Last night I'd specifically spread out a new bedsheet, afraid of staining the Kong mat. She said it was fine, but Xiaowei didn't believe her and ran off to find me. I couldn't stop her no matter how I tried. It was truly like a mute swallowing coptis, too bitter to speak of. Xiaowei came running over, looking anxious. "Bro, sister-in-law's feet hurt and her face is red. Go take a look." I smiled and said it was nothing, then told her to wash her hands and eat breakfast. Xiaowei immediately understood, thinking sister-in-law had gotten her period, and wondered to herself, hadn't it just ended not long ago? My dad, smoking in the yard, was also delighted, thinking the kid had finally figured things out, and it wouldn't be long before he held a grandson. Breakfast was leftovers. Last night, afraid of diarrhea, I ate less meat and more vegetables. I figured we'd probably have to eat another meal at noon just to finish it all. After breakfast, I planned to go hunting in the mountains with Sister Honglian, and along the way dig up some medicinal herbs and catch a few gray squirrels. If luck was good, and we ran into a big game animal, even better. Just as I was about to head out, a man came into the yard, Uncle Wang, Wang Xiao. As soon as he saw me, he asked whether I was going up the mountain. I said yes straight out. My dad was sharpening farm tools. Today I'd told him not to go to work. He warmly handed over a cigarette and greeted him. That cigarette was even pricier than a handshake brand. Wang Xiong took the cigarette and was startled. Old, he was being so generous? Could it be that the ginseng had already been sold? If it had, then that would be a huge loss. It turned out that a few days earlier, through an acquaintance in the black market, he had found a buyer urgently looking for ginseng, Lin Weijun. The man wanted an old ginseng root of more than 40 or 50 grams, and looked down on the one he had because it was too young. His mind turned, and he remembered Hunter Zhang saying I had dug up a big ginseng root and hadn't sold it yet. If he could buy it cheaply from me and then resell it at a high price to Lin Weijun, wouldn't he make a fortune? He was a leader among ginseng diggers, and he knew the market inside out. For buyers like Lin Weijun, multiplying the price by 5 or 6 times was no problem at all. He leaned close to my dad's ear and asked, "Has a Chao's ginseng not been sold yet?" My dad didn't say anything, and that made him even more certain. He called me from outside, pulled me into the inner room, and sat me down for tea. "Ah Chao, can you bring the ginseng out and let Uncle Wang have a look?" I said nothing. That made him even surer the thing was still there. So he said, "Ah Chao, don't you trust Uncle Wang's character?" His character. I really didn't trust it. Seeing that neither of us was responding, he sighed and laid his cards on the table. "Old he, I'll be honest with you. I want to buy this ginseng root, and the price won't be low." My dad didn't dare make the decision and said he'd have to ask his son. A trace of contempt flashed in Wang Xiong's eyes. Thinking old, he was really spineless, asking his son about everything. Then he said, "Ah Chao, you must have asked at the supply and marketing cooperative for a price already, right? I haven't seen your root, but I can tell you it can't be in great shape. Still, I don't care. My offer will definitely not be lower than the cooperatives. As far as I know, they'd top out at 5 yuan a gram." In his view, if I came back from town and still hadn't sold it, it was because the price was too low. As for why he assumed my ginseng was in poor condition, well, an amateur digging it up would surely damage it. I still said nothing. He thought he'd guessed right, believing that some hot-headed kid who got lucky digging up ginseng wouldn't know a thing. He held up 6 fingers. "The cooperative gives 5. I'll give 6 yuan a gram. I definitely won't let you suffer a loss." My dad sucked in a sharp breath. He hadn't expected that ugly thing that looked like roots and grass could be worth several hundred yuan. He was so excited he could hardly contain himself, but he still kept his eyes on me, waiting for me to speak. I looked at Wang Xiong's righteous, self-important expression and saw through him completely. This Uncle Wang probably already knew about the buyer urgently seeking ginseng. He'd gotten to town before me, and with years of business experience, his information was quick. He wanted to resell it for a huge profit. His plan was truly ingenious. I said, Uncle Wong, I don't want to sell this ginseng root. He and my dad were both stunned. In their eyes, I didn't even know how to preserve it properly. It couldn't just be kept dangling in moss forever. Wang Xiong thought to himself that he'd underestimated the kid. He wasn't stupid. He was trying to drive up the price. Fine, then I'll give a price you can't refuse. He crossed his two forefingers and tapped them together, his expression solemn. I'll give you 10 yuan a gram. That's reasonable, right? My dad's eyebrows shot up. 10 yuan a gram. That would be 500 yuan. 500 yuan would be enough to build a 3-room courtyard house that he really wanted to sell it. But he held back his excitement and watched to see what I would say. I still shook my head. Now it was confirmed. Uncle Wong definitely knew that buyer. I said, Uncle Wong, this isn't a money issue. He got anxious. Then what is the problem? My dad got anxious too. Yeah, son, what exactly is the problem? 500 yuan. He was really panicking inside. This foolish kid couldn't be having another bout of his mental illness, could he? Huh. I sighed and said to Wang Xiong, the people at the supply and marketing cooperative said this ginseng root isn't good. What? You already took it to the cooperative for them to look at? Wang Xiong's eyes were full of concern. I knew what he was worried about. If this treasure had been shown to the cooperative and then not sold, trouble might follow. Yeah, I wanted to sell it to the cooperative, but they didn't want it. That can't be, can it? He suddenly seemed to think of something and asked, Chow, can you take the ginseng root out and let Uncle Wong have a look? As he spoke, he even looked at my father. My father listened in total confusion. Was this really happening? Why hadn't his son told him? Chow, take it out and let your Uncle Wong take a look, my father urged too. Well, all right. I walked around inside the fenced area and took out something wrapped in birch bark. Actually, I could tell Wang Xiong's face had gone dark. He was probably cursing in his heart when he came to my house that day to steal the ginseng root. Why hadn't he thought that I'd hidden it in this fenced area where people pee and bathe? Who could have guessed something valuable would be kept in a place like this? Uncle Wong, take a look. I placed the birch bark on the table. Anyway, this wasn't a secret. The whole Dongtuan knew about it. Letting him look at it would save my father's face too. Huh. As soon as Wang Xiong looked at it, he frowned. This wasn't a ginseng root at all. It was clearly a thick, human-shaped plant root, misty water vine. Chow, you dug this up? Yep. Uncle Wong, if you really want it, then I'll give it to you. I carefully wrapped the fake ginseng root with moss, afraid it would lose its moisture. My father scratched his head beside me, looking puzzled, thinking that the ginseng root before wasn't like this. Had he remembered it wrong? Old he this? Wang Xiong hesitated, seeming to want to say more. He had been to Zhang the hunter's place twice and confirmed that I had dug up a big ginseng root. But now this thing, something just felt off. Chow, do you have any other ginseng roots? He asked tentatively. Oh, there was one plant that Sister Honglian and I took to the supply and marketing cooperative and sold. What? Sold it? He thumped his chest in regret. Chow, why would you sell it without telling Uncle Wong? What if you got cheated? He lit one cigarette after another. How much did it sell for? 28 yuan and 20 cents. I picked up the birch bark. I took 2 plants there. The cooperative only wanted the smaller one. They said they didn't want this bigger one. Wang Xiong froze, his mouth slightly open, unable to react for a long time. So the big one was fake, and the small one was real? Actually, I made all of that up. The day before, I dug up a real one, and the next day I dug up a fake one. The part about selling it for 28 yuan and 20 cents was also nonsense. Except for my family, Honglian, Uncle Zhang, and Uncle Wei, no one had ever seen the real ginseng root. The only reason I was bragging was to make Wang Xiong think the ginseng root had already been sold and what was left was fake. So he wouldn't keep coveting it. I guessed the one who came into the house to rummage through things that day was him. This Uncle Wong, there was something wrong with him. So this one, he pointed at the birch bark on the table. This one I originally planned to keep and eat myself. Since Uncle Wong insists, I'll reluctantly sell it to you. I looked at him expectantly. If you want it, I'll give you a discount, 9 yuan a gram. No, no, no. He hurriedly waved his hands. Only a fool would pay 9 yuan a gram for this stuff. I could tell he was cursing himself inside. How could an idiot possibly dig up a big ginseng root? He should never have believed old Zhang in the first place. Now, that Lin Weijun was coming to Dongtuan. Where was he supposed to find a big ginseng root for him? After sending Wang Xiong off, my father was full of questions. Chow, what the hell is going on? Don't worry, old man. The real ginseng root is hidden away by me. I knew it. No wonder it looked different from before. But why didn't you sell it to your Uncle Wong? He even offered 10 yuan a gram. You curious, huh? I held up 2 fingers and pinched them together. My father instantly understood, pulled out a cigarette, and handed it over. Light it, you little brat, looking for a beating? Though he said that, He still lit it for me. Spit it out. Normally, I'd definitely sell it to him. But have you ever thought about why Uncle Wong would offer such a high price to buy our ginseng root? My father frowned and thought for a long time. Someone outside is offering a higher price, I said. He wants to buy ours, then resell it to someone else at an even higher price. Damn that old Wong, he's really sneaky. My father immediately stood on my side. But 10 yuan a gram, would someone really offer more than that? Of course. I'm guessing it can at least sell for 15. 15. My father's eyes bulged as wide as his mouth. Damn it, this thing is that profitable? On the other side, Wang Xiong scratched his head all the way home, unable to make sense of it no matter how he thought about it. Just as he reached the door, someone called out to him, "Brother Wang." He turned around and saw a bruised, swollen-faced woman, Liao Nyang. He almost didn't recognize her. Only after entering the inner room did he learn that Liao Nyang had come to discuss a marriage proposal. She had originally wanted to bring up the matter of her daughter being violated by me, but she hesitated. If she exposed it now, the Wang family's boat sheltering her from Zhou Daong would be gone. Before leaving, Wang Lizho stuffed her 38 yuan as bride price. Liao Nyang froze, clutching the money. If this money were given to Zhou Daong, would he let it go? But Zhou Daong had a gun. He wasn't the kind to reason with. "Auntie, I want to sleep with Xiaofeng before June," Wang Lizho said, stuffing her another small red envelope. While she was still hesitating, someone walked in from outside, Zhao Dashan. He had come to find his maternal uncle Zhou Daong, to conspire over the treasure on me. The next day, I went to the Red Lotus family's place, wanting to invite her to go hunting in the mountains together. We had agreed on that on the way back yesterday. "Red Lotus, what's wrong with you?" "To him, a little unwell," she stammered. In truth, she was scared. What happened last night made her want to stay away from me and not ruin someone else's family. I reached out to check her forehead. It wasn't that hot. "Red Lotus, you seem fine to me. Anyway, I'm not going," she said, shaking off my hand and turning her back. Then all right. I didn't force her. I figured it was probably that time of the month for women. That was fine too. I could go see Sister Xiuquan. I slung my big bow and gear over my back and headed toward Dama Mountain. Passing by Hu Xiuquan's house, I saw no one there. So I put the daily necessities I had bought into the large vat. That giant buck had been killed by me with my big bow, so she should have a share. But when I lifted the vat lid, it was completely empty. The fabric, white flour, and cornmeal I had bought for her earlier were all gone. Stolen by someone. That shouldn't be likely. I'd ask her when I came back later. When I reached the mountainside of Dama Mountain, I deliberately went to the area where the big red dot had appeared on the radar before. Sure enough, there was a red dot again, and this one was moving. I took out the hunting rifle I got yesterday, then thought better of it and put it away. The big bow was more reliable, silent, accurate, and with enough range. I hid in the shadows and waited. Soon, the target came into view. Zhao Dashan. I hadn't expected it to be him. As long as he didn't court death, I wouldn't go looking for trouble. But since you insist on courting death, then I'll bury you. Whoosh. The arrowhead pierced straight through his thigh. "Ah," he screamed. I hurriedly stuffed weeds into his mouth so no one 100 meters away would hear. The moment Zhao Dashan saw it was me, he was struck like by lightning, his whole body trembling. He wanted to beg for mercy but could only go MMPH, and his hands were also tied up. I stepped on him and said coldly, "Zhao Dashan, was it you who came to my house and rummaged through things a few days ago?" He hurriedly shook his head. I used the bloodied arrow to pry open the weeds in his mouth. "Then who was it? It hurts. Brother Chow, please let me go. I won't bother you again. Speak. Who ransacked my house that day?" "It was Wang Xiong. It was Uncle Wang who went." He almost didn't hesitate. So it really was him. I had suspected it all along. "Who was with you on the mountainside that day?" "My maternal uncle and I. His name is Zhou Daong." Zhou Daong, the middle-aged man who wanted to marry my wife. Under my interrogation, Zhao Dashan confessed everything, even spilling the fact that Zhou Daong was going to marry Liao Xiaofeng in the next few days. Only the matter of him coveting my wife did he stubbornly dump onto his maternal uncle. "What does Zhou Daong look like?" I asked. As soon as he said that, I was startled. The person I had casually killed on the way back from the supply and marketing cooperative turned out to be Zhou Daong. What a coincidence. Now that I'd confirmed it, there was no need to make him identify me with the hunting rifle. Even in front of a dying man, I wouldn't expose my secrets. 10 days ago, was it you who knocked my old man out from behind?" Zhao Dashan gritted his teeth against the pain. "No, it really wasn't me. I swear to God, that was strange. I really couldn't think of who else it could be. If it were Lu Ermi, that would at least make sense. That day when I went out looking for my father, he was the first person I ran into. Brother Chow, I've told you everything. Can you let me go now?" "I'll definitely." He was about to cry. But what he got in return wasn't freedom, but 2 heavy blows from behind. Thud, thud. Zhao Dashan immediately lost consciousness. Same method as last time. untie the rope, use his own hands to suffocate himself, then toss him into the system space and clean up the scene. Clean and neat. Even Conan would have to shake his head. There wasn't a single clue to be found. Wang Xiong was it? A flash of ruthlessness passed through my eyes. For the sake of how he'd helped my family in the past, I'd give him one more chance. If he crossed my bottom line, then I'd only be able to bury him. I headed straight from the mountainside into the deep mountains. This time I had a gun with me, and with the system radar too, my sense of security increased a lot. An hour later, I reached another valley and deliberately didn't choose the place where I'd dumped Zhao Erzhan before. If I threw Zhao Dashan in the same spot and someone found him, it would be a dead giveaway. My principle in doing things was simple. If I could leave no loopholes, I wouldn't leave any. As for why I didn't dig a pit to bury him, nothing complicated. I was just lazy. Digging was too tiring. Dumping him in the valley was convenient. Even if someone found the body, who could tell whether he'd fallen to his death or died some other way? Once wild beasts got to him, what clues would there be left to investigate? I returned Zhao Dashan to nature, then headed toward the red dots on the radar. On the way here, I'd already noticed that there wasn't just one red. Several were packed together. Perfect. I try my best shooting technique. When I got within 70 meters, I saw it clearly. 7 or 8 one-year-old wild boars, bachelor males, were rooting around in the fields for food, each weighing around 40 or 50 kilos. Heh. I took out the hunting rifle. At 70 meters, I'd only hit one. I was greedy and wanted two. To do that, I had to get closer to 30 or 40 meters. I'd take the risk. I crept forward quietly. As long as there wasn't too much noise, wild boars usually wouldn't run. 60 meters, 50 meters, 40 meters, stop. This spot was concealed enough, and the view was wide. I poured the gunpowder into the barrel, just enough for a 50-meter shot. Any more would be wasteful. It was an old single-barrel hunting rifle. Loading it was troublesome. Gunpowder, a single round bullet, wadding in between, then tamp it down with a birch stick, cap it, done. But I didn't rush to fire. Instead, I put the hunting rifle back into storage space and took out the big bow, drawing it to full tension. The first shot had to be an arrow, since it was quieter. What I wanted was the instant the arrow flew out, so I could follow up with the gun for the second shot. Aiming carefully, I released the string, and the arrow tore through the air. At the same moment, I pulled the loaded hunting rifle out of storage space and aimed at another wild boar. Bang! As smoke rose, the boar herd panicked and scattered, leaving only 2 on the ground twitching. They fell almost simultaneously, coming as close as possible to a single arrow taking down 2 targets. I didn't rush over. First I reloaded, in case there were any beasts. The 100-meter radar wasn't completely reliable. If danger really came, that one bullet would mean life or death. Halfway there, a prompt rang in my mind. Kill prey with a gun, proficiency +2, range +2 meters. The higher the level of the prey, the higher the proficiency gained. Current 100% hit rate, range 62 meters. I froze for a moment. I'd used the system for so long, and now I found out skills could still level up? Well, it made sense. This was my first time using the hunting rifle. I slit the boars' throats with a knife and bled them out. Too bad I didn't have a bucket. If I did, blood sausages would have been delicious. Once the gun went off, there were no more big red dots within 100 meters, so it was safe to process them right there. It took me more than 2 hours to get both boars cleaned up, and I was exhausted. On the way home, I also looked for medicinal herbs for my wife and little sister. My wife's foot injury isn't serious. A few more days of poultices, and she'll be fine. My little sister is weak, so she needs to be slowly nursed back to health. I dug up some astragalus to boost chi and strengthen the exterior. If I'm lucky, I'll catch a flying dragon and stew it with the herbs, even better. There's also some tender shoots of Eleutherococcus senicosus, which can be cooked and also help replenish chi. Along the way I dug up quite a bit of stuff. Herbs, gray squirrels, and 2 flying dragons. Flying dragons are rare. Last time I got 8 was pure luck. I stuffed all the extra wild greens into my storage space. They won't spoil anyway, so I might as well stockpile them as famine food. It was already past 4 in the afternoon when I got back to East Village. Wow. Hey Chow, you took down 2 wild boars all by yourself? My goodness. All the villagers who hadn't been working came crowding around, their eyes wide open. Lucky once, lucky twice, lucky 3 times? This time they believed it. My fool's illness was really gone, and my hunting skills were no worse than Hunter Zhang's. Chow, sell me some meat, will you? Sell. If you want some, come buy it at my place, 40 cents a gene. Just this once. Next time the price goes up. This discount is a one-time deal. I can't sell it too cheaply. I hoisted the 2 boars and headed home. Up in the mountains, with my storage space, I didn't feel it, but once I got back to the village and had to carry them, I realized how heavy this thing was. Though if it were 2 pretty women on my shoulders, that would be another story. The villagers hurried home to get money. afraid they'd be too late and miss out. Brother, you caught these? He Xiaowi's mouth fell open wide. In her excitement, she jumped even higher than I did. Dad, sister-in-law, brother brought back 2 wild boars. Idiot, hurry up and get something to prop them on. I scolded her irritably. Once the boars were set down, I felt much lighter. Achao, you took them down all by yourself? Even his father was stunned. He impressive, right? Awesome. My son is amazing. Before I'd even finished speaking, the villagers came to buy meat. Old man, keep half, sell the rest, 40 cents a jean. I tossed out the instruction and went inside to drink tea and look after my wife. His father cheerfully greeted the customers. He was selling emotion, not just meat. He Xiaowi helped collect the money, grinning so hard her teeth were showing. At that moment, she was a little shop owner. The whole family was busy until 5 o'clock. Old man, cut it into 16 one-jean portions. I planned to give meat to the people who had helped look for my wife last time, to repay the favor. It would also come in handy when we built the house later, when I needed people to work. Brother, why not give some to Sister Xiaochuan and Sister Honglian? He Xiaowi said coquettishly. After all, the big bao belonged to Xiaochuan, and Honglian was a good person. Got it, my good sister. I pinched her cheek. She shot me a resentful look, then happily scampered back into the house to count the money. Little money grubber. Seeing that the cooperative was about to get off work, I slung more than 10 portions of meat over my shoulder and went out. In a place where no one could see, I secretly took a few swigs of deer blood to prepare for battle. Outside Xiao-chun's house, a village woman, Kuei Saw, had just come back from work with her. Xiao-chun, I'm heading back first. I'll bring you some coarse grain later. How could I accept that? I've got wild greens. Xiao-chun was clutching a dandelion plant in her hand. You've been eating that stuff for days. Keep it up, and even walking will be hard. Kuei Saw knew that a few days ago, all the grain and cloth in Xiao-chun's house had been taken away by her mother. Wash up first. I'll bring it over. Before Xiao-chun could refuse, Kuei Saw had already left. Xiao-chun washed her back, feeling warm inside. Life wasn't all suffering. She went back inside and wiped herself down. After a while, she came out with a winnowing basket to wash vegetables. Her thigh bumped the lid of a large crock. She steadied it absent-mindedly and caught sight of something inside. It was too dark to see clearly, so she shone a lantern into it and saw a big sack. She knew right away that Chow must have put it there. Looking at it, her eyes turned red. So there really was still someone who cared for her, someone who was good to her. Just then, footsteps sounded outside. Thinking it was Kuei Saw, she looked up, but instead, Xiao-chun, what's wrong? Under the lantern light, I could clearly see the tear tracks on her face. Chow. Before she could even wipe away her tears, I stepped forward, set down the meat, and gently brushed her cheek with my hand. Why are you crying? She looked at me, her eyes stinging. Did someone bully you? My tone turned cold. If it really was someone like Lu Ermi coming to harass her, I'd make sure he paid for it. Xiao-chun could no longer hold it in. She threw herself into my arms and started sobbing. I didn't ask anymore. I just patted her back lightly. Chow, thank you. Her voice was choked with tears. I had wanted to ask what exactly had happened, but the deer blood was already surging through me. My body simply wouldn't allow it. Xiao-chun, how are you going to thank me then? She rubbed her tears against my chest, let go, rose onto her tiptoes, and kissed me on the cheek, her face red. Next time, when we get to the mountain, before she could finish, I kissed her directly. She slapped my back with her little fists, wanting to say that it wasn't convenient now, and someone might come in a moment. Bang. The door shut. She was pushed onto the Kong by me, and didn't even have time to say a word. After a long while, Chow, wait a sec. Wait for what? I didn't have time for that. I still had to deliver the meat later. Time was tight. There was no time to explain. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao-chun, what's wrong? Don't scare me. It was Kuei Saw bringing the coarse grain. Soon after, Xiao-chun came out wearing a coat, clutching her clothes tightly with both hands, panting hard. Kuei Saw, you're here. She closed the door, swallowed, and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? Tu just wiped myself down with hot water. She lifted her loose hair and forced an awkward smile. You look like this, can you still cook? Let me make a meal for you. Kuei Saw reached for the door. Xiao-chun blocked her firmly. No need. I can do it myself. You're definitely on your period. We don't need to be so formal with each other. I even brought the coarse grain. Really no need. Xiao-chun absolutely refused to let her in. The two of them wrestled for a full 5 minutes before finally sending Kuei Saw away. As soon as the door closed, I swept her up in my arms. She was still clutching a small half-bag of coarse grain. Seeing this sack of grain, I understood immediately. If the things I'd given her before were still there, would she have needed to borrow grain from others? Xiao-chun, who did you give everything I gave you to? I asked while holding her. She was both embarrassed and angry. Chow, you let me put the coarse grain down first. Tell me first, or you'll be in for it. I. Xiao Chun was truly like someone swallowing cactus, too bitter to put into words. The He family home. Shall we? Where did Chow go? Liao Xiaoman was cooking at the stove, still doing the housework even though her leg hurt. Big brother went to deliver meat to the villagers, he shall we said briefly, still muttering about how they'd made a huge profit today. The dishes were all ready, but I still hadn't come back. They waited and waited, waiting for more than half an hour. I'd been out for over an hour, and there was still no sign of me. He dad was smoking in the courtyard. He shall we sat on a little stool with her chin in her hand, and Liao Xiaoman stood with both hands pressed against her waist, staring fixedly at the courtyard gate. Chow, you're back. She saw a dark figure at the gate and hurried over, limping all the way. It really was me. She immediately lit up with joy. I supported my wife, feeling guilty inside. I was having fun out there and ended up worrying the whole family. But I couldn't help it. I had no other hobbies. I just liked this one. Wife, you're still injured. Why aren't you resting properly? Hurry up and go inside. I quickly helped Liao Xiaoman back in. Tu was worried about you. That single sentence hit me like a hammer to the heart. I really was damned. I cursed myself fiercely in my heart and secretly vowed that from now on I'd treat my wife even better so I could ease some of this guilt. Big brother, where did you go? You're drenched in sweat. He shall we put her hands on her hips. She was already hungry enough to flatten her stomach. Chow, why is your clothes all wet too? Liao Xiaoman asked with concern. Oh, I just helped someone carry some things and got delayed for a bit. I really did carry something. Just that what I carried was a person. Only then did they understand that I had gone off to do a good deed. Chow, be careful next time. Don't overwork yourself, Liao Xiaoman said, full of concern. Don't worry, wife. I know my limits. I quickly changed the subject. Wow, smells amazing. You cooked this. The family chatted while eating, warm and harmonious. Early the next morning, I was once again woken by Liao Xiaoman rubbing against me. Wife, where are you trying to run off to? I held her gently, propped myself up, looked down at her, and grinned wickedly. Tu don't hurt anymore. Liao Xiaoman turned her face aside, not daring to look at me. She had wanted to sneak up and do some housework, but ended up waking me again. Really? Then I lifted her little face and kissed her. After a long while, our lips parted. Chow, wait until tonight, okay? She blushed. After all, it was broad daylight. I pinched her nose and said softly, your body still isn't fully healed. How could I bear to make you suffer? After saying that, I got up and got dressed. It was summer, so there wasn't much to wear. I'll handle the housework these next few days. You just rest properly, understand? I kissed her on the forehead before heading out. Liao Xiaoman watched me leave, her face full of happiness. After breakfast, my father hadn't gone to work for the past 2 days and was feeling restless staying home. So he slung his farm tools over his shoulder and planned to go to the vegetable patch. But before he even made it out the door, an unwelcome guest came to the courtyard, Liao Nyang. When I saw her, well, what a coincidence. I hadn't even gone looking for trouble with her, and she came right to my doorstep. In-law, Liao Nyang wore a sycophantic smile, but it looked uglier than crying, because her face had been beaten into a pig's head. My father frowned and was just about to speak when a thin figure shot out from the house. It was He Xiaowei. She grabbed the stick by the wall, raised it high, and stepped toward Liao Nyang, step by step. What the hell are you here for, you bastard? He Xiaowei got angry the moment she heard that voice, since it interrupted her and sister-in-law from counting money in the house. In-law, help. Liao Nyang hurriedly called for my father's help, thinking that with so many people around, surely they wouldn't bully a weak woman like her. She was thinking too much. Smack. He Xiaowei showed no mercy and brought the stick down hard. Ack. Liao Nyang cried out in pain and kept jumping around, raising her hands to shield herself. But how much could 2 hands really protect? Smack, smack, smack. He Xiaowei was hitting with great satisfaction. I'll beat you to death, you bastard. Old Gaga, stop hitting her, my father shouted. Only then did He Xiaowei stop, but her eyes were still fixed on the woman writhing and crying on the ground, killing intent filling the air. I was left dumbfounded. This was completely different from the frail little crybaby in the house. So fierce. Liao Nyang, what are you here for? My dad didn't even bother calling them in-laws anymore. Liao Nyang slowly got up and pulled a bloody white cloth from the bundle, unfolding it. A small patch of fresh red stain in the middle. I'll keep this brief. Hey Chow, whether you admit it or not, you and my eldest daughter did it that night. That's a fact. As soon as she said that, the whole family looked at me. Liao Xiaoman in the room was listening quietly too. I spread my hands. Why are you all looking at me? I didn't do anything. You. Liao Nyang pointed at me in anger. What? A grown man like you dares to do it, but not own up to it. She held up 4 fingers. First, I'll take Xiaoman back home, and you marry Xiaofeng. At that, He Xiaowei's stick almost slipped from her hands again. Luckily, my dad stopped her in time. In the room, Liao Xiaoman's body jolted hard. Second, you marry my eldest daughter too. I don't want a cent of bride price, but I'm moving into your family's house. That was her real goal, money or no money. She had to get past Zhou Daong first. She glanced at the gray squirrel pelts and deer tendons hanging in the yard, then at the two fresh pig hides in the corner, her eyes shining. If she moved in, wouldn't she get meat every meal? Third, if none of you agree, then you compensate Xiaofang with 100 yuan for her losses. With that 100 yuan, Zhou Daong's matter could also be settled. Fourth, if you still refuse all of the above, then I'll take this cloth and tell everyone in the village what kind of scum you, He Night Cao, are. I'll also call the police and have you arrested. These conditions had all been discussed with the captain of the Dadui in Shitsuan, and she thought it was foolproof. I looked at her strangely, thinking this woman was really something else, one stunt after another. Better bury her and be done with it. My dad leaned closer, put an arm on my shoulder, and lowered his voice. Hey Chao, tell me the truth. That night, did you and Xiaofang really? No. I muttered a couple more words in his ear. My dad coughed twice, his old face turning red, thinking this son of his sure knew how to play. Though we couldn't hear what we were saying, she understood what Liao Nyang meant. Brother, is what she said true? Of course not. Oh, He Xiaowi's logic was simple. If her brother said no, then he must be right. If her brother was right, then Liao Nyang was here to cause trouble. She grabbed the stick again and started whacking away, crack, crack, crack. Nobody could stop her, not that anyone tried. You He family, just wait. I'm going to report you all to the police and have every one of you arrested. Liao Nyang cried as she ran out. She had to run. He Xiaowi was chasing after her and hitting her from behind. It's not that you're fast. I'm afraid I'll beat you to death. After saying that, He Xiaowi turned and went back inside to look for her sister-in-law. My dad and I stood there, dumbstruck, thinking that someday we'd better not get chased and beaten like that by her. He Xiaowi, truly a fierce woman. All the way, Liao Nyang kept rubbing her injuries and crying as she headed to the Wang family. Fortunately, she was dressed thickly today, or she would have lost a layer of skin. Brother Wang. She spotted Wang Xiong from far away. Wang Xiong squinted, almost not recognizing her at all. Why was she dressed like that? With a line and a slash on her face, it looked terrifying. Oh my, Brother Wang. Do you have any medicinal liquor at your place? I'm in so much pain. Wang Xiong had originally planned to go to my house to buy a pestle, but seeing this, he decided to wait a bit. After all, they were half-in-laws now. Liao Nyang, did someone beat you? It was that bunch of bastards from the He family. At that moment, Wang Lifeng came out of the house. The guy was tall and sturdy, and with his father's position as the headman, nobody in Dongtuan dared provoke him. Aunt Liao, who hit you? It was that bastard A Chao. Liao Nyang didn't say it was He Xiaowi. Getting beaten like this by some yellow-haired little girl would be a laughingstock if word got out. What? That fool hit you? Wang Lifeng's face turned fierce. He used to see A Chao as an idiot and would occasionally bully him. But now the tables had turned. How dare he hit his future mother-in-law? Even Wang Xiong was puzzled. Why would Chao beat her? Could it be because of the club? Liao Nyang, why did Chao hit you? Liao Nyang's eyes rolled as she hesitated over whether to say that her daughter had been defiled. I just want to see my younger daughter. Before I even got into the yard, I was beaten up by Chao. What? Chao is your son-in-law. Wang Xiong only knew Liao Nyang had two daughters, but he didn't know who Chao's wife was. Hardly anyone in the whole East Village knew Liao Xiaoman's identity. Yeah, that damned He family doesn't treat me like in-laws at all. Wang Xiong thought it over. If Xiaofang married into the Wang family, wouldn't the He family and the Wang family become in-laws? Wouldn't the club matter be easier to handle then? He had always believed the club was still in Chao's hands, and that old Zhang had no reason to lie to him. Liao Nyang thought it over and decided to tell them anyway. Zhou Daiyang's side was a ticking time bomb, and the He family refused to compromise. Right now, only the Wang family could vent her anger for her. At worst, she would ask the Datong Brigade captain to find the East Village Brigade captain and accuse Chao of rape, sending him to prison. The price would be ruining her daughter's reputation, but she couldn't care that much anymore. He family can strike first, and I'll strike back. Brother Wang, take this money. Liao Nyang took out the bride price, looking pained. Liao Nyang, what are you doing? Wang Xiong had been thinking about the marriage. Why was she returning the bride price? In-laws, I'm not returning the bride price. This is a gift in return. Liao Nyang was courteous before hostile, even calling them in-laws. In-laws, there's something our Liao family has let you down on. In-laws, we're all family. Just say it straight. Right, mother-in-law, if you have any request, just say it. Wang Lizho said. Son-in-law, why you'll marry my daughter, right? Of course. I swear to heaven I'll treat her well for the rest of my life. Wang Lizho looked toward his parents. In-laws, rest assured. The Liao family's business is the Wang family's business. In Wang Xiong's eyes, it was just some bickering and fussing, Nothing unusual. No problem. In-laws, son-in-law woo-woo. As soon as Liao Nyang started speaking, she burst into tears. After a long while, she slowly said, "Yesterday I happily went back and told my eldest daughter about it, only to find her crying. I asked her what was wrong, and she was defiled by He Nightsao. That damned He family wasn't satisfied with marrying my younger daughter, and now they've treated my eldest daughter like this too, doing such a thing against human decency." She cried as she spoke, embellishing the story until the Wang family was burning with anger. Just a moment ago the couple had been happy, thinking their son had finally found a wife he liked, only for that old rat turd Chow to ruin everything? No wonder Liao Nyang wanted to return the bride price. Son of a bitch. Wang Lizho cursed and rushed out, heading straight for our house. No one could stop him. Oh dear. Father, hurry and bring Lizho back. Wang's wife panicked. With her son's temper, he was bound to cause trouble. What are you worried about? In East Village, who dares lay a hand on my son Wang Xiong? Wang Xiong grew angrier the more he thought about it. The He family? Fine, then let's tear off the mask. Go to the He family. He led Liao Nyang and Wang's wife straight to our house, calling along the villagers they passed. Since the masks were off, they might as well take the club back while they were at it. If the He family refused, then they'd better be ready to go reform through labor. At my home, Chow, you and my sister. Liao Xiaoman sat on the edge of the Kong while I was helping her bandage the wound and apply medicine. Wife, what are you thinking? That night I really didn't know it was you. And besides, I'm clean with her. I didn't do anything. I looked up at her, my eyes clear. Chow, I believe you. For me, she would believe me even if I said the sun had risen in the west. She lowered her head and changed the subject. If Chow likes it, too don't mind. Her tone carried a hint of sadness. Don't mind what? Too, she stammered. Heh, you don't mind having a few more kids, right? I teased her. Then let's have 6 in the future Reno. No, let's have 8. Liao Xiaoman was immediately stunned by the 8 children. Okay, let's not have that many. What? 8 kids eat a lot. I'm afraid you'll get too tired. I was stunned, thinking that instead of worrying about her own body, my wife was worried that I'd wear myself out supporting the family. Silly girl. She always thinks of me first. Silly wife? I'm just teasing you. We won't have that many. As I was talking, she suddenly said, Chow, I think there's someone outside. I'll go out as soon as I finish bandaging this. Won't be long. What I didn't know was that something had already happened outside. It was only later that I pieced together what happened. Wang Lizho came storming into the yard with a stick in his hand, furious. Xiaohui grabbed a bodkin and stood in front. She had been scared at first. After all, she was only 14. But when she heard Wang Lizho call me a fool, somehow she found the courage, lifting her thin body and pointing the bodkin at him. Wang Lizho, who are you calling a fool? What? Your family has some other fool too. Xiaohui swung the bodkin at him, and Wang Lizho blocked it with his stick. The force was so strong it numbed her hand, and the bodkin clattered to the ground. Xiaohui, you're looking for death, huh? She swallowed hard, panting. It was her first real fight, and she was trembling all over, but she still picked up a sickle. Wang Lizho was startled and charged at her with the stick. He couldn't let her get the knife. The stick came down toward her hand. Xiaohui dodged, and it landed solidly on her back. She let out a muffled groan, as if she didn't even feel the pain, and swung the sickle in counterattack, slicing Wang Lizho's arm open with a long cut, though the wound wasn't deep. When Wang Lizho saw blood, he bared his teeth and rushed forward again. Just then, I heard the noise outside the house was wrong, so I threw down the rope and rushed out. With a flying 2-foot kick, I slammed into his chest. He was knocked flying 3 or 4 meters away and rolled on the ground, clutching himself. Xiaohui, what's wrong? I supported her. Brother, my back really hurts. I helped her onto the Kong to lie face down and lifted her clothes to look. There was a purple-red stick mark about 20 centimeters long. Xiaoman, standing nearby, was heartbroken. Brother, he cursed you, Xiaohui said, her eyes reddening with anger. My heart tightened, and my rage surged up. I glanced at Wang Lizho rolling on the ground. I'll deal with you in a bit. First I fetched a basin of cold water. Wife, apply it to Xiaohui's bruise. For bruises, cold compresses are best at first, and the water in the big vat was the coldest. After giving the instructions, I grabbed a wooden stick and stepped toward Wang Lizho. Just then Wang Xiong came into the yard with a group of people. Seeing that I was about to beat his son, he shouted angrily, Chow, stop, stop, huh? I swung the stick hard into Wang Lizho's back. You hit my sister once, I'll hit you 10 times. Chow, you dare. Wang Xiong rushed over, and Wang Annie shouted for people to call the militia and the production team leader. Wang Lizho was lying on the ground, head raised in pain, gasping for breath. I brought down the 3rd and 4th blows. When I lifted the 5th, Wang Xiong lunged in front of me. Chow, have you gone crazy? Me crazy? I shoved him aside, and he flew back 2 or 3 meters. The The fifth blow landed, and Wang Lizho passed out from the pain. So what if he passed out? Damn you. The sixth blow came down, and Wang Auntie rushed over to shield her son. I hit her too, the seventh blow. As I raised the eighth, Wang Xiong lunged again. You even dare hit my woman? I shoved him away, and the stick struck his back. He threw his head up, clutching his waist, unable to say a word because of the pain. Achao, stop hitting him. Hit him anymore, and someone's going to die. The crowd gathered around to try to persuade me. Don't come near me. Whoever comes over, I'll hit them too. My voice was low, but the pressure in it was immense. The fool who usually joked around was now grim-faced, and no one dared step forward. They had only come to watch the excitement anyway. I brought the stick down again, and the unconscious Wang Lizhou's body jerked. Stop hitting him. Wang Auntie endured the pain in her back and protected her son. I swung again, and Wang Xiong roared. Try hitting one more. I didn't even look at him. I kicked Wang Auntie aside, and this blow was heavier than any before. You? Fine, Achao, very good. I stopped. The Wang couple hurried to shield their son. Aunt Wang burst into tears and screams when she saw how much blood there was. The villagers lifted up his clothes for a look. The skin was split open, raw flesh exposed, the whole area dark purple and black. Quick, use cold water to compress it, someone ordered. Liao Nyang huddled at the back, too frightened to make a sound. Everyone in the He family was ruthless, one more fierce than the last. She was genuinely scared now. Someone wanted to go into my house to fetch water, but I stopped them. There's no water in my house. That person immediately backed off. Chow, you went too far. What kind of grudge is this? You beat him like this. Yeah, you're usually pretty reasonable. Didn't you even sell wild boar meat for 40 cents a gene yesterday? I snorted coldly. Did you see him beating my sister? Did you? The crowd looked at one another. What do you know? Was Wang Lizho in the wrong? Would I hit him for no reason? Use your toes and think about it. Those two sentences shut them all up completely. In this day and age, if you're not ruthless, you can't stand your ground. Wang Xiong sent someone to take his son to the barefoot doctor. Aunt Wang cried as she left with harsh words. If anything happens to my son, I'll make you pay with your life. After sending his son away, Wang Xiong looked at me in fury. Chow, my son was impulsive, but you still shouldn't have beaten him like this. If anything happens to him, I'll definitely make you pay. I narrowed my eyes. If the timing hadn't been wrong, I'd already have thrown your son into the storage space. What price do you want me to pay? Go on, say it. You insolent Chow, daring to call me by my name. Just then, my father ran back from outside, his shoes covered in mud. Someone told him that Chow had beaten someone to death, scaring him half to death. Old he, look at what your son has done. He beat my son into serious injury, and even beat me and my woman too. My father pulled me aside to ask what happened. After I briefly explained, his face immediately darkened. Old Wang, why did your son come to my house? Old he, my son has already been beaten into serious injury. My father waved him off. Stop right there. I'm asking you, why did your son come to my house? A dozen of the onlookers were also confused. Wang Xiong had said there was business at the He family, so they all came along, not knowing what was going on at all. Wang Xiong turned around and lifted his shirt. On his back was a long red-purple cane mark. See that? Now you need to deal with the fact that we were beaten. What are you going to do about it? My father asked again, loudly. Why did your son come to my house with a stick? And why did he injure my old man? Everyone turned to Wang Xiong, wanting to know exactly why. Wang Xiong's face turned red as he pulled my father and me into a corner to speak in a low voice. Old he, I didn't originally want to make this so complicated, after all. With our relationship, cut the crap. My father had no patience. Xiaofeng, you know her, right? Liao Nyang's eldest daughter, the future daughter-in-law of my Wang family. What? Xiaofeng is your future daughter-in-law. My father looked like he had heard the biggest joke in the world. I already paid the bride price to Liao Nyang. If you don't believe me, ask her. Get to the point, I said impatiently. Fine, I'll be blunt. Chow defiled my family's bride-to-be. If this gets out, how are my Wang family and the Liao family supposed to hold their heads up? And now he's even beaten my son into serious injury. My father and I exchanged a glance. It was that damn Liao Nyang matter again. So what do you want? I actually wanted to see what he was planning. Wang Xiong thought to himself. So, you finally know to be afraid? As long as you hand over that genuine ginseng root, this matter will be settled. Otherwise, your son will be taken away for labor reform. Originally, I came with sincerity to buy the ginseng root, but I didn't expect you to treat my son like this. Now your He family not only has to hand over the ginseng root, but also pay my son's medical bills and apologize in person to my Wang family. Sure enough, this bastard's real target was the ginseng root.